No matter what you become in the future, I will always love you. After revealing his last feelings to his only brother, Uchiha Itachi smiled, and his soul left the body of the impure world reincarnation. The body that did not belong to him turned into a pile of dust and scattered all over the ground after losing the soul of the reincarnator. Itachi thought that his soul would return to the pure land, to his father, mother, and his best friend Shursui. But the scene in front of him could not be related to the word pure land in any way. This is clearly the real world. What's going on? Is it another impure world reincarnation? But he quickly denied this idea, because the current body is undoubtedly his own body. Even the clothes are still the clothes he wore when he was in Akatsuki. But the scene in front of him is very different for what he is familiar with. Itachi's hair color black, in his memory, can be said to be an ordinary hair color that can be seen everywhere. However, people cast strange eyes on this. This is not surprising. After all, the hair colors of the people in front of him can be said to be colorful, red, yellow, green. But there is no trace of black. In addition, the costumes of those people are also different. From armor to robes, and even the costumes of dancers, it is really a bit exaggerated. However, Itachi's robe does not look very abrupt among these strange costumes. Although I don't know why, this should be a place that is completely different from my original world. Watching a car pulled by a giant lizard running past him, Itachi became more determined in his guess. The most important task now is to collect information. Away from the road full of curious eyes, Itachi walked into an alley, found a relatively flat stone, sat down, and began to sort out the current information. At present, this is not my original world. It is a different world. But why am I here? There is no clue. This is also a matter of course. It took only 5 minutes from the time Itachi appeared in this world to the time he sat down in the alley. Not to mention the reason why he came to this world. He didn't even know where he was. But as of now, the language is the same. He had confirmed this when he was on the street before. Through the communication between passers-by, Itachi was sure that they used the same language as himself. As for currency, Itachi had learned a thing or two when he passed by a fruit stall just now. The items used by customers and vendors for transactions were copper coins. Although the material was the same, Itachi didn't think that the copper coins on his body could be used here. In addition to ordinary humans, there were some subhumans with animal characteristics or even completely animals on the street. Itachi initially thought that this was a first-class curse seal, but from the behavior of those subhumans, it can be seen that they were born like this. This is the only information I can grasp at present. Although he was in a completely unfamiliar world, Itachi's mind was as calm as ever. He knew that in this situation, it was absolutely unacceptable to lose his composure. It's not clear if this is another attack method of the enemy, so we can't let down our guard. Itachi stood up from the stone and turned to walk towards the street outside the alley. I wonder how Sasuke is doing now. Just as he was about to walk out of the alley, Itachi's body just brushed past the person who was about to walk in. He didn't care and just kept walking forward. Just as he was about to walk out of the alley, a hand suddenly grabbed his shoulder from behind and tried to drag him back to the alley. However, the man's attempt was unsuccessful. Itachi's strength was obviously superior to his. He looked back and saw a big man holding his shoulder with his right hand, followed by 2 companions. The 3 moved their positions and blocked the way out of the alley. Looking at their skillful movements, Itachi had concluded that these people were habitual highway robbers. I still have a long way to go. Please get out of the way. Get out of the way. You kid doesn't seem to have figured out your position yet. Forget it. Hurry up and hand over all the valuables to avoid physical pain. Sure enough, it was consistent with Itachi's judgment. He glanced at the 3 people. Those people had contemptuous smiles on their faces, and they were about 20 years old. One of them was carrying a knife. In other words, they were no match for him at all. But Itachi was not in the mood to waste time with them. After all, he needed to collect as much information about this world as possible, and he couldn't slow down because of a few gangsters. However, he might be able to get useful information from them. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I don't have any money on me. Huh, are you kidding us? Since you have no money, just leave your clothes. However, before the man finished speaking, Itachi punched him in the abdomen, and the strong punch made him fly several meters away and fall to the ground. After this punch, Itachi's offensive did not relax at all. He raised his right leg and kicked another robber against the wall, and the latter lost consciousness on the spot. The whole process took no more than 3 seconds, and only the strongest one was left in the 3 robbers. Seeing his 2 accomplices fall in an instant, the man rushed towards Itachi, intending to fight him to the death. However, Itachi only slightly turned sideways, and the man's attack fell in vain. Before the man could stand firm, Itachi swept his leg to make him lose his balance, and then pressed him against the wall. The man struggled hard, but Itachi's strength was far beyond his reach. However, the next second, the man's struggle changed from unwillingness to fear. He saw Itachi's eyes, the originally black eyes, turned red at some point, and there was a three-magatama pattern on them. The moment he saw these eyes, his consciousness was like being stripped from his body and fell into darkness. I see. Is this country called Lugnica? The illusion of the Sharingan allowed Itachi to read part of the man's memory, so that he had a better understanding of this world. At least now, we can rule out the enemy's attack. Sure enough, we have come to a different world. Itachi released the hand that was holding the robber, and the latter's consciousness had not yet recovered, and his limp body fell to the ground like mud. Just as Itachi was about to leave, a desperate cry came into the alley. The people over there, they're really blocking the way. Get out of the way. A small girl, with long golden hair swaying, hurried into the alley. The girl's red pupils revealed her determination, and her funny tiger teeth made her face more cute. Although she gave people a sense of pride, her pleasing appearance was enough to make her smile much more beautiful than ordinary people. Ah, it seems that I saw something very extraordinary. Anyway, I'm very busy now. You have to live strong. The girl said to the three people on the ground, and then waved to Itachi to apologize. She ran all the way through the alley, kicked hard on the wooden board at the end, grabbed the eaves above with her arms, climbed up the building as light as a swallow, and then disappeared. Chapter 2. The silver-haired maiden. The brief incident had not captured Itachi's attention. He glanced at the individuals on the ground, none of whom showed any signs of awakening. This, in essence, resolved a troublesome matter. Itachi adjusted his attire and turned to make his way out of the alley. Just as he took his first step, a melodious voice echoed from behind him. That is enough, scoundrel. Itachi turned to see a young girl standing at the entrance of the alley. Her silver hair was intricately woven and cascaded down to her waist, while her violet blue eyes exuded warmth and intelligence. Her features were youthful yet striking, radiating an innate sense of noble beauty. Standing at approximately 160 centimeters, she was notably shorter than Itachi. Her attire, predominantly white, bore minimal embellishments. Yet her flowing robe was striking, adorned with an enigmatic bird-like totem. I cannot overlook your arrogance. This must end here. Her voice was crisp and vibrant, making her presence hard to ignore. And you are? Itachi inquired, unfamiliar with the girl but sensing an inexplicable notion that she would play a crucial role in his journey within this world. I can forgive your words for now, as it was my oversight. Therefore, I urge you to return what you have stolen with grace. I do not comprehend what you are referring to. Please. That item is of utmost importance. I would be willing to exchange it for something else, but that particular item is non-negotiable. Her tone was nearly pleading. You seem to be mistaken. If you are in search of a thief, the girl who fled moments ago should be your target. Eh? Itachi pointed towards the rooftop at the end of the alley. She escaped in that direction. Given her speed, she should be 3 streets away by now. The girl locked eyes with Itachi, seemingly discerning the truth in his words. It appears he is not lying. So the thief truly went that way? I must pursue her immediately. She turned to leave, but paused. However, one matter must be settled. I cannot let your actions go unpunished. The girl turned back, extending her palm towards Itachi. In a dazzling display of light, a crystal of ice, roughly the size of a fist, manifested in her hand and hurtled towards him. Such a blatant attack posed no threat to Itachi. He simply evaded, causing the ice crystal to crash harmlessly into the ground behind him. Nevertheless, the attack startled him. Is this ninjutsu? No, she exhibited no signs of hand seals. It seems to be a power unique to this world. Itachi halted and faced the girl. Wait. You dodged. Her tone was laced with evident surprise. Allow me to explain. These 3 attempted to rob me, and I incapacitated them in self-defense, Itachi stated calmly. Is that so? But it is indeed true. This man does not lie. A neutral, elevated voice interjected, accompanied by a small feline creature perched on the girl's shoulder. A familiar. No, such beings should not exist in this world. Based on the information gleaned from the mind of the robber, Itachi deduced that the girl was an elven sorceress, and the small gray-furred cat was likely her familiar. My instincts were accurate. This man speaks the truth. Furthermore, he is not someone you can confront. The cat leaped from her shoulder into the girl's palm, its blue eyes studying Itachi intently. The girl's wariness eased slightly. I apologize. It seems I misjudged the situation. You must know the girl who stole my badge, then? No, I do not know her at all. Really? Is that true? The confident demeanor she had just displayed vanished in an instant, revealing her youthful vulnerability. Are we merely wasting our time? She asked the cat in her palm. Indeed, thieves do not wait for anyone. Each second we linger here only favors her escape. and given her speed, she must possess some unique advantage. Why does Parker seem so indifferent? You were the one who said I was useless, the girl retorted, observing the interaction between the girl and her feline companion. Itachi felt that this girl possessed vital information and could very well be the key to his departure from this world. Perhaps I should find a way to establish a connection with her. After a moment of contemplation, Itachi spoke, if you do not mind. I could assist you in locating the thief. The girl blinked in astonishment at his proposal. But you claim not to know that girl. True. But I have memorized her appearance and stature, which will aid in your search. A silence followed, but Itachi remained patient, recognizing that the girl was grappling with her thoughts. You are quite peculiar. Resting her chin in her hand, she regarded Itachi as if he were a rare specimen. However, I must inform you that I cannot offer you any reward. That is of no consequence. I am volunteering my assistance willingly. The girl appeared hesitantly uncertain. Accepting help from a stranger, especially one who had just been suspected of violence, was undoubtedly challenging. At some point, the small cat had returned to the girl's shoulder and gently poked her cheek with its paw. I sense no malice. Why not accept his help? After all, the capital is vast, and searching aimlessly without leads will yield little success. Moreover, the sun is setting. Once darkness falls, I will be unable to protect you. While it is uncertain whether we will encounter danger, having an additional ally is always beneficial. Is there a time limit on your existence as a familiar? Itachi concluded from the cat's remarks. The cat, sensing Itachi's thoughts, explained, as a familiar, sustaining my presence consumes a significant amount of mana. Thus, at night, I must retreat into my crystal to conserve energy for my daytime appearances. Ideally, I am visible from 9 in the morning until 5 in the evening. Mana. Akin to chakra, perhaps. While the cat elaborated, the girl continued her internal deliberation, voicing her distress. Nevertheless, she ultimately accepted Itachi's offer for assistance. Chapter 3. The time spent with you. Itachi gazed upwards, observing the sun's position. There remained a considerable stretch of time before dusk. This indicated that they still possessed ample opportunity to seek out clues. In such circumstances, the most effective method of gathering information would be to inquire with passersby. Regardless of the risk of alarming their quarry, swiftly amassing sufficient intelligence was essential for the pursuit ahead. Have you seen a girl? He asked, about this tall, with golden hair and red eyes, roughly 14 or 15 years of age. With this inquiry, Itachi followed the route taken by the thief, questioning several pedestrians. Although he did not receive unequivocal replies, he nonetheless gleaned the general direction of the thief's escape. During this process, Itachi also discerned a particular issue. The script of this world was foreign to him, appearing to him as incomprehensible scribbles. Perhaps we should start with introductions? I am still unaware of your name, the silver-haired girl remarked, breaking her silence. Indeed, Itachi's attire, coupled with his enigmatic aura, rendered him somewhat unapproachable. I am Uchiha Itachi. He replied. My name is Park. I look forward to our continued acquaintance, the girl responded, as a small feline spirit emerged from her flowing locks, floating in the air and waving its tiny paw at Itachi. He inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement, then turned to the girl, seemingly awaiting her introduction. Shitira. My name is Shitira, she finally said, and Itachi nodded in acknowledgement. The trio continued their journey, yet unbeknownst to them, Park muttered softly beneath Shitira's hair. How dull. After traversing a short distance, Shitira tugged at Itachi's sleeve. Itachi, she called. Following her gaze across the street, he spotted a small girl, alone and scanning her surroundings with an expression of panic. That child appears to be crying. She must have lost her family, Itachi remarked with a sense of detachment. What if, in the midst of our conversation, she suddenly runs off? Shitira's compassionate heart was unwavering. From any perspective, locating the lost child should take precedence. Yet, as Itachi gazed at the girl, distant memories stirred within him. Long ago, during his childhood, he had accidentally lost sight of Sasuke during their outing. When he finally found his brother, he could see the same anxiety etched upon Sasuke's face as he observed in the girl before him. He understood all too well the feeling of being abandoned by one's protector. If you choose not to assist, that is acceptable. I thank you for accompanying me this far. The matter beyond this point, I shall manage on my own. However, that girl, I shall not abandon her, Shitira declared resolutely. Sprinting towards the girl, watching her retreating figure, Itachi felt a shift within his heart. Rationally, he ought to press on in pursuit of clues, yet for reasons unknown. The image of his younger brother persisted in his mind, increasingly merging with that of the girl. Indeed, I cannot simply disregard her, Itachi sighed, turning to cross the street. Upon reaching the girl, it was evident that Shitira's attempts at communication were less than fruitful. The child's panic seemed to escalate, tears threatening to spill over. Upon Itachi's arrival, Shitira's face lit up with exaggerated surprise. Kneeling before the girl, Itachi offered a warm smile. Observing his gentle demeanor, the child's wariness appeared to wane. Watch closely, he instructed, extending his hand, from which a small flame materialized in his palm. The flame danced and ultimately transformed into a blossoming spark. As the girl beheld the flickering light, her expression shifted from anxiety to curiosity. Itachi effortlessly controlled the chakra to produce such a mesmerizing effect. Not only the girl, but Shitira too was entranced by the spectacle. What a marvelous magic! Such precise control over mana. Could Itachi be a formidable sorcerer? Well, one might say that, Itachi replied, lifting his hand to scatter the sparkling embers into the air. As the brilliant sparks illuminated the surroundings, a smile finally graced the girl's face, prompting her to engage with Itachi. So, you truly are separated from your family? Itachi rose, slightly bowing, and extended his hand towards her. The girl readily understood and grasped his hand with ease. Such proficiency, could it be that Itachi previously cared for children? Shitira marveled. Indeed, I possess some experience in that regard. The softness of the child's tiny hand conveyed a familiar sensation to Itachi, reminiscent of when he once held Sasuke's hand many years ago. Unexpectedly, the girl turned and extended her free hand towards Shitira. The girl's innocent smile caught Shitira off guard, but only for a fleeting moment. Taking a deep breath, Shitira clasped the girl's small hand. Rest assured, Big Sister will help you find your family. The girl nodded silently, and together, they walked forward, one on each side, unknowingly presenting themselves as a young family to the onlookers. As Itachi observed the pair beside him, a long-forgotten warmth surged within his heart. This feeling, it has been far too long, he pondered. How long had it been since he experienced such warmth? The sensation of being trusted and able to trust others had eluded him since that fateful night. Fortunately, their distinctive appearances made them easy to spot, and soon they located the girl's mother. Upon seeing her daughter safely returned by kind strangers, the anxious mother's furrowed brow relaxed, and she expressed her gratitude profusely. As the mother and daughter departed, Itachi turned to Shitira, who wore a delighted expression. What a roundabout journey we've taken. Indeed. Yet, perhaps this experience has lightened our spirits in our quest. Not only did we assist that young girl, but we may also find the badge, truly a double blessing. At her words, Itachi found himself momentarily speechless. This girl was the epitome of an idealist. However, this is quite agreeable. There were no underhanded schemes, no hidden rivalries, no mutual suspicion. Such ease was a luxury Itachi had long sought. Perhaps in this unfamiliar world, he could genuinely reclaim the life that had been stripped from him. Itachi, what troubles you? Shitira's concerned gaze pierced through his contemplation. Nothing of significance. Let us proceed. Itachi turned, moving toward the direction they had previously investigated. A hint of a smile now gracing his features. Chapter 4. The fenced-in of the slum. Once again, Yao gazed upwards at the sky, noticing that the sun was dipping lower on the horizon. This signified that their time was running short. Despite her somewhat fierce appearance, the girl was genuinely kind-hearted. As Shitira remarked to Yao, "Child?" Yao found himself puzzled by the peculiar term the young girl employed, for Shitira appeared to be no older than 17 or 18. Surely you must be younger than I am. That might disappoint you, for I am a half-elf. Shitira paused noticeably before uttering the term half-elf, as though she had mustered considerable courage to voice it. Yet, even so, Yao remained oblivious to the intent behind her declaration. Was it a boast? Or perhaps a means of self-validation? And so, Yao's lackluster response evoked a clear astonishment in the girl. I am indeed a half-elf, you know. You've mentioned that already. Yao replied, furrowing his brow in confusion as to why she fixated on her identity. Shitira's throat quivered, as if she wished to articulate something but ultimately swallowed her words. Covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The sudden shift in the girl's emotions left you momentarily taken aback, only to be distracted by Parker's little paw. The gray cat playfully slapped Yu's cheek with its soft paw, then proceeded to groom its whiskers. Did I say something wrong to upset her? Not at all. Quite the contrary. I am not striking you out of anger. Just as Yao intended to probe further, Shitira interrupted him. How annoying. Yao, you truly are a fool. Unable to comprehend the significance of her words, Yao sensed that there must be some hidden story behind her identity. In any case, they should hasten to search for the badge. With that, Shitira turned and hurried away, leaving Yao with only her silhouette. Yet, he could distinctly feel that her demeanor towards him had softened somewhat. While the notion of seeking the badge sounded simple, the execution proved to be quite challenging, especially in the bustling capital of Rugnica, with its population exceeding 300,000. Lacking any substantial leads, Yao and his companions could only press forward toward the vague direction. After all, remaining stagnant would yield no results. However, as they journeyed onward, the surroundings grew increasingly familiar. Yao realized that he had inadvertently circled back to the very street where he first appeared in this world. The style of the houses, the orientation of the streets, even the vendors by the roadside mirrored his memories with uncanny precision. Am I truly retracing my steps? Yao sighed softly. This indicated that their search had yielded no progress. What is wrong, Yao? Have we taken a wrong turn? Shitira inquired, her brow furrowed with concern as she glanced at him. Indeed. Let us inquire with that vendor over there, Yu suggested, striding toward the nearest fruit stall. The stall owner was a burly man with a face full of flesh and a fearsome scar cutting across his visage, appearing entirely mismatched with the fruit he sold. Hey there, young man. Looking to buy some fruit? The owner assumed you was a customer as he approached. No, I would like to ask you something. Huh? Why should I tell you anything? If you're not buying, then get lost. The owner's demeanor shifted abruptly upon realizing that Yao was not a potential customer. Just as he was about to persist, a familiar female voice reached his ears. Ah, you two are, from earlier? Following the voice, They were greeted by a woman they both recognized, the mother of the little girl. The child stood beside her, gazing up at Yu and Shatira with delight. What a surprise to see you here again. The woman smiled at Yao, who nodded in acknowledgement. Are you perhaps the benefactors who helped my daughter? The owner's expression was filled with disbelief. At this moment, Yao realized that the woman before him was indeed the owner's wife, and the little girl was their child. The girl released her mother's hand and pulled out 2 paper red flowers from her pocket, presenting one to each of them. Though her technique was unrefined, it was evident that the girl had poured much thought into this gift. Please accept these. My daughter wishes to express her gratitude, the woman said to them. As the girl quickly darted back behind her father, shyly observing them, Yao smiled and replied, Thank you. I will cherish this. He tucked the paper flower into his pocket, while Shatira pinned hers onto her white robe. The fruit stall owner cleared his throat awkwardly and said, You are my daughter's benefactors. Feel free to ask me anything. Shatira glanced at Yao, her radiant expression making it hard to miss her eagerness to take credit. After a while, the two found themselves in a desolate and silent area, although it was less than a 10-minute walk from the previous street. The atmosphere was starkly different from the earlier vibrance. According to the stall owner, this was indeed the place. Yao surveyed the surroundings, where the dilapidation signified its identity as a slum. Let us split up. It will be more efficient this way. Yao glanced at the setting sun, its yellow light casting a dim glow over the earth. Let us reconvene here after retrieving the badge. All right, do take care, Yao. Shatira said as she headed in one direction, while Yao proceeded in the opposite. Along the way, Yao encountered several residents, but they merely watched from a distance, retreating into their homes at the sight of his approach. This was hardly surprising. Compared to the tattered garments of the slum dwellers, Yao's attire was too pristine, creating an unintentional divide between them. At last, he encountered a resident who did not flee, although he did not run away immediately. The wariness in the man's eyes was unmistakable. Please don't worry. I am merely searching for a friend. Yao spoke in as friendly a tone as possible. A blonde girl with red eyes, around 14 or 15 years old. Do you know where she lives? A blonde girl of that age. Could it be Philip? The man's caution seemed to ease upon hearing you mention he was looking for an acquaintance. You know her? Of course. Her house is just a couple of alleys ahead. Thank you. Yao nodded and turned toward the direction indicated. After navigating a dark alley and crossing a nearly dried-up puddle, Yao brushed past a woman clad in black. For a fleeting moment, even that brief encounter allowed Yao to sense a palpable aura of menace emanating from her. Such a presence was not typical of an ordinary criminal. It suggested a person who had taken many lives. To avoid alarming anyone, Yao refrained from reacting, but silently heightened his vigilance. Approximately 5 minutes later, Yao arrived before a dilapidated house. It appears this is indeed the residence of Philip, he mused, observing the worn wooden structure when a voice called out from behind him. Hey, what are you doing staring at someone else's home, young man? Turning, Yao was met by the bright red eyes of a petite blonde girl. Undoubtedly, this was the thief who had stolen the badge, Philip. Chapter 5 Negotiation. As he gazed upon the somewhat disheveled girl before him, Itachi began to ponder how he might retrieve the badge from her grasp. To seize it outright would surely incite a considerable uproar. It seems I must approach this from a merchant's perspective instead. Hey, what does that expression of yours mean? Are you looking down on a dirty little girl? No, I have specifically come to seek you out. Seek me out. What's going on? So, you are a client, then. If you wish to commission a theft, a deposit is required, and additional fees will be imposed based on the quality of the item. However, you don't appear to be from around here. Indeed, I am not. I have heard that you recently pilfered a badge. What? How do you know that? I should have kept my mouth shut. Even if you heard it, that was too fast. I was merely tasked by the rightful owner to retrieve the badge. Upon hearing this, the girl immediately became wary, her fingers twitching as a small knife seemingly materialized in her hand. So, what do you intend to do? Snatch it away? No. I wish to know how much your original employer paid you. What? Do you plan to buy it? Just so you know, if your offer is lower than the original, then we have nothing to discuss. She is deliberately concealing the original price to manipulate the offer upwards. The girl before Itachi was more astute than he had anticipated. Rather than being merely clever, she was cunning. However, Itachi was currently quite unfamiliar with the monetary values of this world. Making a blind offer would only backfire. After checking his belongings, Itachi realized he possessed nothing of significant value. Aside from shuriken and kunai, all that remained were explosive tags. The only item that might hold some worth was the ring on his right hand's ring finger, inscribed with vermilion. This ring was a token distributed to him upon joining the Akatsuki as a spy. Although Itachi was not well versed in jewelry, he believed the ring was adorned with jade. Yet, he had no way of knowing its quality or value. In truth, he could easily use Jinjutsu to compel the girl to surrender the badge willingly. However, upon seeing her frail form, a result of malnutrition, he found himself unable to do so. Having distanced himself from that dark past, Itachi's heart had undergone a subtle transformation. Hey, do you think glaring at me will make me hand over the badge? Seeing Itachi fall into silence, the girl spoke with irritation. Apologies. Itachi removed the ring from his right hand and presented it before her. How about we exchange this? Exchange? at the sight of something that was not tangible currency. The girl's interest waned significantly. This is jewelry, right? I know nothing of jewelry, how would I know its worth? Seeing her lack of interest in the ring, Itachi found himself in a bit of a quandary. Well, never mind. Since you made the effort to come, I suppose I can help you. The house behind you is a pawnshop. The eccentric old man who resides there has a keen eye for items. You can let him appraise it. The girl pointed towards the dilapidated building, then gestured for Itachi to step aside. She approached the door and knocked. To deal with a large rat? A low-aged voice emerged from within. Use poison, the girl replied, clearly a code between the two. To deal with a white whale? Use fishhooks. And what about us? The esteemed dragons? Go eat dung. With a creaking sound, the decayed wooden door swung open, revealing a towering old man before them. Oh, Romu. I brought a client back. A client, you say? Come in. The elderly man, referred to as Romu by the girl, stepped aside to allow them entry. Once inside, the girl expertly made her way behind the counter and retrieved a bottle of milk. This bottle hasn't even been warmed. It's completely cold, she complained, yet proceeded to pour the milk into a cup and began sipping it. At least you have something to drink, you shameless little brat, Romu scolded her. Though his tone suggested he was not genuinely angry. Now, young man, you are here to conduct business, correct? Romu turned to Itachi. Please, take a seat. Itachi approached an aged wooden table and settled into a matching chair, sliding the ring toward Romu. Old man, may I trouble you to appraise this ring? Romu picked up the ring, scrutinizing it closely, holding it up to the sunlight and examining it from various angles. The girl watched curiously while sipping her milk. The gem on this ring, I cannot ascertain its type. It must be exceedingly rare. Yet, judging by its quality, it is worth at least 25 sacred coins. If sold at auction, the price would be even higher. Upon hearing Romu's appraisal, the girl's eyes sparkled with delight. Itachi turned to her and inquired, Are you satisfied with this price? Let us not discuss that for now. Young man, did your employer not provide you with a single coin for the retrieval of the badge? Must you resort to trading your own possessions? The girl questioned. Her unexpected inquiry caught Itachi off guard, but he quickly formulated a response. The original arrangement involved using force. However, I have always abhorred such methods. Hence I opted for an approach that benefits all. Such bravado. With your build, not only Romu but even I could easily overpower you, the girl scoffed. But since you are willing to negotiate, I shall consider you a client. At this juncture, the girl suddenly donned a sly expression. One that was entirely incongruous with her cherubic visage. Is this badge truly so valuable that you would exchange it for such a precious piece of jewelry? Let me be blunt. The previous buyer offered 10 sacred coins, and you've raised the price to 25. This implies that the badge is likely worth even more. Itachi observed the girl before him, her merchant's shrewdness unmistakable. Moreover, selling the item without consulting the original employer would tarnish his reputation. Just as Itachi prepared to continue negotiating, a knock at the door interrupted their discussion. Who is it? Romu inquired, glancing toward the door. It is likely my client, though they have arrived a bit early. The girl replied, moving to the door and placing her hand on the doorknob. As the door swung open, the setting sun's rays illuminated the room, and a silvery figure stepped inside. Wonderful. I knew you would be here. This time, I shall not let you escape, Shitira declared, her face taut as she addressed the girl before her. Chapter 6. Enemy attack. As Philut stood before the unexpectedly arrived Shitira, astonishment washed over him. What is happening? Isn't she your employer? Why has she come here in person? Philut questioned Itachi sharply. Shitira, taken aback, glanced at Itachi, who had arrived before her, and was about to speak when Itachi silenced her with a mere look. My employer and I agreed that if negotiations exceeded a certain time limit, she would intervene personally. Itachi explained calmly. Are we going to fight? Philut retreated a step, his hand instinctively moving towards the knife at his waist. No. The negotiations will proceed. But my employer will take over, Itachi replied. You seem to have it easy making money. Philut returned to his seat, though he still appeared somewhat vigilant. Shitira quickly approached Itachi's side and whispered, Itachi, what is going on? I had intended to barter to reclaim the badge, but this girl is more greedy than I anticipated. Itachi responded softly. Upon hearing this, Shitira suddenly slammed her hand on the table, her voice tinged with frustration. Listen well, that badge does not belong to you. And it is of great importance to me. If you return it willingly, I will not harm you. TSK, after all this talk, you still want to fight. Philut rose, his body tense. This girl is far too impulsive, Itachi thought. In just a few short exchanges, she had undone the progress he had painstakingly made in their earlier negotiations. Step back, Philut. Lord Ram stood up from his chair, a wooden stick having appeared in his hand at some point, confronting Shitira, who had conjured icy spikes. However, his grip on the stick seemed unsteady, hinting at confusion. What's wrong, Lord Ram? You aren't backing down before the fight has even begun, are you? Philut inquired, noticing Ram's unusual demeanor. No, I am not one to flinch before a mere sorceress. But miss, you are an elf, aren't you? Partially correct. I am only half-elf. A silver-haired half-elf could it be? Just a coincidence. I find this troublesome as well. It seemed that Itachi's suspicions were accurate. This identity indeed concealed certain troubling information. Just as the two faced off, Itachi's peripheral vision caught a shadow stealthily approaching Shitira. In an instant, several shurikens flew from Itachi's hand, aimed at the shadow. Almost simultaneously, Parker's defensive magic appeared behind Shitira. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing echoed as Itachi's shurikens were intercepted by the shadow, dissipating its assault. Quite the quick reflexes, Itachi. Parker emerged from the gym, praising him. I nearly missed my chance. Shitira leaped away from her former position, turning to face the threat. An elf. How wonderful. I have never dissected an elf before. The voice of the attacker echoed as her figure emerged from the shadows. Hey, what are you trying to do? Philid's furious voice resonated throughout the building. Your job was to bring me here to purchase that badge, right? Why attempt to slaughter everyone here? Precisely. However, if the owner is present, the deal is off. Therefore, I have decided to turn this place into a sea of blood. The woman's murderous gaze swept over everyone present, finally resting on Philid, seemingly relishing in her fear. After all, it was you who failed to complete the task. If you are killed, you have no one to blame but yourself, she remarked, twirling her wrist as a curved blade materialized in her hand. Transform this place into a sea of blood and return the badge from it. That is my current mission. Stay alert, Itachi warned Shitira, who nodded in acknowledgement. Just as the woman prepared to strike, she sensed something amiss. Looking up, she found over 20 icy spikes hovering above her head. I haven't introduced myself yet, miss. My name is Parker. Even if it is only a name, please take it with you to hell. In the next moment, the spikes descended like bullets, unleashing a flurry of icy mist. Itachi fixed his gaze on the billowing white fog, observing that the previous attack had not inflicted any significant harm on the woman. Initially, he had found her heavy attire cumbersome, but it now seemed a prudent decision. The woman cast aside her cloak, revealing only a tight, black outfit beneath. A spell capable of warding off demons. Thanks to it, I have salvaged my life. With that, the woman surged forward with extraordinary speed. Step back. Itachi shoved Shitira aside, only to be struck by the curved blade. Itachi! Shitira cried out in alarm. However, the body that had been struck did not spill blood. Instead, it transformed into a flock of crows that scattered in all directions. A diversion spell? The woman did not pause for a moment, twisting her blade to deflect the kunai that came from her side. Very clever. If only you could mask your killing intent. Is that so? Itachi's voice emanated from an unexpected direction. Turning to look, the woman saw Itachi standing not far away. Yet, the figure attacking her with the kunai was undoubtedly Itachi's form. No, more accurately, it was Itachi's shadow clone. As he cast the substitution technique, using the crows to distract her, he had already released the shadow clone. Shadow clone. Explosion. A deafening boom erupted as Itachi's shadow clone detonated, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. The shockwave from the explosion forced Shitira to shield her face with her arm. What just happened? Did two Itachis appear? Shitira was utterly baffled by the unfolding situation. Don't let your guard down. She hasn't been defeated yet, Itachi urged Shitira. Taking advantage of the smoke, the dark figure lunged at Shitira. Just as the explosion occurred, the woman had swiftly retreated. Though she sustained some superficial injuries, they were insignificant to her. Do not underestimate elven sorceresses. Faced with the woman's fierce assault, Shitira quickly conjured several layers of ice shields before her to block the attack. The woman rolled backward to evade, pursued relentlessly by Parker's icy spikes. This exemplified the terrifying aspect of elven sorcery. Even while focusing on defense, the elf could launch effective counterattacks against the enemy. It was akin to a 2-on-1 fight. With swift strikes, the woman severed the ice spikes, only to be met with Itachi's close-quarters assault. Kunai clashed with the curved blade, sparking a shower of sparks. The woman smirked as her gaze, filled with murderous intent, locked onto Itachi, who had activated his Sharingan. Impressive technique. I am beginning to take an interest in you. With that, the woman unleashed a flurry of slashes, forcing Itachi to retreat. The two stood face to face, locked in a tense standoff. Chapter 7. The Intestine Hunter in the Realm of Skilled Combatants. Encounters are characterized by immobility akin to mountains and movements as fierce as thunder. At this moment, neither party is inclined to make the first move, each waiting for the other to initiate an attack or reveal a vulnerability. At last, Itachi makes the first advance. The kunai collides with the curved blade, and leveraging the recoil, Itachi leaps into the air, forming seals with a speed beyond the comprehension of ordinary eyes. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Flames erupt from his mouth, entwining the thrown shuriken like scattered seeds of the phoenix flower, hurtling towards the woman, evading the scattered flames. The woman glides along the ground with an ethereal grace, once more lunging at Itachi with her blade. The metallic clash reverberates again as kunai and curved blade dance in the dark, their sharp edges reflecting a cold glimmer, painting the air with their lethal artistry. Marvelous. It has been so long since I felt such exhilaration. You truly possess formidable strength, she exclaims, her voice laced with excitement as her strikes grow increasingly frenzied. Seizing the moment, she delivers a powerful blow that forces Itachi to retreat. I find myself increasingly eager to dissect your abdomen, she taunts. Itachi steadies himself, forming seals with a single hand. The chakra converges in his throat, transforming into a massive inferno that threatens to engulf the entire dwelling. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. The heat surges, and the woman, taken aback by the sudden eruption of flames, evades along the wall as if defying gravity. The fire explodes behind her, nearly enveloping half of the room. Got you. The woman rushes towards Itachi, plunging her blade through his abdomen. Come, let me see what splendid color your entrails possess. Perhaps you should first take a good look at yourself, Itachi retorts, and the woman gasps in surprise. The body she just pierced dissipates into a flock of crows, their raucous caws echoing in her ears as the dark birds swirl around her. Since earlier, she had remained stationary. Did you do something, Itachi? Shatira's voice pulled the woman back to reality. It was only then that she realized she had not moved an inch. Thus, the fierce battle that had just transpired was merely an illusion. Gazing into Itachi's crimson eyes, the woman reveals a slightly deranged smile. I see, it is those eyes. Isn't it? Itachi remains silent, fixating on her. So long as I do not gaze into your eyes, I shall be unharmed. With that, she shuts her eyes. Though attacking solely by sound may prove troublesome, it is manageable. 1 against 5, and without sight. What makes you think you can prevail? Philip's voice trembles slightly. Yet the fear has lessened. I am quite confident in my abilities. And, as she speaks, she suddenly reverses her grip on the curved blade and executes a swift slash, severing the wooden stick that comes whistling from behind, then striking at the ambushing Ram. You cannot distract me with your words. Ram. Philip cries out, watching the blade approach Ram's throat with alarming proximity. Do not let it succeed. Shatira conjures an ice spike, sending a crystalline projectile swiftly towards the blade. However, the woman's strike is incredibly swift. Even though the ice alters its intended trajectory, it still leaves a deep gash on Ram's throat. Realizing this, Itachi rushes forward, shielding the severely injured Ram with a barrage of ice crystals. Now, it is 1 against 4, the woman announces with a faint smile. Though it is unfortunate to lose the spirit, the situation seems to be turning in my favor. She swings her curved blade again, charging towards Itachi with astonishing speed. Itachi counters with his kunai and turns to Shatira. Tend to Ram's wounds. I will handle this. But can you manage alone? Follow my instructions. Do not look around during battle. The woman exerts force with her blade, causing sparks to fly as the clash intensifies. Observing the fierce struggle between Itachi and the woman, Shatira hesitates, but ultimately decides to heed Itachi's words and moves to heal Ram. And Philip, wait for the opportune moment to escape. Itachi swiftly addresses Philip, who protests vehemently. What? You mean for me to scurry away like a coward? Listen closely. This opponent is exceptionally powerful and ruthless. She may strike you without warning, and I cannot guarantee your safety. With that, Itachi lunges forward once more, bracing himself for another onslaught from the woman. Even with her eyes closed and the support of his Sharingan, Itachi feels a slight strain. This woman is indeed an extraordinarily dangerous adversary. Seizing a fleeting opportunity amidst her attack, Itachi swiftly forms seals. A torrent of water materializes, gradually coalescing into the shape of a dragon. Water release, water dragon jutsu. The woman, caught off guard, is propelled backward by the forceful surge of water. Now, quickly escape. Itachi urges Philip. Clenching her teeth, Philip darts away as if propelled by a spring. Do you think I will allow you to flee? The woman, regaining her balance from the water's impact, retrieves a fallen shuriken and hurls it towards Philip's retreating form. Yet, in a burst of sparks, Itachi's kunai intercepts it mid-air. Your opponent is me. Now it is 1 against 1, the woman declares, stabilizing her stance and offering a slight bow to Itachi before raising her blade, its sharp tip aimed at his abdomen. The intestine hunter, Elsa Grandstilt. Upon hearing her name, Itachi responds, Uchiha Itachi. With a flick of his wrist, several shuriken materialize in Itachi's hand, which he flings into the air before charging forward with his kunai. Have you lost the ability to aim? Elsa swings her blade, attuned to the currents of the air, ready to meet Itachi's challenge. Chapter 8. Reinhardt, however, the shurikens thrown by Itachi were not cast aimlessly. They collided and rebounded off one another, ultimately sending several flying towards Elsa's back at impossible angles. You still possess such skills. Elsa lowered her body, swiftly dodging to the side at an almost ground-level angle. Using the support of the wall, she charged once more towards Itachi, with the shuriken technique failing to land. Itachi promptly adjusted his angle to meet Elsa's blade. Another brief encounter ensued, with both retreating a step. From the moment he arrived in this world, Itachi sensed that his chakra had been diluted by some unknown force. This implied that his body now contained not only his own chakra, but also an unfamiliar energy. Yet, he was unable to fully harness this newfound energy. Given enough time, he might master it. For now, however, this energy merely disrupted his chakra flow, preventing him from activating the Sharingan or employing ninjutsu extensively. With the current amount of chakra, I can still perform one powerful ninjutsu, Itachi mused. This will determine the outcome in the next round. He hurled another shuriken while simultaneously using the momentary distraction to release a shadow clone, concealing himself in the shadows. Elsa knocked down all the shurikens and quickly turned to confront Itachi's clone. The clone affixed an explosive tag to a kunai and threw it with force. Focused on the kunai's trajectory, Elsa disregarded the small piece of paper, merely shifting to the side as the kunai grazed her cheek. Boom. The explosive tag detonated instantaneously, engulfing a wide area in a fierce blaze and thick smoke. However, Elsa, having learned from her earlier experience, anticipated that Itachi's attack must conceal a hidden tactic. As the kunai flew by, she rolled to evade. Right here then, Elsa's curved blade shot forth, aimed directly at the clone, while she drew a second blade from her person, thrusting it into the shadows. The blade penetrated flesh but only met a flurry of crows. In that fleeting moment, as Elsa approached, Itachi left a crow clone in his place, using its cover to execute the body flicker technique to shift positions. Though Elsa's reflexes were as keen as a beast's, Itachi still managed to outpace her. At this juncture, he positioned himself behind her, having completed his hand seals. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. A colossal flame manifested as a dragon's head, striking in conclusion, Uchiha Itachi. It was thus before, and it shall remain so in the future. Chapter 9. The moon observes the flesh hunter was repelled, and everyone was spared from harm. Thus, the story reached its conclusion, culminating in a perfect ending. Itachi brushed his fingers against the tear in his garment. Only the robe had been damaged. The clothing beneath remained intact. It seems I have not entirely evaded the danger, he sighed, realizing that the disruption of his chakra had far greater repercussions than he had anticipated. Not only was the execution of his jutsu affected, but his physical movements had also slowed considerably. Nevertheless, this was not a grave concern. Itachi understood that he merely required a moment to acclimate to the unfamiliar energy coursing within him. Yet at present, he found himself in a state of exhaustion, both in chakra and stamina. He retrieved the soul chair that had survived the recent battle and settled into it. I suppose a brief respite is in order. With his eyes gently closed, Itachi began to meditate, concentrating on refining his chakra. During the previous encounter, he had to expend additional chakra to separate it from the chaotic energy, resulting in a consumption level that was severfold greater than usual for casting a single jutsu. Itachi? Are you all right? You seem quite fatigued. Amelia's concerned voice reached his ears. However, fully engrossed in his chakra cultivation, Itachi could not afford to divert his attention to respond, merely gesturing with a hand to indicate that he was fine. Is that so? How fortunate amidst the misfortune. Reinhardt's expression was one of deep remorse. He had not only failed to participate in the battle against the flesh hunter, but also had not fulfilled his duties as a knight. Due to my negligence, Lady Amelia has found herself in such peril. I am willing to accept any punishment. He knelt on one knee, his sword poised upon his left knee, a knight's ultimate sign of apology. Do not dwell on it. Though you arrived late, you still came to assist. Moreover, I sustained no injuries. Amelia showed no sign of reproach towards Reinhardt. If you truly wish to express your contrition, do so once he is fully rested. After all, in your absence, he took on the responsibilities of a knight. Reinhardt paused, momentarily taken aback, before a faint smile emerged. Of course, I shall personally convey my gratitude to him. Is this a matter of temperament? Reinhardt pondered, reflecting on his own narrow-mindedness. His name, Itachi, is it not? It does not sound like a name from our country. Now that you mention it, you're correct. I had not paid much attention. Uchiha Itachi. I do not believe I have ever heard such a name before. Amelia rested her chin on her hand, appearing contemplative. Nevertheless, it is likely just an unusual name. He risked his life to save me, and I cannot believe he harbors any ill intentions. Indeed. But how do you intend to address his identity? If you do not mind, I could invite him to my humble abode. No need. After all, he is my benefactor. I shall take him home. Will Lord Roswell of the Border mind? That pervert wouldn't dare say anything. Reinhardt chuckled resignedly, marking the end of their conversation. Amelia turned to approach the side where Philip was tending to Rom. The latter, upon seeing Amelia, instinctively lowered her head, unable to meet her gaze. Do not worry. I shall not harm you, nor will I incite my brother to apprehend you. Philip bit her lip, cautiously lifting her head to meet Amelia's gentle gaze. I thought you would scold me. Had it been earlier, I might have done so. However, for Itachi's sake, let us consider it forgiven. I am sorry. I will return your badge. Philip rose, reaching into her pocket to retrieve the badge. Here, take it back. Since it is such an important item, you must keep it safe and not let it be stolen again. Yet, at that moment, as Philip produced the badge, Reinhardt's previously cheerful demeanor abruptly stiffened. The badge, without a doubt, emitted a faint red glow in Philip's hand. In a swift motion, Reinhardt approached her and seized her wrist. Ouch! What are you doing? The captured Philip winced in pain, struggling to free herself. However, Reinhardt's strength was beyond her expectations, and she found herself unable to escape. How could this be? A soft murmur escaped Reinhardt's lips. Wait, Reinhardt. Though I do not know the reason, you are not intending to arrest this girl, are you? Amelia spoke with urgency. No. My concern lies not with that matter. He gazed down at Philip, entirely oblivious to the rudeness of his previous demeanor, having lost interest in such trivialities. What is your name? Phi, Philip. Your surname? I am an orphan. How could I possibly have a surname? As for my age, I am 15 this year. Now, please let me go. Philip struggled once more, but ultimately in vain. I apologize, Lady Amelia. I must take this child with me. May I inquire as to why? Is it to punish her for stealing the badge? No. It is of greater importance. Reinhardt swiftly struck the nape of Philip's neck, rendering her shoulders weak and her head drooping helplessly. This is truly unbecoming of a knight. I apologize, but I have no choice. Reinhardt cradled Philip in his arms, gently retrieving the badge from her grasp and returning it to Amelia. I entrust Itachi's care to you. With that, he departed from the ruins, carrying Philip away. Following this, he would call for knights to escort Amelia back, tidy the scene, and issue a bounty for the flesh hunter. As Reinhardt gazed at the girl, now asleep in his arms, her golden hair danced softly in the night breeze, and her dust-covered face, with a little care, would undoubtedly reveal a charming beauty. Walking through the deserted streets, the image of Itachi gradually materialized in his thoughts. A figure whose origins were unknown, judging by the destruction he left behind. He was undoubtedly a formidable sorcerer, Reinhardt mused. However, one who would risk so much to assist Lady Amelia must surely possess a noble heart. The moon shone brightly, its clear light enveloping the city of Ludnica and casting Reinhardt's shadow long upon the streets. Meanwhile, a carriage carried Amelia and Uchiha Itachi away toward the horizon. This may indeed be the last occasion to quietly enjoy the moonlight. Reinhardt's murmurs reached only the luminous moon in the night sky. Thus, Itachi's extraordinary journey in this new world officially commenced. Chapter 10. The maiden in the library. As Itachi opened his eyes, the artificial glow of a white ceiling greeted him. Judging by the sensations in his body, he found himself resting upon a bed of considerable quality. His garments had been inexplicably changed. He now wore a gray bathrobe-like attire. He recalled departing the capital in a carriage alongside Amelia when an overwhelming wave of fatigue suddenly engulfed him, compelling him into slumber. After that moment, his memories became a blur. Itachi vividly remembered the scene as the fatigue washed over him. The tangible reality before him abruptly peeled away, leaving only an abyss of darkness. From that obscurity, gentle hands emerged, enveloping his form. Is this an illusion? Itachi's initial thought was swiftly dismissed, for his mastery of genjutsu led him to reject that possibility. What he experienced resembled not an illusion, but rather a spatial ninjutsu. Following the embrace of those hands, a soft voice floated to his ears, akin to a whispering breeze. You must come to kill me. With that, Itachi's consciousness surrendered to darkness. Upon awakening once more, he found himself in the same surroundings as before. He gazed out the window, where the inky night sky indicated the current hour. However, he could only ascertain that it was nighttime, whether it was early or late. He could not discern. Realizing that contemplating the time was futile, Itachi resolved to ascertain his location. Rising from the bed, he opened the door and stepped into the corridor beyond. Before him lay an elongated corridor, unmistakably the hallmark of an affluent household. As he strolled down the passage, Itachi began to scrutinize the architecture. The corridor boasted opulent decor, with an array of ornaments lining one side and numerous paintings adorning the opposite wall. It appears the owner possesses a discerning taste, Itachi mused, continuing forward. However, it was not long before he sensed something amiss. A particular painting caught his eye. It was one he had seen mere moments ago. The existence of two identical artworks indicated a singular possibility. A barrier, perhaps, with his Sharingan. Itachi was largely impervious to illusions. Eliminating that option left only the anomaly of space itself. One capable of erecting such a barrier would likely position the exit. With a decisive push, he opened the door to the initial room once more. What an infuriating individual. Behind the door, in an unfamiliar library, a curly-haired girl glared at Itachi with evident annoyance. The space behind the door bore no resemblance to the chamber he had just occupied. Countless books were meticulously arranged upon wooden shelves, and though the inscriptions on the spines were foreign to him, the sheer presence of the collection was awe-inspiring. You are so rude as to inquire my name without introducing yourself first? The girl chided. My apologies. I am Itachi Uchiha. After introducing himself, Itachi took a moment to appraise the girl before him. She appeared younger than Philuta, perhaps only 11 or 12 years old, and her pink attire complemented her adorable visage splendidly. Her long hair was styled in European curls, enhancing her doll-like appearance. What a peculiar name. The girl seemed unfazed by Itachi's introduction, but retained a hint of displeasure. To have your barriers so easily breached by someone like you. How disappointing. If I were in the shoes of the architect, I would have set the exit in a similar manner. Moreover, demanding an introduction from another without offering one's own is also quite impolite, wouldn't you agree? Itachi cleverly countered, seeking to extract the girl's name. Humph. Betty does not require your lessons. The girl, identifying herself as Betty, set her book aside and met Itachi's gaze. My name is Beatrice. Are you satisfied now? Having exchanged names, Itachi inquired. Now that we are acquainted, might you enlighten me about this place? You truly are bothersome. This is Betty's room and study. No, I mean the estate. Are you its owner? Not at all. Really, why should Beatrice answer so many of your questions? Beatrice pouted, clearly still miffed at Itachi's effortless dismantling of her barrier. Unless you wish for me to teach you a lesson, you should depart quickly. Beatrice is quite busy. Faced with Beatrice's threat, Itachi remained noncommittal. He approached a nearby bookshelf and began to browse the volumes. Despite the shared language, he found the text completely incomprehensible. Do you not have the decency to listen? Beatrice leaped down from the wooden step stool and approached Itachi with measured steps. My patience has its limits. You must grasp the gravity of your situation. As Itachi turned, he found Beatrice merely a step away. She extended a hand, her fingertips gliding gently across his chest, finally resting over his heart. Do you have anything else to say? Itachi regarded the diminutive girl, perplexed by her intentions. Yet, in the next moment, he felt a peculiar sensation within his body. Something that disrupted the flow of his chakra was swiftly departing. How strange. Beatrice hesitated, retracting her hand. The mana within you flows erratically, almost as if it has ceased entirely. I should have extracted all of your mana, yet you appear unaffected. Itachi too was bewildered by the occurrence, yet Beatrice's words hinted that the energy obstructing his chakra was called mana. Now, with Beatrice having siphoned it from him, his chakra could flow as it once had. In essence, she had inadvertently aided him. Though I am loath to admit it, you have piqued my curiosity just a tad. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Beatrice's eyes. Amelia has certainly returned with quite the conundrum. For today, I shall let you off the hook. Return to your own chamber. With a snap of her fingers, a pitch-black portal materialized beneath Itachi's feet. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he tumbled through the void, reappearing in the room where he had previously rested. Spatial ninjutsu. No, it must be a similar effect. Itachi reclined back onto the bed, feeling the flow of his chakra within. It had returned to normal, albeit still somewhat diminished. However, he knew it would stabilize with time. Having serendipitously resolved this dilemma, Itachi exhaled in relief. At the very least, this will suffice to face more perilous circumstances. The enigmatic girl, the endless corridor, and the vast library. These encounters exceeded the bounds of his understanding. I shall inquire about the earlier events with Amelia tomorrow. With that thought, Itachi closed his eyes, surrendering once more to slumber. Chapter 11. Entering the mansion. Oh, you've awakened, sister. Yes, I have awakened, Remington. As I opened my eyes once more, the first sounds that reached my ears were two voices, identical in tone. The bright sunlight streamed into the room, clearly indicating that morning had arrived. I sat up in bed, and my gaze fell upon two girls standing on either side of the bed. Their almost identical charming appearances and similarly styled clothing revealed that they were twins. Aside from their resemblance, the only distinguishing features were their hair and eye colors. The one referred to as sister possessed hair and eyes of a rosy hue, while the other had a sky blue tint. However, what captured my attention most was their attire. In my recollection, I had never encountered such a fashion. The dress, predominantly black, was deliberately designed to expose the shoulders. The fitted yet not constricting garment accentuated the wearer's slender figures exquisitely. The girl I had previously met in the library, who introduced herself as Beatrice, also donned a similar dress. Yet, I was still unfamiliar with such styles. Judging by their accompanying aprons, it was reasonable to conclude that the two were servants of this mansion. What time is it now? I inquired of the rosy-haired maid. It is now nearly 7 o'clock in the morning, esteemed guest. 7 o'clock. That would be around 7 in the morning, I presume. Although I did not understand why the sisters felt compelled to answer simultaneously, I paid it little mind. Could you kindly inform me of my current location? The maid's sisters exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was the sky-blue-haired maid who responded to my inquiry. You are presently within the territory of Lord Roswell L. Mathers, the Baron of the Borderlands. This is the guest room of his mansion, the Baron of the Borderlands. Considering the information I had received earlier, since it was Amelia who brought me to this place, it implied a connection between her and this nobleman. Where is Amelia now? I am right here. As soon as the words left my mouth, a silver-haired girl pushed open the door and entered. You woke up earlier than I expected, Itachi. I heard that Beatrice played a prank on you last night, and I was somewhat concerned. So I came to check on you. My body is in good condition, and I appreciate your healing. There's no need to mention it. I'm glad to hear that. By the way, I was about to head to the garden to perform my daily tasks. Would you like to join me? Are you referring to watering the flower bed? It's somewhat different. It's about communicating with the spirits. Engaging with those children each morning is also one of my contractual obligations with them. Spirits. Upon hearing this term, the first thought that came to mind was of Puck, the gray cat-like creature that accompanied Amelia. This presented an opportunity to gain further insight into this place and the world, while also allowing me to stretch my limbs. Thus, I agreed. By the way, where are my clothes? I asked one of the maids. The guest's clothing. Do you mean that torn black fabric? Yes. That outfit is rather damaged and quite dirty. It is currently being repaired for you. Upon hearing this, I realized that my clothes would not be returned to me anytime soon. However, the attire I was currently wearing was passable, so I followed Amelia to the garden. Upon stepping outside, an expansive vista unfolded before my eyes. Although I had encountered similar courtyards in the past, I had never seen one of such magnitude. Amelia retrieved a green gem from her chest. This stone, I recognize it as Puck's crystal. Indeed, your memory is quite sharp. With a flash of light, the gray cat reappeared before us. Good morning, Puck. I apologize for putting you through such trouble yesterday. Good morning, Amelia and Itachi. The situation yesterday was so dire that I nearly lost you, thanks to Itachi. Puck rubbed his furry cheek and then turned to me. I must express my gratitude properly. Is there anything you desire? I will do my utmost to fulfill it within my capabilities. Faced with Puck's offer, I hesitated momentarily. What is most needed in this foreign land? Money? Knowledge? No. At this moment, what mattered most was a place to stay and dependable companions. Ever since joining the Akatsuki, I had contemplated this question. Relying solely on myself to resolve everything had proven futile. Collaboration with companions to fulfill our respective duties was essential. I am pleased to receive your gratitude. There is no need for a reward. Are you certain? Don't you want to reconsider? Despite my small stature, I am quite capable. Amelia appeared somewhat taken aback by my refusal of the reward. Accepting a reward would signify the conclusion of my assistance to Amelia, while declining would yield the invaluable essence of favor. A favor from someone of noble descent would undoubtedly outweigh monetary compensation. Puck seemed to perceive my thoughts. By the way, Itachi, you have just arrived in Lugnica, correct? If you have nowhere else to go, why not stay here? If that is possible, it would be splendid. Provided the owner of this mansion has no objections. That is not an issue. Should you truly wish to remain here, I will advocate for you. Amelia assured with a smile. Now, I shall go over there to communicate with the spirits. You two may converse here without interruptions. With that, Amelia moved to a corner of the garden, seated herself, closed her eyes, and a gentle glow began to surround her. Are those the spirits? I inquired of Puck. Indeed. I did not expect you to differentiate between the spirits and the lesser spirits. No, I merely referred to them as such because of their diminutive size. Subsequently, Puck and I exchanged idle chatter until Amelia concluded her interaction with the lesser spirits. Indeed, I still have some concerns about the two of you, so I had to request an early conclusion. We must converse thoroughly tomorrow. Amelia approached me, and Puck returned to her shoulder. Do not worry, Amelia. I have already assessed the situation. I found no malice within Itachi. It appears that you were indeed testing me. From the moment Puck approached me without reason, I had become aware of this. After all, my sudden appearance warranted their caution. It would be more accurate to say that I had maintained my guard throughout. Although I subconsciously wished for these individuals to become allies, my rationality compelled me to remain vigilant. It seems Puck possesses the ability to read minds. In that case, there is no need to conceal anything in his presence. I must admit, I do harbor some concerns. After all, I have just arrived in this country, and being cautious is never a fault. Upon hearing my response, Puck nodded, seemingly in agreement with my explanation. At that moment, the two maid sisters re-entered the garden and approached Amelia and me, performing a solemn bow. Master, Lord Roswell has returned. Please, everyone, return indoors. Chapter 12. Roswell L. Mathers. The identical timbre resonated in Itachi's ears with an almost imperceptible precision. The previously light-hearted demeanor of the two vanished, leaving only the solemnity of the mansion servants. Roswell had returned, and it seemed necessary to pay him a visit. Itachi followed the others inside the house, and as Amelia needed to change, he accompanied the twins to the dining room first. Oh, it's you. The curly-haired girl glanced up at Itachi nonchalantly. I remember your name is Beatrice, right? Itachi looked down at Beatrice, memories of their nocturnal encounter in the library flooding his mind once more. Was there anything difficult to remember about Betty's name? No. Nothing at all. Your attitude is truly infuriating. Itachi turned to the dining table, where a pristine white tablecloth had been laid, and utensils were meticulously arranged on either side. Excuse us, guests. The meal is served. The door swung open, and the twins pushed in a food cart, presenting an array of steaming, mouth-watering dishes on the table. Ah, is there good food? Good food. Oh, good food. A peculiar tone echoed from outside, followed by the entrance of a tall man. His deep blue hair nearly brushed his back, and while his frame was slender, it appeared almost frail, his skin taking on an unhealthy pallor. Nevertheless, his features were well-formed, and his mismatched eyes, one yellow, the other blue, gave him an air of melancholic beauty, provided one overlooked the bizarre clownish makeup and attire. Given the newcomer's demeanor and attitude, Itachi surmised that this was indeed the master of the estate, Roswell. Betty can probably guess what you're thinking. Just as you suspect, Beatrice suddenly interjected, addressing Itachi. Oh my, how rare it is for Beatrice to be here. After such a long time, she's finally willing to dine with me. Isn't that delightful? Roswell's affectionate remark was coldly interrupted by Beatrice, whose gaze shifted past him to Amelia, who was entering the dining room. In the next moment, Beatrice, with a smile blooming like a flower, called out for her brother, embracing the Parker who accompanied Amelia. Surprised? Beatrice is quite attached to Parker. Amelia approached Itachi's side, smiling as she watched Beatrice spinning with Parker in her arms. Let us sit down first, or the food will get cold. Following Amelia's suggestion, they selected suitable seats. The man in the clown attire pulled out a chair at the most honored position of the table and naturally took his seat, confirming Itachi's suspicion that this strange man was indeed the master of the mansion. Forgive me for not introducing myself to our esteemed guests. I am Roswell L. Mathers, the proprietor of this abode. It is of utmost importance that you have passed your time well within my humble dwelling, Uchiha Itachi. The man with the clown makeup announced his identity in a peculiar tone. After the formal introduction, the group commenced their meal. Despite having certain expectations regarding the culinary offerings of such an estate, the exquisite flavors surpassed Itachi's anticipations. How is it? Rem's cooking is quite economical, is it not? Roswell inquired proudly. The blue-haired maid glanced over at the dining table, gesturing with her index and pinky fingers raised. Though Itachi was uncertain what the gesture signified, he gleaned that the blue-haired maid was named Rem, the younger of the twins, while the elder sister with pink hair was named Ram. You are truly remarkable, coming to the borders of the Mathers estate in Lugnica while appearing completely uninformed. Roswell's expression shifted abruptly as he clasped his hands in front of him. Despite the smile on his face, a change in his eyes betrayed an emotion, suspicion. This was the first word that came to Itachi's mind. The lord before him clearly harbored doubts regarding his identity and motives. This implied that every word he uttered henceforth would hold significant consequences for his fate and the manner in which he would be treated. The dining table had unknowingly transformed into a battleground for their psychological duel. Having nearly restored his chakra reserves, Itachi considered the possibility of employing Jinjutsu, if necessary. However, he remained unaware of the man's full capabilities, and acting recklessly would be unwise. Itachi, do you know the current state of this nation, Lugnica? I would like to know. It is not in a stable condition. After all, Lugnica currently has no king. A moment of silence ensued. There is no need to worry. This is a serious fact well known, even to the common folk. Without a king, and without an heir to inherit, it implies that the throne is presently without a successor. Correct? Indeed. Subsequently, Roswell elaborated to Itachi about a plague prevalent among those of specific bloodlines, the current governing council, and the process of selecting a king. However, a nation without a king should not exist. Roswell paused, his expression becoming more restrained. After organizing the information at hand, Itachi realized he was in a precarious position. The nation was in turmoil, the throne was without hope of succession, and at such a moment, a suspicious foreigner like himself appeared, inevitably raising eyebrows. Moreover, being in the Mathers estate, his previous interaction with Amelia could be construed as an attempt to forge ties with the Mathers family. Simultaneously, Roswell's respectful tone towards Amelia suggested her status was undoubtedly superior to his, coupled with the prior information regarding the selection of the king. It became evident that Amelia was a candidate for the throne. Just as Itachi hesitated to voice his deductions, Amelia spoke first. I apologize, Itachi, for having kept this from you. My true identity is as one of the candidates for the throne of the 42nd generation of the Kingdom of Lugnica. Roswell, the Lord of the Borders, is my backing. Though he had anticipated this revelation, the weight of her words still astonished Itachi. So that is how it is. Yes. And the badge you helped Lady Amelia recover is a token of participation in the royal selection. With that, Roswell spread his arms wide, adopting a more exaggerated tone. Therefore, within the realm of my capabilities, feel free to request any reward you desire. Initially, Itachi had intended to remain in the mansion, but sensing Roswell's suspicion, he concluded that this plan would likely not proceed smoothly. Even with Parker's verbal assurance, Itachi did not believe that alone would suffice to dispel their vigilance towards him. If he wished to utilize this resource, vigilance could not exist. Thus, in order to eliminate their wariness while securing his place in the mansion, he proposed, if you do not mind, I would like to offer my services as a servant here. Chapter 13, the so-called servant. The remarks made by Itachi astonished nearly everyone present, particularly Amelia. No, I'm not referring to you. That is just two. The reactions of those around were anticipated by Itachi, as most people in such situations would typically choose to demand a substantial sum of money. However, as a solitary traveler in a foreign world, devoid of connections or support, even a considerable fortune would not guarantee a sustainable existence. Furthermore, he remained utterly ignorant of the language of this realm, making solitary endeavors fraught with obstacles. After all, having ventured into this country alone, a stable source of income is far more crucial than readily available assets, Itachi calmly elucidated. Yet, this was not his sole objective. The library he had inadvertently stumbled upon held considerable allure for him. Once he mastered the language here, he could commence studying those texts, perhaps even uncovering a means to return home. Given that, wouldn't it be more beneficial to simply become a guest? Amelia remained perplexed by Itachi's decision. Exchanging labor for remuneration provides me with a greater sense of security. Moreover, Lord Roswell might not readily accept someone who merely seeks to partake without contributing. Itachi's words reached Roswell's ears, who continued to smile benignly. Oh, my Itachi's view of me is rather miserly. However, since this is your choice, I shall respect it. Despite neither party explicitly voicing it, their exchange yielded an unspoken understanding. Itachi's choice to become a servant implied that his every action would be subject to the scrutiny of Rim and Ram. Consequently, while Itachi could not entirely absolve himself of suspicion, he had at least devised a safeguard sufficient to assuage some of Roswell's doubts. Amelia rested a finger against her cheek, still appearing somewhat confused. How should I put it? Itachi seems like someone devoid of desires. Is that so? Perhaps. The protracted breakfast finally concluded, and Itachi's role as a servant was essentially settled. Prior to this, Beatrice had left the table with Parker in tow. According to Amelia, Beatrice's ability to change the location of rooms was termed opportunity door, which allowed her to connect any room in the mansion to the forbidden library. She utilized this skill upon her departure from the dining area. Very well, let us proceed with further introductions. Roswell clapped his hands, signaling the two maids to step forward. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Ram, the head maid of this estate. And I am Ram, a regular maid in Lord Roswell's household. Itachi nodded in acknowledgement towards the twin sisters. Under the current circumstances, your foremost priority is to accept their arrangements and attend to the chores. Roswell outlined Itachi's forthcoming duties, subsequently instructing the maids to assist him in changing into his work attire. As for the guest, no, Itachi's stature was comparable to that of Frederica, who had resigned a month ago, allowing him to wear existing garments. If I am not mistaken, Frederica is a female name, correct? The attire was elegant and appropriate. What could Itachi possibly find displeasing? I must decline. Regardless, the notion of donning female clothing was simply too difficult for Itachi to accept. Ram regarded Itachi with a sigh, as if to convey her exasperation. She then led him to a room at the opposite end of the mansion. Upon entering the dressing room, Itachi donned the work attire provided by Ram. The white shirt paired with a black jacket could indeed be deemed formal wear. The style of the work attire was something Itachi had never worn before, typically reserved for significant occasions. It was evident that such garments were befitting of a noble household. Surprisingly suitable. Could it be that Itachi is destined to be a servant? Setting aside Ram's teasing remarks, the outfit undeniably accentuated Itachi's demeanor. Unlike the heavy cloak that had enveloped him, the tailored attire rendered him more upright, albeit diminishing some of his enigmatic aura. Subsequently, Ram guided Itachi in familiarizing himself with the mansion's layout and detailing his responsibilities. For the remainder of the day, Itachi assisted Ram in the kitchen, tidying utensils and cleaning until nightfall. Upon returning to his room, Itachi exhaled softly. The duties of a servant were far more numerous than he had anticipated. However, having nearly regained his strength, this level of physical activity was trivial for him. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door, and Ram entered, cradling a black garment. Itachi recognized it as his own clothing. Has it been mended? Yes. If it were Lord Roswell's garments, they would require meticulous care, but yours need not be treated with such caution, hence the expedited process. Accepting the clothing from Ram, Itachi noted that the previously torn seam had vanished, leaving no trace of the repairs. Thank you. It was merely Ram's duty. Speaking of which, the item you wore on your head appeared quite tattered as well. But Ram lacks the knowledge to repair metal, so I neglected it. Ram produced a strip from her apron pocket and handed it to Itachi. Upon inspection, he realized it was his forehead protector, the mark of Konoha visibly scratched by a kunai. A rather peculiar ornament. I have never encountered anything like it, Ram remarked. This item signifies one's identity in my homeland. Ram contemplated inquiring why it bore a scratch, yet upon observing Itachi's expression, she refrained from voicing her curiosity. Rest well. If you struggle to awaken in the morning, my sister will have to rouse you once more. With that, Ram exited the room, closing the door behind her. Itachi sat upon his bed, gazing at the forehead protector in his hands, lost in myriad thoughts. What, then, would Itachi's demeanor be henceforth? That night, in the mansion's uppermost floor, which housed Roswell's office, a clandestine report was underway. The pink-haired maid stood before the desk, addressing Roswell as she responded to his inquiries. 5 days had elapsed since their last conversation. It was time to discern any developments. If Lord Roswell is alluding to the possibility of Itachi being a spy, I can assert that it is nearly zero, though I cannot entirely dismiss the notion. Ah, and what of his character? Neither good nor bad. He is somewhat reticent, yet diligent in his tasks. However, there remains an inscrutable aura about him. He seems to harbor a closed-off disposition. Is that so? It appears he is indeed a benevolent third party. With that, Roswell turned away, approaching the window to gaze down at the courtyard. There, Amelia stood quietly, enveloped by a familiar luminescence. However, from my perspective, I must naturally obstruct their interaction. Chapter 14. Instruction in the bath immersed in the steaming hot water. Itachi felt his body relax. After a long day of busyness, indulging in a warm bath at night was truly a delightful experience. Moreover, the bath in this mansion was so spacious that Itachi found himself feeling somewhat solitary within it. However, this sense of emptiness quickly dissipated. May I join you? Despite feeling somewhat taken aback by the sudden appearance of this nobleman, Itachi recognized him as the master of the estate, and rejecting his request would be futile. Please, do as you wish. Fortunately, the nobleman did not engage in any inappropriate behavior, instead taking a seat on the opposite side of the bath. I wonder what troubles you, he remarked. Life is filled with disappointments everywhere. As he observed Itachi's somewhat awkward demeanor, Roswell spoke of the hardships of life, while slowly settling into the hot water with a long sigh. Thus followed a prolonged silence, until Roswell finally broke the awkward atmosphere between them. By the way, Itachi, I heard from Amelia that you used both water and fire magic while saving her. Could it be that you are well-versed in magic? Roswell's statement did not entirely align with Itachi's understanding, yet he grasped the essence of the inquiry. Well, I know a little. How peculiar. Generally speaking, water magic is associated with life and healing, while your magic seems to possess a distinctly offensive quality. Quite surprising indeed. Itachi pondered the notion that in their world, different types of magic served varied purposes. Judging by your expression, it seems you are rather uninformed about this. My hometown is quite remote, and the education on common knowledge is lacking. Itachi fabricated a lie, hoping to entice Roswell to introduce him to the energy system of this world. Then allow me to enlighten you. I would be eager to learn. Let us begin with the most fundamental concepts. Regarding mana, it is the conduit through which mana enters and exits the body, and it is our lifeline. Magic is primarily divided into 4 attributes. Are you aware of this? Only 4? Itachi thought. In his world, chakra types far exceeded 4. Beyond the basic 5 of wind, lightning, fire, water, and earth, there were also bloodline limits like the scorching release. Your expression suggests a lack of understanding, or perhaps our common knowledge differs. In any case, mana is categorized into wind, fire, earth, and water. Fire is related to temperature, water is associated with life and healing, wind flows externally, while earth flows internally. It appeared that not only did the classification of attributes differ from Itachi's world, but the methods were also distinct. By the way, I possess all 4 attributes myself. The notion of possessing all attributes suggested an immensely powerful existence, a fact that Itachi could appreciate based on his prior knowledge. In the ninja world, each additional chakra attribute meant an additional category of ninjutsu, providing a significant combat advantage. The only individuals Itachi was aware of who possessed 5 chakra types were the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, and Hatake Kakashi, the Copy Ninja. If this was any indication, the man before him, Roswell, undoubtedly possessed formidable strength. By the way, as a magician like myself, I can discern another's attributes merely by touch. Would you be interested? Not necessary. I am quite familiar with my own attributes. Itachi declined Roswell's offer, concerned that he might discover the chakra within him, but also because he genuinely did not wish to be touched by this man. How cold-hearted of you. Is there anything else you wish to know beyond what I just shared? Indeed, I have one question. What exactly is the mana you speak of? Your lack of understanding regarding such a fundamental concept is indeed astonishing. Mana is the energy that flows through living beings in nature. Living organisms can absorb mana from nature or restore it through their own means. Once mana is depleted, life itself faces the specter of death. With this revelation, Itachi began to comprehend why mana originally existed within him. As the energy system of this world, mana circulated within all living beings. Arriving in this world without any chakra reserves, Itachi's body resembled an empty vessel. Under such conditions, the mana in the atmosphere flowed into him. However, due to the differences in properties and Itachi's unfamiliarity with mana, it could not be utilized alongside his chakra. Thus, whenever Itachi attempted to mobilize his chakra, the mana would intertwine, rendering his ninjutsu ineffective. Consequently, to execute his techniques, he had to expend additional energy to purify the chakra, resulting in significantly increased consumption. After Beatrice extracted the mana from within Itachi, his chakra was replenished, preventing any further influx of mana. I see. Thank you for your guidance. With that, Itachi exited the bath and made his way to the changing room. Just as he finished dressing, he collided with Ram, who had just entered. You harbor no strange illusions. I've already bathed. I am here to assist Lord Roswell with his attire. With that, Ram walked directly into the bathroom. To require a servant for dressing, such was the privilege of nobility, Itachi mused. Back in his room, Itachi lay on the bed, replaying the information he had gleaned from Roswell in his mind. Mana exists within living beings in the natural world. In other words, it is a natural energy. Natural energy. A bold idea surged into Itachi's mind. He recalled the battle against Kabuto, who had fought in sage mode. In that form, his power was exponentially greater than that of an ordinary person. The essence of sage mode lay in the fusion of chakra and natural energy, creating sage chakra. If Itachi could harness the mana of this world and merge it with his chakra, he might achieve a similar effect to sage chakra. However, according to Roswell, the absorption and release of mana required an organ known as the gate, and Itachi was uncertain if he possessed such a thing. Moreover, even if he had a gate, how to fuse mana with chakra remained a daunting challenge. Based on his previous experiences, mana and chakra seemed to have a relationship akin to oil and water. If he could internalize mana into an energy type closer to his chakra, perhaps he could overcome this obstacle. But achieving that alone would not be easy. He thought of someone, Amelia, the elven sorceress. Roswell was rarely seen, and aside from him, the only other individuals in the mansion who appeared knowledgeable about magic were Beatrice, Puck, and Amelia. Beatrice was immediately ruled out due to her indifferent and even somewhat hostile attitude towards Itachi. Amelia and Puck were inseparable, so seeking assistance from one would likely involve the other as well. Thus, Itachi resolved to seek out Amelia the following day. Chapter 15. The initial attempt in the early morning, before the sun had fully risen, Itachi awoke from his slumber. Today marked the monthly rest day at the manor, even though he had only just begun working a few days prior. According to last night's plan, he intended to seek out Amelia directly. However, it seemed too early, and she likely had not yet risen. After donning his attire, Itachi stepped outside the manor, deciding to take a leisurely stroll around the village within the territory, hoping that by the time he returned, Amelia would be awake. Simultaneously, he wished to find a secluded spot to expend some of his chakra to avoid being unable to properly absorb mana later due to an excess of chakra. As the dawn light filtered through, the morning dew had yet to evaporate, glistening like jewels on the wild grasses lining the path. With the sun gradually ascending, the dew began to dissipate, and the earthy aroma of the soil wafted upwards, enveloping the morning fields in a gentle mist. Itachi soon arrived at the village within the territory. This was not his first visit. He had previously encountered the villagers while accompanying Rim on a trip to procure supplies. Those who toiled on the land rose early, and as Itachi entered the village, he spotted several villagers laboring in the fields. "Ah, Mr. Itachi. What brings you here at this hour?" exclaimed a passing villager, surprised to see him. "Just taking a stroll," Itachi replied casually. Mr. Itachi certainly rises early. It's quite a distance from the manor to here. The villager engaged in light conversation with Itachi before returning to work. "It seems those children are still asleep. How should I put it? I suppose I can breathe a sigh of relief," Itachi mused, recalling his last visit when several children had persistently clung to him. While he wouldn't say it was bothersome, managing so many lively beings at once had proven rather taxing. Crossing the boundary fence, Itachi ventured into the forest. During his previous visit, he had heard villagers mention a lake hidden within the woods. However, due to the recent surge of magical beasts in the area, few dared to venture there. Speaking of magical beasts, this was another type of creature Itachi had come to recognize since arriving here. They were said to be creations of the jealous witch, Satella. Satella, Itachi pondered. To use such a name as a pseudonym, was Amelia audacious or simply uninformed? Perhaps she merely wished to keep me uninvolved. The alias of Satella, combined with his silver-haired half-elf appearance, clearly indicated that Amelia intended to frighten him away. Yet, as a traveler from another world, Itachi was blissfully unaware of the jealous witch's notorious reputation. In a way, he considered it fortunate. Before he realized it, Itachi had arrived at the lakeside. The mirror-like water reflected the azure sky and pristine clouds, occasionally disturbed by gentle ripples. With no one around, it was the perfect setting for Itachi to expend chakra. Fire style, grand fireball. A massive fireball erupted from Itachi's mouth, nearly engulfing the entire surface of the lake. The intense heat caused the top layer of water to evaporate, sending clouds of white mist swirling around him. Without the interference of mana, Itachi could focus solely on releasing his ninjutsu. The power of his techniques at this moment far surpassed what he had displayed during his previous battle in the slums. After attempting several advanced ninjutsu, Itachi estimated that he had sufficiently depleted his chakra and began his journey back. This way, mana would once again fill the void within him. Upon entering the courtyard, Itachi encountered Amelia, who was engaged in communication with a sprite. Once her daily routine concluded, he approached her. "Ah, Itachi? When did you arrive?" Amelia asked. "I just got here. I have a few questions I'd like to ask you." "Questions for me?" "Yes, it concerns mana. If it's theoretical knowledge. I'm not very well versed. However, Puck is quite knowledgeable in this area." As she spoke, Amelia retrieved a crystal from her chest and softly called out, "Puck, wake up." Just as her words faded, a flash of light heralded Puck's appearance, stretching lazily in the air. "What's up, Amelia? Itachi has some questions for you." I heard everything. If it's about mana, you've come to the right person." Puck circled in the air before settling atop Itachi's head. "How is mana utilized?" "Well, first, you must understand that sorcerers are divided into ordinary sorcerers and spirit sorcerers. Ordinary sorcerers utilize the mana within themselves, while spirit sorcerers draw upon the mana in the atmosphere. However, it's quite strange you haven't formed a contract with a spirit, yet you have such a high affinity for the mana in the air." "High affinity? What does that mean?" "It means that the mana in the atmosphere naturally flows into your body. This phenomenon is indeed quite rare. Thus, it seemed the reason mana flowed into Itachi's body was not solely due to the low concentration of mana within him. However, it appeared that the mana within Itachi was somewhat stagnant. Upon hearing this, Itachi was taken aback. It seemed Puck perched atop his head was not merely for convenience and conversation but also to sense the mana within him. Yet, Puck seemed unable to perceive chakra, only noting the sluggish flow of mana. "Don't worry, leave it to me," Puck reassured him, lowering his form onto Itachi's head. Itachi felt an energy unlike chakra begin to flow within him. "Listen closely, Itachi. The essence of mana usage is the release of mana through gates. As long as you feel the flow of your own mana and guide it towards the gate, you can release magic. Mana flowing through the gates. Roswell had previously mentioned this organ. However, it appeared that Itachi lacked such a gate. Mana flowed throughout his body but found no outlet for release. Collecting his thoughts, Itachi considered another approach. Since he could not use the methods of this world, he would employ the techniques of his original world. Previously, Itachi had contemplated merging mana with chakra, but it now seemed unnecessary. He had gradually mastered how to control the flow of mana. Next, he merely needed to ensure chakra and mana flowed in the same direction and could be utilized through the release of ninjutsu. With this in mind, Itachi began to manipulate the chakra within him, synchronizing it with the flow of mana. However, as the two energies aligned. He suddenly felt a peculiar sensation emanating from his body. This feeling originated from within himself, and due to the concealment of his clothing, neither Amelia nor Puck noticed. Yet, Itachi could sense that his body was exhibiting subtle natural characteristics. At this point, he quickly halted the further manipulation of this energy. The hypothesis had proven viable, and there was no need to continue taking risks. Moreover, if he persisted, Puck would undoubtedly sense it, even if they were not adversaries. Now was not the time for them to know everything. If it's not an issue with mana itself, then it must be a problem with its ratio to chakra. Itachi deduced. He had previously learned that sage chakra required a 1-to-1 balance with natural energy. Otherwise, one would be overwhelmed by natural energy or be unable to generate sage chakra. How about it, Itachi? Have you learned? Puck inquired. I've grasped a bit. Thank you. As Puck departed from Itachi's head, blue-haired maid Rem entered the courtyard. Chapter 16. Crisis. The sudden arrival of Rem interrupted the small classroom. She first bowed to Amelia and then addressed Itachi. At last, I found you. Come with me to the village. What do we need to go to the village for? Of course, to procure ingredients. Although today is a day of rest, preparations must be made for tomorrow. So, no complaints. With that, Rem turned and left. Hurry up, or I won't wait for you. After exchanging brief farewells with Amelia and Puck, Itachi quickened his pace to catch up with Remington. What's wrong, Itachi? Are you hungry? Do you have a stomachache? As soon as they entered the village, Itachi was swarmed by a group of children, 7 of them, clinging to him from back and shoulders. All right, stop the commotion. We're not here to play today. After much effort, Itachi managed to send the children off to play elsewhere, allowing him to focus on gathering ingredients. With that troublesome matter finally resolved, he let out a sigh of relief. The children reminded him of Sasuke in his childhood, when he too would cling to Itachi, albeit in lesser numbers. If Sasuke could use the shadow clone technique, it might feel something like this. Despite remaining silent throughout, Rem's slightly twitching lips indicated she was suppressing laughter. Itachi was still as popular with children as before. Well, yes. Let's get to the procurement. The task of gathering ingredients was not arduous. Itachi and Rem split up and swiftly completed their list. That should suffice. Rem placed the last bag of radishes atop a barrel of flour, gazing at the heap of ingredients piled like a small mountain. Itachi began to worry about how to transport them back. Itachi, come look at this. The excited calls of several children echoed from afar, their voices brimming with uncontainable joy. I suppose we can delay for a moment. Faced with Itachi's questioning gaze, Rem hesitated but ultimately relented. Itachi approached the cluster of children, who parted to reveal a girl with braids holding a creature that resembled a puppy with brown fur. So, you just wanted me to see this animal? Itachi knelt to examine the creature. However, it evidently did not take a liking to him. Upon their meeting, it fluffed up its fur and emitted a threatening growl. Why is it behaving this way? It wasn't like this before. Did Itachi do something to it? The children chimed in with their inquiries. And Itachi himself was baffled by the creature's hostility. Why not try petting it? Do I still have to pet it? Yes, before, it would always enjoy being petted. Overwhelmed by the children's enthusiastic pleas, Itachi extended his hand to stroke the creature's fur. The moment his hand made contact, the creature opened its mouth and lunged at him. Fortunately, Itachi's reflexes were swift, and he retracted his hand just in time to avoid its teeth. What a feisty little thing. Itachi shook his head in resignation, then stood up to bid farewell to the children. How am I supposed to carry all this back? Returning to Rem, Itachi pointed at the ingredients with a puzzled expression. The quantity was indeed beyond expectations. Even with 2 extra hands, it would be impossible to carry everything at once. I can't grow 2 extra hands. But adding a few more helpers is feasible. With that, Itachi brought his index and middle fingers together and crossed them in a sign. Shadow clone technique. In a puff of white smoke, 2 shadow clones appeared beside him. To Rem, it appeared as though 3 Itachis had materialized out of thin air, leaving her utterly astonished. Itachi briefly explained the technique to Rem before he and his clones set off to transport the ingredients back to the residence. As they approached the front gate, they spotted Rem waiting for them. You're quite slow. It must be Itachi holding you back. Wait, why are there 3 Itachis? Rem recounted Itachi's explanation to Ram, who also wore a look of disbelief. After placing the ingredients in the courtyard, Itachi dismissed the shadow clones to avoid further explanations later. By the way, sister, why are you waiting for us at the gate? Rem inquired. Lord Roswell is going on a trip. He specifically wanted to see you both before saying goodbye. Ram then led them into the house. In the living room, Roswell was dressed in attire markedly different from his usual garb, evidently prepared for his departure. You finally returned. I sincerely apologize for the delay, Lord Roswell. Thank you for your patience. Rem bowed respectfully. It's no trouble at all. There is still ample time. However, a rather troubling message has arrived. I must head to Garfield and take a look outside, even though I prefer not to return late. With that, Roswell exited, followed by the 2 maids. As he passed by Itachi, Roswell paused, closing one eye and regarding Itachi with his yellow pupil. I sense a suspicious aura. You only need to ensure Amelia's safety. Understood? Uncertain of Roswell's exact meaning, Itachi nodded nonetheless. Could it be that there is a potential threat? Itachi turned to watch as Roswell soared into the distance. Even in the absence of our master, we must remain vigilant. Do you understand, Itachi? Ram turned to Itachi after Roswell disappeared from sight. Yes, I understand. The remainder of the afternoon was spent as Itachi assisted Ram in transporting the ingredients to the kitchen and properly storing them. The fact that it was a day of rest seemed to have been forgotten by the diligent maids. As evening fell, with Roswell absent, Amelia did not wish to occupy the dining room alone, so dinner was held in the servants' quarters. Just as everyone finished their meal and began to clear the table, a frantic man arrived unexpectedly. Itachi recognized him as a villager. And no, the barrier surrounding the village has been breached, and monsters have invaded, taking the children. What? Upon hearing this, everyone was struck with shock. I will return shortly. With that, Itachi activated the shadow clone technique again and informed Amelia. This clone will remain at the residence. Should anything occur here, it should be able to respond. If the situation escalates beyond expectations, call for the clone. I will hear it. Itachi then followed the distressed villager towards the village within the territory. Chapter 17. The Hidden Beast. The journey from the mansion to the village is not a short one. Even at a run, it takes at least 15 minutes. In order to arrive as swiftly as possible, Itachi had no choice but to leave the villagers who had come seeking help behind, utilizing his body flicker technique to hasten his progress. Upon his rapid arrival at the village, the first sight that met his eyes was that of villagers wielding torches, organizing efforts to venture into the forest. What is the current situation? Itachi inquired as he approached the young captain of the village. Things are somewhat dire. The barrier has been breached, and the beasts have invaded the village. Some villagers were caught off guard and have been bitten, and the children. I understand. Leave this to me. With that, Itachi turned and strode toward the forest. The young captain was about to urge Itachi to join the others, but was interrupted by a clear voice. Wait. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Itachi turned to see that it was Remington. What are you doing here? My sister sent me. It is truly worrisome to let you come here alone. Oh, I see. Is this a surveillance mission ordered by Roswell? Itachi nodded, then turned to the young captain. You all stay here on guard. Rem and I will head into the forest to rescue the children. Do not act without my signal, understood? The young captain nodded solemnly, remaining with the organized defense team at the ready. Follow me. Crossing the barrier requires Lord Roswell's permission, but given the urgency of the situation, I will make an exception this once. The two crossed the damaged barrier and entered the dark, labyrinthine forest. Luca, Petra smiled. 7 children were nowhere to be found. Itachi seemed to be speaking to himself, yet was also addressing Rem as he listed the names of the missing children. Stay alert. The beasts may launch an attack at any moment. As soon as he spoke, Itachi noticed a meteor hammer had appeared in Rem's hand. The heavy head was adorned with spikes and bound to a metallic handle by a chain. This is, for self-defense. Itachi shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. The fate of the village's children hung in the balance, yet the nocturnal forest was akin to a maze, devoid of any clues, making the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Should we synchronize mana and chakra once more? Despite the risks, it was worth attempting. Just as Itachi was about to take action, Rem suddenly spoke up. There are living beings nearby. Living beings. Are they the beasts? No. They are not beasts. With that, Rem moved in a particular direction, parting the bushes to create a path. As they traversed through the thicket, a clearing emerged before them, revealing the children of the village lying on the ground. The moonlight illuminated their figures, making them clearly visible. A trap? Indeed, the scene before them seemed overly orchestrated, making it hard not to suspect a trap. However, the children appeared to bear no visible injuries, yet their breaths were faint. At this point, even if it were a trap, they had to proceed. Rem, stay vigilant. Itachi instructed as he rushed to the children's side, with Rem closely following. Itachi held no particular fondness for these children. They were willful, rude, and spoke without restraint. Leaving them to their own devices would be much easier. Yet, it was precisely because he could not do so that Itachi resolutely came here, even if it was solely for the innocent smiles they shared while playing. That reason was sufficient. Having reached the children, Itachi quickly assessed their condition. Although they were not in immediate danger, their situation was far from optimistic. Sweat beaded on their foreheads, and their breaths were rapid. It is a curse. These children have been cursed. Rem knelt beside them, examining them closely. A curse? Yes. I cannot unravel this spell. If it were Beatrice, she might be able to. With that, Rem began to cast healing magic upon the children. A soft white light emanated from her palms, and the rhythm of their breaths began to stabilize slightly. Among the children lying on the ground, a girl named Petra struggled to open her eyes. She moved her lips, as if attempting to convey something. Upon noticing, Itachi quickly leaned in closer. There is one more person, deep in the forest. Petra's weak voice was barely audible, yet she managed to relay this information to Itachi in broken words. Is it the girl with the braids? Petra nodded with all her might before slipping back into unconsciousness. Even in her pain, she sought to inform him of her companion's location. Itachi felt her strength. Rising to his feet, he retrieved an explosive tag from his ninja tool pouch, affixing it to a kunai before hurling it into the air. The kunai, bearing the explosive tag, soared nearly 40 meters high before detonating, casting a brilliant light that illuminated a portion of the forest below. This would prompt the villagers to arrive swiftly. After this, you will take the children back to the mansion and seek Beatrice. Having relayed these instructions to Rem, Itachi turned and ventured deeper into the forest. The threat posed by the enemy was entirely unpredictable. It was possible they aimed to lure him deeper into the woods, making this course of action exceedingly perilous. Rem grasped Itachi's sleeve, attempting to dissuade him from such recklessness. What if, in the worst-case scenario, even I cannot find you? Itachi turned back, gazing into Rem's sapphire-like eyes. From her expression, Itachi discerned that her concern was not merely due to her assigned surveillance task, but rather a genuine worry for the lurking dangers. With a gentle smile, Itachi slowly raised his left hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, performing a gesture he had executed countless times, lightly tapping Rem's forehead with those 2 fingers. It's all right. Just trust me. With that, Itachi turned and departed, his figure fading into the dense cover of trees. Rem stood there, staring blankly at Itachi's retreating form, her fingers instinctively brushing her forehead where he had touched her. As Itachi ventured deeper, the scent of beast began to permeate the air, growing increasingly pronounced. It seems the enemy is not far off. Heightening his vigilance, Itachi pressed onward. Suddenly, he spotted a pair of slender, pale feet beneath a thicket. As he approached, Itachi realized this was the girl he had been searching for. She lay on the ground, her breath weak and shallow, surveying the surroundings. Itachi saw no sign of the beast that had taken her. But what beast would abandon its prey elsewhere rather than take it back to its lair? Indeed, it is a bait. Just as Itachi lifted the girl into his arms, a 4-legged beast leapt out from the shadows of a nearby tree. The creature's fur was short and black, its form resembling that of a Doberman, yet it was more than twice the size of an average one. It appears this is what they call a beast. The beast's eyes glinted with malice, its sharp, curved claws clawing at the earth, its lips quivering to reveal its razor-sharp teeth, saliva dripping from its maw. Using prey as bait to lure in the enemy. Is this truly the intelligence of a beast? Despite the many questions lingering in his mind, the situation before him left Itachi no time for contemplation. The beast's powerful hind legs propelled it toward him. Confronted by the ferocious beast lunging towards him, the weasel deftly sidestepped its onslaught. Seizing the moment before the creature could touch the ground, he delivered a powerful kick that sent it sprawling. In swift succession, he hurled a shuriken, piercing through its throat. The beast barely had time to emit a cry of anguish before it succumbed to death. However, vanquishing this one monster did not afford the weasel a moment of respite. On the contrary, his expression grew grave. Before him, a multitude of crimson glimmers emerged from the shadowy thicket, so numerous that they were beyond counting. It appeared that he would need to invest considerable effort. The weasel gently set the girl against a tree, positioning himself protectively in front of her, ready to face the swarm of beasts emerging from the forest. Chapter 18. The Power of the Kaleidoscope. After Kakashi guided Itachi on mastering the flow of mana, he no longer needed to expend additional energy to purify chakra. In simpler terms, Itachi could now independently control the flow of chakra or mana without the chaotic interference that had plagued him before. Consequently, he was free from distractions when unleashing ninjutsu. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Technique. A barrage of fireballs erupted from Itachi's mouth, incinerating the first wave of approaching beasts. The charred remains of the creatures fell to the ground. Yet those beasts seemed undeterred by the flames, continuing their relentless charge. Itachi swiftly formed hand seals, completing another technique in less than a second. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. A massive fireball shot forth, engulfing a multitude of advancing beasts before exploding in the distance, the brilliant flames consuming vast stretches of forest and nearly all the beasts present. As he beheld the inferno before him, Itachi exhaled softly in relief. This should be. A sudden ominous feeling crept up his spine, prompting him to whirl around, only to find a stray beast launching an attack from behind, its sharp claws nearly grazing his body. Itachi swiftly drew a kunai, prepared to pierce its throat. But someone was quicker. A spiked iron ball, accompanied by a whistling wind, shattered the beast's skull, its lower half propelled away by the force. Itachi turned to see the source of the iron ball, finding Rem wielding the metallic handle, retracting the chain. Itachi felt a rush of impulsiveness. He had come to this perilous place, leaving behind a heroic remark. In response to Rem's worried reproach, he could only manage a wry smile before lifting the girl from the ground. Be careful, Itachi. I can smell many more beasts approaching. Upon hearing this, Itachi immediately scanned their surroundings. Indeed, countless crimson eyes emerged, accompanied by deep, resonant growls. Continuing this entanglement was not a solution. I will carve a path through the horde, and then we can escape from there. With that, Rem brandished her meteor hammer, charging toward the weakest point in the encirclement, where 3 beasts were missing. The whistling iron ball crashed to the ground, splattering the beast's blood and kicking up dirt and dust. In the wake of this decisive blow, the nearby beasts hesitated, momentarily retreating. Now's our chance. Hearing Rem's call, Itachi bolted towards the breach in the circle, with Rem close behind. The wind rushed past their ears, accompanied by the sounds of swinging chains, the explosive crack of detonating tags, and the anguished cries of dying beasts. We're almost there. Rim gazed at the flickering campfire growing clearer ahead, aware that the village lay just beyond. If they could hold on a little longer. Sensing something amiss, Rim glanced back, her pupils contracting in shock at the scene unfolding before her. A torrent of earth and sand cascaded down towards them, magic unleashed by the beasts. With no time to think, Rim shoved Itachi forward, propelling him out of the way of the impending onslaught. As Itachi stumbled, bewilderment etched on his face. Rem's taut expression softened into a faint smile. It was a moment of relief. She closed her eyes, bracing for the impact and burial beneath the earth. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. When she opened her eyes, she found herself grasped by a gigantic crimson hand, lifted high above the rushing earth. Following the arm of that colossal hand, she was astonished to see Itachi enveloped in a similar crimson framework, the girl still cradled in his arms. The deluge of earth was forcibly divided by the skeletal structure surrounding Itachi, rendering it immovable despite the relentless flow. Susanoo. It was the first time Itachi had utilized this technique since arriving in this world, and he had not anticipated it would manifest under such circumstances. In that moment, as Rim pushed him aside to protect him from the earth flow, Itachi had instinctively activated his Mangeki Sharingan, using the arms of Susanoo to lift Rim out of danger. Once the tumult of sand and soil subsided, Itachi gently placed Rim back on the ground, subsequently dispelling Susanoo. Itachi, this is considered my secret weapon, he replied, handing the girl over to Rim, who was still grappling with the situation, before turning to face the oncoming horde. Since arriving in this realm, Itachi had yet to find an opportunity to test the power of his Mangeki Sharingan. Now that it was activated, he would take this chance to experiment. He closed his eyes, channeling chakra into his right eye, crimson blood seeping forth. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, and the charging beasts were engulfed in pitch-black flames. Amaterasu. The intense heat elicited wretched cries from the beasts, though their lamentations were short-lived as the flames swiftly reduced them to ashes. With the threat neutralized, Itachi closed his eyes again, retracting the Amaterasu flames. Indeed, no matter how many times I attempt it, my eyes remain in anguish. He wiped the blood from his right eye and turned to face Rim, who appeared utterly bewildered by the spectacle. Are you all right? Itachi's concerned inquiry snapped Rim back to reality. I'm fine. I just didn't expect you to be so powerful. And you're not weak either. Now, let us head back. With that, the two turned towards the village. Along the way, Rim occasionally glanced at Itachi's face, seemingly noting the bloodstains, yet she remained silent. As they neared the village, Rim finally spoke up. Itachi, is your eye hurt? Sort of. I can help treat it when we get back. Though I lack the healing abilities of Amelia and Beatrice, I can manage simple care. Observing the sincerity in her gaze, Itachi realized that refusing her would likely cause disappointment. Thus, he acquiesced to Rem's offer. Upon returning to the village, Itachi ensured the last child was settled before seeking out the youth leader for updates. As per Mr. Itachi's instructions, we have dispatched someone to the estate for assistance, the youth leader informed him. Some of the children are too frail to endure the journey from the village to the estate, so we must have someone come here. Hearing Rim's voice, Itachi turned to see her beckoning him over. He approached her, and she stood on her tiptoes, placing her hand over his right eye. A soft white light emanating from her touch. As the light gradually faded, Itachi felt a significant alleviation in his eyes, the pressure from earlier dissipating considerably. Thank you. Compared to you saving me, this is nothing, Rim replied, shaking her head. It might still be a while before Amelia and the others arrive. If you're tired, you should rest. Just as Rim intended to argue that she wasn't tired, a yawn escaped her, betraying her fatigue. Realizing her lapse, she quickly covered her mouth. Itachi couldn't help but smile at her adorable demeanor, gently tapping her forehead with his finger. Don't overexert yourself. Go rest. As he watched Rim enter the room prepared for her by the villagers, Itachi turned his gaze towards the path leading from the village to the estate, awaiting the arrival of everyone. Chapter 19. Re-entering the forest in the early morning, gentle sunlight streamed through the gaps in the wooden walls, casting golden lines across the room. The slightly worn bed was unoccupied, with the blankets neatly folded to one side, revealing little evidence of having been slept in, aside from a subtle indentation. Itachi stood outside, savoring the cool morning air. After Rim returned to rest last night, about 10 minutes later, Amelia and her companions arrived from the mansion. Although Beatrice reluctantly justified her actions by claiming it was Parker's request, she diligently lifted the curse from the children and the injured villagers. However, afterward, Beatrice called Itachi aside to share some troubling news. The curse on the villagers had been lifted, but the curse lingering on the children was beyond Betty's capability to dispel. Why? This particular curse was exceptionally troublesome. It remained in a state of activation. Unless the source of the curse was resolved, even Betty would be powerless against it. An ever-active curse. Beatrice had mentioned to Itachi during the removal process that curses were easily dispelled before activation, but once they were set in motion, elimination became impossible. Itachi entered the room where the children lay side by side on a large bed, their breathing now steady, yet their expressions remained feeble. Upon inspecting the children's wounds, Itachi noticed that these bite marks were significantly smaller than those he had seen on the injured villagers. Could it have been caused by a cub? You're not helping by just standing there. Move aside. Beatrice's voice came from behind him. She approached Itachi, gently nudging him aside with her small palm. Although she could not remove the curse, with Betty's power, preserving the children's lives was merely a trivial task. Beatrice extended her hand. A pale green light illuminated the air, and specks of luminescence cascaded from her palm onto the children. As the glow settled, the children's complexion visibly improved. Seems you're not as indifferent as you pretend. Stop overthinking. Betty is merely fulfilling her brother's request. But you, instead of making idle remarks, should find somewhere to rest. Given the current situation, I doubt I can afford to rest. Go where I tell you. Betty will keep watch here. Faced with Beatrice's resolute stance, Itachi had no choice but to acquiesce and retreated to the makeshift sleeping quarters prepared by the villagers. Honestly, you and that girl Rem, both so stubborn, Itachi muttered as he left. As the sun rose, Itachi resolved to check on the children once more. The aged wooden door creaked softly as he pushed it open, stepping into the room designated for the ill. On the large bed by the window, several children remained in slumber, their faces tranquil. Nearby, Beatrice's head drooped to one side on a chair, her breathing rhythmic. If you keep sleeping like this, your neck will give out first. Itachi approached Beatrice and gently shook her shoulder. Beatrice mumbled in discontent, shifting slightly but showing no signs of waking. Is that you, Itachi? Hearing the familiar voice from the door, Itachi turned to Amelia, who gestured for silence. Observing the sleeping Beatrice, Amelia's lips curled into a smile. She looks even cuter while sleeping. Amelia whispered to Itachi, suppressing the urge to poke Beatrice's cheek. Can I leave her in your care for a moment? Of course. Itachi patted Amelia's shoulder before turning to exit the room. While Beatrice's treatment might provide immediate relief, it was merely a temporary measure. The source of the curse needed to be addressed swiftly. Having barely left the room, Itachi encountered a visibly anxious Rem. Itachi, just the person I needed to see. Have you seen Rem? Is she not in her room? No. I came to find her early this morning, but her bed shows no signs of having been slept in. Even with clairvoyance, I cannot find her. Upon hearing this, Itachi felt a twinge of surprise. The absence of signs meant Rem had left her room during the night. But what could compel her to act covertly at such an hour? Returning to last night, despite Itachi's insistence for her to rest, Rem felt an unsettling apprehension. Upon hearing Amelia and the others approaching, she quietly departed her room, intending to check on the children. If we do not resolve the source of the curse, even Betty will be helpless. Just as Rem reached the door, Beatrice's voice echoed from within. How could this be? After all the effort to bring them out, it's still. If only we could resolve the source of the curse. Quietly, Rem slipped away from the door, evading the others' gaze, heading towards the forest. If it were you, Itachi, you would surely smile and say, leave it all to me. Before plunging into the woods without a backward glance. At the very least, this time, even if just once, let Rem be the one to protect others. The forest. What? Upon hearing Itachi mention the location, Rem's eyes widened in disbelief. Rem can only have gone to the forest, given her nature. She must be seeking to confront the beast. Last night, Itachi had sensed someone standing outside the door, but he never imagined it would be Rem. Nor that she would venture into the forest alone. Can you be certain? Itachi nodded. I'll go fetch her back. With that, Rem turned to head toward the forest. Wait. Rem had no time for gentle words. She brushed off his protests. There is no need to stop me. I'm going with you. Rem glanced back at Itachi, her expression still impassive, yet her slightly raised eyebrows betrayed her surprise. Let us go? At this juncture, every additional pair of hands would reduce the time needed to find Remington accepting Itachi's proposal. Rem turned toward the forest entrance. Chapter 20. The demon. The dense foliage obscured the sun, allowing only scattered rays of light to filter through the gaps. Itachi and Rem traversed a barely discernible path in the forest, attuned to the sounds around them. Have you discovered anything? No. However, in this position, farsight can be utilized. Farsight is a visual skill possessed by Rem, enabling her to adjust her wavelength to harmonize with that of other beings, thus gaining their perspective. Yet, when activating farsight, Rem would be left utterly defenseless. The vigilance falls to you, Itachi. With her pale face slightly bowed, Rem closed her eyes and began to employ the skill. The surrounding environment was eerily quiet, with only the occasional chirping of birds, quickly returning to silence. Itachi, I can see you and Rem again. This meant a four-legged beast leapt from the nearby underbrush, followed by two others of the same kind. Without a moment's hesitation, Itachi drew 3 shuriken and hurled them toward the beasts. Airfura. At the instant Itachi released the shuriken, Rem chanted an incantation, summoning a powerful gust of wind that propelled the shuriken to an almost imperceptible speed. Before the 3 beasts could discern the incoming projectiles, they were pierced through the throat, pinned against the trees behind them. The appearance of the beasts indicated we were drawing closer to Remington. Itachi approached the carcasses and retrieved the shuriken from the trunk. His supply of ninja tools from his world was dwindling, and these weapons were worth reclaiming. Just as he extracted the last shuriken, a deep growl resonated once more around them. If Rem had been pursuing these creatures, their arrival could be considered fortuitous. Itachi stored the shuriken back in his tool pouch and stood back to back with Rem. It's coming. Yes. No sooner had the words left their mouths than they dashed in opposite directions. The encroaching beast emitted a high-pitched roar in response to their movements, preparing to attack. Air Fura, Fire Release, Great Fireball. The swirling winds and soaring flames obliterated the advancing beasts, reducing them to mere fragments or ashes. After dispatching this wave of attackers, the remaining beasts hesitated, yet they showed no signs of retreat, instead gathering their strength and glaring intently at the duo. As they took a step back, the two resumed their back-to-back stance. However, this time, Itachi could distinctly hear Ram's heavy breathing. Are you holding up? Although she longed to assert absolutely fine, Ram's stamina was visibly waning. Her labored breaths echoed, and beads of sweat dotted her forehead. The beast sensed Ram's weakness and began to shift their focus, targeting the more vulnerable prey. Seeing this, Itachi swiftly clasped Ram to his side with his left arm and leaped backward, creating distance while unleashing a fire ninjutsu. Several high-temperature fireballs struck the beast lunging toward them, but a few managed to evade the flames by hiding behind their charred comrades, charging toward the duo from the side. Itachi intended to retreat again, but this time, the ground beneath him gave way to nothingness. Oh no, concealed by the dense underbrush. It was impossible for an unknowing person to perceive that they had reached the edge of a cliff. Fortunately, the drop was not excessively high, and the slope was manageable. Itachi quickly adjusted his position in midair, shielding Ram within his embrace as they slid down to safety on the ground below. You're holding too tightly, Ram complained. Feeling the pressure of Itachi's grip. My apologies. The situation necessitated it. Upon hearing her complaint, Itachi gently set Ram back on the ground. At the cliff's edge stood a line of beasts, with a noticeably smaller creature perched atop the largest one. Is that their leader? Upon closer inspection, Itachi realized that this smaller beast was the very one displayed by the children in the village. Faced with the sheer cliff, even the beast could not immediately descend. The two stood in a tense standoff with the horde. However, this standoff was short-lived. The beasts suddenly leaped from the cliff's edge. Just as Itachi prepared to counter their assault, the landing beasts scattered, turning to face the cliff wall and letting out a series of roars. The cause of their sudden reaction quickly came into view. A familiar figure, drenched in blood, appeared atop the cliff. A blood-soaked iron ball was dragged along the ground, its owner glaring down with frenzied eyes. Her maid outfit had been tattered by the beast's claws and fangs, the once pristine white now marred by crimson stains. Yet, the pure white horn emerging from her forehead remained untouched. In that moment of eye contact, Itachi felt an overwhelming aura of murder emanating from her. That intent was so resolute, it seemed determined to annihilate every living being present, as if a demon had descended upon the earth. In the next instant, the demon leapt from the cliff's summit, the heavy iron ball crashing to the ground, sending debris flying. The still falling iron chain was yanked by Rem's arm, and with a metallic screech, the iron ball soared again, aimed directly at the beast's heads. Blood splattered, and cries of despair echoed as the surrounding beasts were swiftly decimated. This was the power of Rem in her demonized state. Observing the carnage unleashed by Ram explained to Itachi, demonization? Indeed. Both Ram and Rem belong to the demon clan. When demonization occurs, horn sprout and strength is significantly amplified. However, emotional stability is compromised. With Ram's revelation hanging in the air, Itachi had no time for contemplation. Rem's gaze had already shifted toward them. Sister, even in her loss of reason, she can still recognize Ram. Itachi regarded the blue-haired girl before him, his heart heavy with unease. Ram, please remain calm. It's futile. She cannot hear anything now. Not even me. Ram's expression hardened as she regarded her sister. The only way to restore her sanity was to deliver a tremendous blow to Rem's horn. Is that so? But that is not an easy task. Itachi voiced his concern, knowing Rem had already swung the iron ball toward him. Bring my sister back. Itachi, watch out. Just barely evading the forceful swing of the iron ball, Itachi adjusted his body and charged toward Remington. The iron ball soared through the air, nearly grazing Itachi's form on several occasions. The ball shattered the air, the heavy rush echoing in his ears, each whoosh accompanied by the ground shaking beneath him. Silently, Itachi activated his three-tomo Sharingan. With the aid of the Sharingan, the trajectory of the iron ball became clear to his sight. Timing it perfectly, he leaped onto the airborne chain, using its momentum to propel himself upward. Yet, the iron ball continued its relentless pursuit, following the chain and hurtling toward him. Itachi calculated the approach of the iron ball, adjusting his position midair, allowing it to soar past him, its sharp spikes nearly piercing his eyes. Utilizing the iron ball as leverage, Itachi propelled himself downward, landing before Remington. Itachi's body hung suspended in the air, locking eyes with Rem, whose once bright gaze had dimmed. In an instant, the illusion of the Sharingan was unleashed. The binding spell rendered Rem immobile, her body frozen in place. Swiftly, Itachi drew a kunai, striking the side of Rem's head with the hilt. With a sharp clang, clarity returned to her eyes for a fleeting moment, but soon she tilted backward, succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 21. Breaking the curse. Since her birth, Rem has always basked in the radiance of her sister. As a rare hornless among the demon race, the two sisters were not favored by their kin from the very beginning, and they even narrowly escaped death at the hands of the clan leader. Their parents, too, treated them with indifference. However, As the years passed, Ram gradually revealed astonishing talents. In terms of mana quantity and control, Ram stood at the pinnacle among her peers and the entire demon tribe. This innate reverence for strength transformed the previously cold attitudes of their kin towards Ram, who was now greeted warmly. Even Rem received the same treatment. Yet, Rem lacked the extraordinary gifts of her sister. Her mana quantity and control were akin to those of a horned demon. Unable to possess the confidence that her sister exuded, Rem silently trailed behind her, mimicking her every move, akin to a shadow. This resignation to her own powerlessness did not last long. On the night the village was engulfed in flames, the night when cloaked figures raised their blades, and the night when Ram's horn was severed, everything came to an end that night. Afterward, Rem obsessively compelled herself to match the standards once set by Ram. If it were her sister, she would undoubtedly excel. If it were her sister, there would be no mistakes. Under the weight of such thoughts, Rem endured for 7 long years. Why must she strive so desperately? What was her purpose? Rem's answer was painfully clear. She lived to reclaim the path that had been stolen from her sister. All along, she was merely a pale imitation of Ram. As Ram regained consciousness, she found herself surrounded by flames, reminiscent of the night her hometown fell. Ram was beside her once more, but this time, it was a man with dark hair, standing protectively in front of her. A horde of beasts, blocked by the barrier of flames, could only watch with menacing growls. Finally, what a troublesome child. Ram's sigh reached Rem's ears, yet it felt so distant. Why, return to find Remington. A faint, heavy voice escaped Rem's lips, her blue eyes brimming with tears. This useless Remington. It would be acceptable to abandon her. If both Itachi and her sister were here, wouldn't the purpose of Rem's actions become meaningless? One wounded soul was enough. Before Ram could counter, Itachi spoke first. Although I cannot fathom your thoughts, I can assure you that attempting to resolve everything solely by your own strength is the height of folly. Rem had always stood in the shadows of others, first her sister, now Itachi. If only once, she longed to be the one standing before others. Only then could she stand a little closer to her sister. This final thought remained unspoken. Until now, she realized that she had not changed at all. When confronted with her own cowardice, she still lacked the courage to speak up. Itachi knelt before Rem, slowly raising his right hand. This time, instead of tapping her forehead, he gently placed his palm atop her head. Had you not stayed with the children that night, I could never have ventured into the forest with peace of mind. Feeling the warmth from above, Rem's trembling body gradually calmed. Do not always try to bear all the burdens alone. When you are overwhelmed, it is all right to lean on those beside you. After speaking, Itachi rose and faced the beasts beyond the fiery barrier. Next, he would eliminate them in one breath. Stepping forward, Itachi approached the magical beasts. Sensing the threat of a strong opponent, the horde prepared to charge, and the young leader, with a long howl, began to swell in size, ultimately transforming into a monstrous creature several times larger than an ordinary adult beast. Is this its true form? Itachi's Sharingan spun, converging into a kaleidoscope pattern. To eradicate all the beasts at once, one must. He raised both hands, forming the seal, and gathered chakra at his chest. Meanwhile, the beasts, spurred by their leader's howl like a battle cry, broke through the fiery barrier and launched their assault on Itachi. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Flames surged forth like a tsunami, overwhelming the horde with a fierce momentum, illuminating the sky in a brilliant orange. The howls of the burning beasts mingled with the acrid scent of charred flesh, transforming the forest into a hellish landscape. The leader, despite being engulfed in flames, summoned its last reserves of strength to charge through the inferno, attempting to take Itachi down with it. Yet, in that fleeting moment as it leaped from the flames, a massive crimson hand seized it tightly, its bones nearly shattering under the grip. Amaterasu. Unable to escape, the black flames of Amaterasu enveloped the leader entirely, reducing it to ashes. Watching the man before her, standing resolutely amid the flames, Rem felt a sense of reliability akin to that of an elder brother. Struggling to rise, she staggered toward Itachi and embraced him tightly. Thank you. Feeling the warmth of the girl against his chest, along with the dampness of her tears, Itachi gently patted Rem's back, allowing her to express her emotions. Oh dear, it seems I have arrived a moment too late. Accompanied by that familiar peculiar tone, the noble adorned in clown makeup, Roswell, descended gracefully from the sky, appearing before them. Upon seeing Roswell, Ram hastily rose to her feet to greet him, but nearly stumbled from exhaustion. Roswell waved his hand, signaling Ram to rest, then turned his gaze to Itachi. It is thanks to you that this crisis was averted, and my cherished maid was saved. Seeing Roswell's sudden appearance, Itachi had no doubt how he had located him. After all, the roaring flames could be seen from hundreds of meters away. You and Rim can return to the mansion. I will handle this mess. After watching Itachi and the others depart, Roswell summoned fire mana to extinguish the flames. The swarming Volgums were clearly the work of the Beast Master. Truly, the number of strange beings is ever increasing. Chapter 22. Embrace tomorrow's dream. In the pitch-black night, beneath a crimson moon, a bloody blade clutched in hand, and the wails of despair echoing around, Itachi stood beside the lifeless forms of his parents, facing his young brother. For the sake of the village's future, he had no choice but to act. The title of traitor and the sin of slaughtering my clan are burdens I shall bear alone. He embraced solitude, yet deep within. He could not bring himself to sever all ties. Thus, he chose to leave Sasuke alive. Even if he despised himself, at least his brother still existed in this world. At least there were still cherished individuals alive. Cold hatred and piercing fear pierced Itachi's heart like countless needles. In that moment, a warm flow emanated from his palm, gently alleviating the pain. As dawn's light streamed through the window, it illuminated Itachi's bed and the azure-haired girl seated beside it. "Are you awake?" A gentle voice reached his ears, and Itachi sat up, meeting the gaze of Rem's deep blue eyes. Raising his right hand from beneath the covers, he was surprised to find it intertwined with Rem's hand, warm and soft, suggesting they had been holding hands for some time. That hand. Upon hearing Itachi's momentary confusion, Rem's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "It was me who took your hand." Seeing the shy girl before him, Itachi began to understand her motivations. She had taken his hand because he appeared tormented in his dreams. Rem, feeling helpless and uncertain of how to comfort him, had chosen to do what she thought might bring him solace. Her expression bore a bittersweetness that tugged at his heartstrings. Perhaps on countless similar nights, Rem yearned for someone to hold her hand like this. She realized that this small gesture could never repay Itachi, but it was all she could offer. She did not possess her sister's remarkable talents, and felt inadequate in all her endeavors. As tears welled up in her eyes, her voice trembled. Rem recalled the incident in the forest, where her ineptitude had put Itachi and her sister at risk. "If only my sister were here, she would have handled it flawlessly." Listening to Rem's near-pleading words, Itachi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had always presented himself as a genius, an exemplary brother to Sasuke, just like Rem. Did Sasuke think of him in the same way? "I'm sorry for saying so many strange things," Rem said, hastily wiping away the tears forming in her eyes, managing a forced smile that failed to convey warmth, only revealing her profound insecurities. "Remington, I am here. You are already more than sufficient. There is no need to strive for perfection. But, in cooking, household chores, and even combat, I see you surpassing Ram. That's because my sister no longer has her horns. If they were still intact, yet, that was not the Ram of today." With that thought, Itachi rose from the bed and approached the window. If one were to say so, he and Ram were quite alike, both having siblings who perceived them as flawless. To claim, "I understand," would be utterly irresponsible. No one can fully comprehend another's plight. Turning to face Ram, he continued, "However, I can share with you something from a brother's perspective. Regardless of who you become or the extent of your abilities, your loved ones will always cherish you." Itachi stepped closer to Rem, gently lifting her chin and resting his forehead against hers. This gesture had only been shared with Sasuke in his memory. Perhaps, unbeknownst to him, he had begun to regard Rem as a sisterly figure. "You are already more than enough." Years of pressure had nearly stripped Rem of her self-worth. "I have taken my sister's life, so I must live up to her standards to atone for my sins." How had such thoughts emerged? They stemmed from Rem's guilt over her sister. Yet, she had overlooked a crucial truth. Ram had never blamed her. Even after losing her horns while protecting Rem, Ram had never uttered a complaint. Tears that had been wiped away now flowed anew, and Rem's heart began to heal. "Yes, I understand now." Under the moonlit night, in Roswell's office, he began, "First, I must commend you for managing the situation so well in my absence." His sincere praise made the pink-haired maid shudder slightly. "You flatter me. Besides, it was Lord Roswell who dealt with the aftermath." "Not at all. It was merely extinguishing a fire. The true merit lies with Itachi." Roswell had confirmed that all magical beasts had been reduced to ashes. The magnitude of such a powerful attack within a short span could only indicate that Itachi's strength was formidable. What intrigued Roswell most was the crimson skeletal remains. As a court mage, possessing titles of red, green, and yellow, he had encountered a form of magic he could not decipher. Moreover, he sensed that Itachi's fire-based attacks differed fundamentally from his own. These anomalies sparked an intense curiosity within Roswell, transforming into exhilaration upon realizing that Itachi's existence was absent from the gospel. For centuries, he had not felt such excitement. An unpredictable force of fate. This variable in the world would undoubtedly become a crucial cornerstone in achieving his ambitions. "How goes the task I entrusted to you?" "In accordance with Lord Roswell's orders, I have confirmed that all the magical beasts have lost their horns." After hearing Ram's report, Roswell rose from his chair and strolled to the window. Beasts who had their horns severed would obey the commands of the one who had done so. Naturally, this included the ignorant fools attempting to encroach upon Lord Roswell's territory. In order to achieve this, they had drawn me to Garfield's side. We have indeed become a thorn in the side of others. Roswell turned back, closing one eye and regarding Ram with his singular yellow pupil. However, now that we possess Itachi as our trump card, our strength has significantly increased. Even though this card could not be guaranteed to remain in his hand, Roswell thought to himself, he had ample time to ensure Itachi became his ace, at least before the day of the dragon slaying arrived. Chapter 23. The arrival of the envoy. The afternoon sun cast its golden rays upon the lake's surface, creating a shimmering dance of light upon the gentle ripples. On a wooden platform, originally intended for mooring boats, I sat cross-legged, grasping a sturdy wooden fishing rod. Since the resolution of the beast incident, I had enjoyed a spell of relative tranquility. Fishing had become his favorite pastime during these leisurely days. To his surprise, the grand estate he occupied lacked even a single fishing rod, indicating that its previous inhabitants were not inclined toward the sport. Initially, he had intended to craft one himself. But upon visiting the village to gather materials, the villagers immediately presented him with a collection of fishing rods. Unable to resist their warmth, I selected one that seemed promising and ventured to the serene lake nestled within the forest. However, the fish in this lake proved to be scarcer than he had anticipated. After spending the better part of the morning by the water's edge, he had managed to catch only 3 fish. Realizing that continuing would yield little satisfaction, I began to pack his belongings, preparing to return to the estate. "Oh, I found it, I found it." A voice, as melodious as silver bells, called out. I had turned to see Amelia, draped in a white cloak, peeking out from behind the trees. The villagers had mentioned that I had come to fish in the forest. And indeed, he was in the right place. Amelia squeezed her way through the underbrush and approached I. "What brings you here? I saw you had been out all morning and hadn't returned for lunch." I was a bit worried. "And skipping meals is quite naughty," she chided, hands on her hips, feigning annoyance. "All right, I understand," I replied with a smile, handing her the fishing rod. "Would you like to give it a try?" Fish," Amelia exclaimed, wide-eyed. "But I've never done it before." "It's quite simple. Just follow my instructions," I assured her, standing up and placing the rod in her hands. Guiding her to the front of the platform. "Keep an eye on the float, the indicator on the water. When it dips significantly, reel it in." Listening attentively, Amelia nervously swallowed. Her violet eyes fixated on the gently trembling float. Suddenly, it plunged beneath the surface. "Now, reel it in." "Hey!" Amelia exerted all her strength, tugging at the rod. At last, a shimmering silver fish leapt from the water, landing on the wooden platform beside them. "I really caught one," she squealed with childlike glee, poking at the fish, which thrashed in defiance, startling her. "Excellent. Let us call it a day for now. It's getting late." After leaving the forest with a still eager Amelia, I distributed the fish among the villagers, as the estate had no shortage of food, making it unnecessary to carry any back. As they approached the estate, they were greeted by an unusual sight. "Look, there's a dragon carriage parked there." Following Amelia's gaze, I recognized it as a vehicle he had seen in the capital, a carriage resembling a coach, but drawn by a bipedal lizard-like creature. Amelia explained that this creature, known as a land dragon, was specifically bred for transport, akin to the role horses played in his former world. As they drew nearer, an elderly voice called out from the carriage, "It is quite impolite to remain seated." Moments later, an old man gracefully descended from the carriage, landing almost silently. His white hair was neatly styled, and though his features bore the marks of age, a certain vigor remained apparent. Dressed in a formal black suit, he still exhibited signs of a well-honed physique despite his advanced years. "Welcome back. Please forgive my rudeness at the entrance," he said, bowing slightly to Amelia. His respectful demeanor indicated that he held a status beneath Amelia's. "So he is a retainer," I mused, casting a glance toward the interior of the carriage. Sensing I's gaze, the elder continued, "The envoy has already entered the estate to meet with the Baron of the Mazas border." "The envoy? Could it be related to the royal selection?" Amelia asked, surprised, looking up at the elder, who confirmed her suspicion with a nod. "However, for further details, you must inquire with the envoy." Taking a deep breath, Amelia and I stepped inside the estate together. "Welcome back." Rem's voice, devoid of emotion, indicated that she had assumed her role of hospitality for the esteemed guests. "Apologies for the sudden departure. The envoy must be in discussion with Roswell," I noted. "Indeed. Lady Amelia, please proceed to the conference room on the 2nd floor." Understanding that the ongoing discussions involved high-ranking individuals, I recognized that his presence was unwarranted and stepped outside to gather whatever insights he could glean from the retainer. Approaching the dragon carriage, he found the elder seated once more. Upon noticing I's arrival, the elder silently alighted from the carriage once more, demonstrating an impressive level of physical adeptness. "Have you returned for a specific matter?" the elder inquired. "No, I merely wish to glean the topics of discussion," I replied. From their first encounter, he sensed the elder was no ordinary individual. Subtle inquiries would be futile. It was better to be forthright. "I regret that I cannot disclose matters pertaining to the estate, as I am unaware of your standing here. Even if you appear to have a good rapport with Lady Amelia, I cannot use that as a basis for judgment." The elder responded, predictably denying his request. However, I gleaned some insight from his words. "You must possess considerable discernment to see through Amelia's guise. That cloak she wears is crafted from a special magical material that obscures perception. Most would find it impossible to penetrate such a disguise." The elder's expression shifted to one of mild surprise before settling into a gentle smile. "It seems you are indeed one of Lady Amelia's circle. However, to assess me so quickly is rather audacious," he remarked, bowing slightly. "I am Wilhelm, currently affiliated with the Karsten family, executing assigned tasks." I reciprocated the greeting, introducing himself in turn. Though I would relish further discourse with you, it appears time is of the essence. Following Wilhelm's gaze, I noticed Rem emerging from the estate alongside an unfamiliar figure. Judging by Wilhelm's words, that individual must be the so-called envoy. Chapter 24. Return to the capital. My sincerest apologies for keeping you waiting, Lord Wilhelm. The flaxen-haired envoy expressed her regrets as she stepped out from the estate, following the source of the voice. Itachi's gaze was immediately drawn to the pair of cat ears atop the envoy's head, matching her hair color. In the vernacular of this world, they refer to her as a cat demi-human, he mused. The envoy was slender and taller than the average woman, despite her adorably charming attire. Her every movement exuded undeniable femininity. Yet, Itachi sensed an incongruity, though he could not pinpoint its source. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, the envoy approached him, leaning forward to sniff the air. What are you doing? My apologies. It's merely an occupational habit, she replied nonchalantly, waving off her previous action. She then moved to Wilhelm's side. Well then, we shall take our leave, she declared, leaping onto the dragon carriage. Observing this, Wilhelm offered a slight bow to Itachi and the others before taking his place at the reins, guiding the dragon away from the estate. Did the envoy complete her task? Itachi inquired. Of course. Lady Karash's assignments have never been bungled by Philia, she assured confidently. The dragon carriage sped along the forested path, stirring up clouds of dust. As Wilhelm skillfully maneuvered the vehicle, the flaxen-haired cat-eared girl poked her head out of the window, glancing at him. Well, Lord Wilhelm, I had thought you were averse to conversing with strangers, she teased. That is a grave misconception, he replied. Is it? I would have assumed you preferred wielding your sword to engaging in conversation. That too is a serious misunderstanding, he countered. The girl flashed a mischievous smile, though Wilhelm, facing away, could not see it. Then why did you converse with that man? Surely he possesses some remarkable quality? Wilhelm paused, expertly steering the carriage around an obstacle ahead. Indeed, the man named Itachi possesses something extraordinary about him. Is that so? Pray, do enlighten me. His gaze, Wilhelm replied. That look speaks of a man who has weathered countless storms of bloodshed. No, it goes beyond that. I can discern from his eyes that he has returned from the clutches of death more than once. Wilhelm's brow furrowed slightly, his expression growing more somber than before. Moreover, I am certain his strength rivals my own. If he were an adversary, he would indeed be a formidable foe. Let us not immediately label him an enemy. However, it seems that Amelia's faction has truly gained a formidable ally, she remarked, narrowing her eyes and adopting a more serious tone. After all, if you can earn the recognition of the sword demon, Wilhelm Vanistria. As Wilhelm and the envoy departed from Roswell's estate, Itachi turned to re-enter the house, joining Rem in the conference room. Within, Roswell lounged on the sofa, his eyes half closed, while Amelia sat opposite him, appearing somewhat anxious. Ah, Itachi, you have arrived, Amelia remarked, visibly relieved at his presence. She stood and approached him. The envoy has already left. Is that so? Amelia exhaled softly, clearly relieved to have set down a burden. Listen, Itachi, Lady Amelia is planning a trip to the capital and requires a reliable escort. Roswell suddenly opened his eyes and addressed Itachi. Roswell, we agreed not to mention this matter, Amelia interjected, clearly displeased with Roswell's unilateral decision. However, since the issue had been raised, Amelia felt compelled to explain the situation to Itachi. Itachi, I do indeed need to go to the capital. However, you need not accompany me. This is my personal matter, and I do not wish to trouble anyone. Hearing that, it seems I must accompany you, Itachi replied. No, that is not what I meant, she protested. I understand your sentiment. Given your character, venturing alone to the capital would undoubtedly lead to trouble. I would not. Besides, Roswell will accompany us, and there is also Puck. Since Roswell has made this statement, it implies that even if he joins the trip to the capital, he cannot remain with you at all times. Puck can only keep you company during the day. What will you do at night? Amelia anxiously fiddled with her hair, seemingly contemplating further counterarguments. Just take Itachi with you. Besides, there are likely people in the capital he knows. It would be good to meet them. Rem's suggestion further weakened Amelia's already wavering resolve. After some internal struggle, Amelia finally reluctantly agreed to the proposal. Itachi had not chosen to serve as an escort on a whim. While his concern for Amelia played a part, understanding the royal selection process was also among his objectives. Shortly thereafter, a dragon carriage appeared at the estate's entrance. This would be the vehicle for Amelia and her party's journey to the capital. As Itachi observed Rem efficiently preparing the carriage, an ominous premonition stirred within him. Is Rem coming as well? Yes. Someone must attend to your daily needs. So Rem will accompany us, she replied. So, that means only. What is that look in your eyes? Ram asked with irritation, fixing her gaze on Itachi. Oh, nothing. Given Ram's capabilities, it was uncertain whether anyone in the estate would eat properly during their absence. Suddenly, Ram pulled Itachi aside, leaning in close to whisper in his ear, "Take good care of Ram. Do not let her overexert herself." Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, a sister's concern for her sibling remains unwavering. Itachi nodded, then turned to board the dragon carriage. By the way, where is Beatrice? Is she not coming to bid farewell? Amelia inquired, perplexed. Itachi glanced at the empty doorway of the estate, well aware that the somewhat stubborn girl was unlikely to appear in such circumstances. However, just as he thought this, a petite figure with twin tails appeared briefly at the entrance, only to vanish shortly after, seemingly fulfilling her obligation. Among those present, it appeared that only Itachi had glimpsed the fleeting Beatrice. A subtle smile crept upon his lips as he boarded the dragon carriage, realizing that the girl was not as cold-hearted as she seemed. As everyone settled into the carriage, Rem took the driver's seat and urged the dragon forward. The dust kicked up by the vehicle obscured their view of the estate, shrouding Ram's figure in its wake. Chapter 25. An encounter in the alley for Itachi. The experience of riding in the dragon carriage for the first time was rather pleasant. Despite traversing the vast wilderness, he felt not a whisper of wind. Moreover, the vehicle moved with remarkable stability, devoid of any jarring sensations. From Amelia, he learned that this was due to a natural blessing known as wind removal bestowed upon the earth dragon. This blessing allowed the dragon to race across the open terrain unimpeded by the wind, and, consequently, the dragon carriage connected to it also benefited from this effect. As the dragon carriage journeyed further into the wilderness, nearly half a day's travel passed before the city gates of the royal capital finally came into view. Just as Itachi had surmised, Roswell declared upon entering the capital that he had matters to attend to and subsequently vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Rem took it upon herself to prepare accommodations for the group and departed ahead of them. Now, only Itachi remained in the company of Amelia. Who could it be? Oh, it's you all. Shortly after entering the royal capital, Itachi and Amelia encountered the rather fierce-looking fruit vendor from before. As a token of their reunion, and to express gratitude for the previous lead concerning the slums, Itachi willingly purchased 10 of the rare fruits. Thank you for your patronage. After leaving the fruit stall, Amelia led Itachi towards the duty office of the royal capital to announce their arrival. The duty office. I believe it's this way. Amelia guided Itachi through the labyrinthine streets of the capital, turning left and right towards their destination. Itachi, can you hear me? A familiar voice resonated, not through his ears, but as if it naturally emanated from his mind. I'm currently engaging in a telepathic conversation with you. So Amelia cannot hear this. The source of the voice was none other than the small spirit cat, Puck, who had always accompanied Amelia. I can hear you. What is so urgent that it must be conveyed in this manner? To my surprise, you have adapted to this method quite swiftly. However, there are indeed matters that cannot reach Amelia's ears. Puck's voice fell silent for a moment as if weighing his words. After a brief pause, he resumed speaking within Itachi's consciousness. Do not give Amelia too much hope, nor allow her to harbor expectations. Hope can become a poison. And even when aware of its harmful nature, one may still reach for it in times of need. Itachi, do not allow yourself to become Amelia's poison. Before Itachi could further probe the perplexing meaning behind Puck's words, the sudden halt of the girl before him interrupted the conversation. We have arrived. Amelia pointed ahead, indicating the location of the duty office. The duo found themselves in the noble quarter of the royal capital, where both the decor and atmosphere starkly contrasted with the areas they had previously traversed. The buildings flanking the street were exquisitely adorned, exuding an air of nobility. Trees were planted along the sides of the road to mitigate dust and enhance the scenery. The duty office they were to visit stood prominently in the center of the road, resembling a dam that divided the thoroughfare. This was the duty office of the royal guards, seemingly tasked with verifying the identities of those entering and exiting. As Amelia elaborated on the building, she and Itachi approached it. Upon nearing the entrance, just as Amelia was about to knock, the doors swung open from within. Ah, I did not expect to encounter you here. A tall man emerged, his purple hair neatly tied back, clad in a white uniform that accentuated his slender frame. He exuded a striking handsomeness. It has been a while, Lady Amelia. I trust there have been no unusual occurrences since then? The young man, identified as Julius, performed a courteous bow towards Amelia. Despite his seemingly polite demeanor, there lingered an unwelcome air about him, perhaps stemming from an air of affectation, behaving in a manner inconsistent with one's true self. Nothing unusual. Thank you for your concern. You seem to be in good spirits as well. Indeed, I am honored that you still remember me. Julius spoke in a tone bordering on flattery, before shifting his gaze to Itachi. And that individual, is he someone of significance to you? Julius lowered his voice slightly as he inquired about Itachi, who met his gaze unflinchingly, the black depths of his eyes meeting Julius's slightly disdainful expression. What a terrifying gaze. I must have been rude. Itachi's eyes bore little emotion, yet Julius sensed a hint of menace, prompting him to retract his earlier demeanor. I've come here to discuss a few matters with the castle. Amelia, sensing the conversation veering off course, quickly addressed Julius. I see. That's why you've come to the duty office. Please, follow me. With a slight bow, Julius led the way into the office. Itachi, please wait here for me. It will not take long. Upon hearing Amelia's request, Itachi nodded. His role as a guard rendered him unnecessary within the castle's confines. Besides, one could not simply stroll into the castle of the Lugnica kingdom at will. Watching Amelia enter the duty office, Itachi stepped into a shaded area. preparing to lean against the wall for a brief respite. Just as he settled into the shadow, a flash of red darted past his vision. A mere silhouette would not have captured his attention, but the figure entered a narrow alley, followed closely by what appeared to be a group of ruffians. Prompting Itachi to take notice, Amelia had instructed him to remain on standby, but leaving such matters to the guards was undoubtedly the wiser choice. However, without concrete evidence to label the individuals as robbers, he risked causing unnecessary trouble should he cry foul. Dealing with a few bandits should not take long. With this thought, Itachi stepped out of the shadow and approached the alley. As he neared, a coarse voice filled the air with a string of profanities. "What the hell, you filthy wench." The vulgar words only served to corroborate Itachi's suspicions. He turned the corner and reached the mouth of the alley, peering inside. A girl in a striking red dress stood defiantly before three familiar ruffians. Her vibrant orange hair was tied back, shimmering under the sunlight. Adorned from head to toe with exquisite jewelry, her beauty remained undeniable despite the ostentation. Her alabaster skin peeked through the gaps in her attire, contrasting splendidly with the blood-red gown, enhancing her pristine allure. With her arms crossed and a relaxed demeanor, she regarded the three assailants as if they were beneath her notice. Chapter 26. The arrogant flame faced with the disdainful demeanor of the young girl. The men surrounding her grew increasingly furious, advancing menacingly. However, their steps faltered upon catching sight of the figure behind her, clad in a robe identical to that worn on that fateful day. Itachi fixed his inky black gaze upon them. Although Itachi remained motionless, the memory of their previous thrashing instilled a flicker of fear in the trio of ruffians, particularly in the one ensnared by Genjutsu, whose legs trembled uncontrollably. What are you doing here? Mind your own business. Just leave." Their self-proclaimed threats resonated weakly to those around them. Observing their reaction, the girl turned to see Itachi standing at the alley's entrance. Paying no heed to the ruffian's words, Itachi stepped forward, a mere movement that stripped the trio of their courage, prompting them to abandon their bravado and flee the scene. Watching them retreat, Itachi felt a twinge of fortune. He had previously dealt with these miscreants, and this time, he managed to frighten them off without resorting to violence. Had they been unfamiliar adversaries, the sight of Itachi carrying a bag of fruits would undoubtedly have diminished his intimidating presence, leaving him no choice but to engage physically. "Best leave quickly, it's not safe here." After imparting a few brief words of caution to the girl, Itachi turned to resume his wait for Amelia. "Hey, commoner, am I permitting you to leave?" The haughty call made Itachi halt mid-stride. He turned to face the orange-haired girl. "What do you have there? Let me see." Despite sensing something amiss with the girl before him, Itachi handed her the bag. "It's a rin fruit." Falsehood. Rin fruit is distinctly white, as displayed on the platter. At this remark, Itachi became increasingly convinced of the girl's peculiar nature. That's merely its appearance after being peeled. "Is it?" the girl retorted, extracting a rin fruit from the bag, swiftly slicing it into 4 segments with her hand positioned like a blade. She lifted a piece to her mouth and tasted it. Tart and sweet. Indeed, it is a rin fruit. You've unwittingly saved your life. Her brazen arrogance was hardly commendable, and Itachi felt a profound sense of exasperation. "Please return it after verifying. I have other matters to attend to." Itachi extended his hand to reclaim the fruit, only to have it swatted away by the girl. "I have yet to complete my verification. The rest must be cut as well." This girl's persistent actions constantly tested Itachi's patience. If her antics continued, he could not guarantee he would refrain from employing Genjutsu against her. Just then, a robust yet somewhat frivolous voice echoed from behind the pair. "Ah, found you. So, you were here, princess." Turning around, they beheld a burly man standing at the alley's entrance, donned in a pitch-black helmet that obscured his expression. His attire appeared cobbled together from tattered fabrics, resembling that of a bandit more than a passerby. A large sword hung at his side, rendering his ensemble strikingly disproportionate. Following closely behind him was Amelia. Itachi, what are you doing here? I told you to wait in the duty room for me." Before Itachi could explain, a cacophony of hurried footsteps interrupted their exchange. The trio of ruffians who had fled earlier returned, now accompanied by 15 or 16 others, all brandishing weapons. "I'll explain everything in a moment." With that, Itachi turned to confront the crowd. "Hey, wait a minute. You can't be serious," one of the ruffians began. But his boastful expression was swiftly replaced by sheer terror. As Itachi approached, he activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. In that instant, the ruffians met his gaze and were ensnared within the Genjutsu. The sound of clattering metal followed as they involuntarily released their weapons, collapsing to their knees. Impressive, but this is not the time for such matters. "Itachi, why are you with her?" Amelia's expression bore a hint of unease, while the girl maintained her indifferent demeanor. "I must say, princess, you made it quite difficult to find you. Thankfully, this young lady's assistance spared me further time." The armored man addressed the girl, though his complaint was met with a swift reprimand from her fan. "Enough chatter. You are in no position to judge me." "Ow." Itachi stepped closer to Amelia, succinctly recounting the events that had transpired, adding, "And you should temper your overly generous nature." Having concluded his explanation, Itachi delivered this final remark. Though he had anticipated Amelia's character, He was still taken aback by her decision to assist another in search of someone. However, in response to Itachi's admonition, Amelia remained silent. Curiously, she had been attempting to conceal herself since earlier, her cloak drawn lower as if evading something. Following Amelia's gaze, Itachi noticed the orange-haired girl surveying her with an air of haughty disdain. Perceiving the scrutiny, the girl remarked, "While my beauty may indeed be a divine transgression, it is rather impolite to stare so openly." Faced with such a difficult personality, Itachi felt conversing with her was futile, redirecting his attention to the man named Al. "Since your purpose has been fulfilled, we shall take our leave." Itachi mused, recognizing that Amelia's desire to hide was likely connected to the girl before them. "Ah, quite reasonable. Then we part ways here, brother." With that, Al and the girl exited the alley. Itachi cast a glance at the incapacitated ruffians on the ground. The genjutsu he had employed was not particularly potent, yet sufficient to render them unconscious for several hours. "Let us go. On our way back, you will elaborate on the details," Itachi instructed Amelia. Judging by her earlier demeanor, the pair were no ordinary individuals. Those capable of causing Amelia trepidation were likely closely tied to the royal selection. Itachi sighed, realizing he had indeed crossed paths with formidable figures. Chapter 27. The royal selection assembly in the morning. At the entrance of the inn, Itachi faced the somewhat uneasy Amelia and said, "So, you wish for me to stay?" "Indeed, that is correct. The matters that will unfold next cannot involve outsiders. Even Rim cannot accompany me." Amelia's demeanor appeared resolute. Yet Itachi could still sense her underlying anxiety through her tone. The reluctance to allow others to accompany her stemmed from a fear of potential missteps. However, Itachi could not bring himself to let Amelia venture alone to the castle. On their return journey the previous day, Amelia had introduced him to the young lady in the crimson gown, Priscilla Buriel. She too was a candidate for the throne, yet from Amelia's description, she seemed a rather perilous character. Moreover, the other two candidates, apart from Amelia and Priscilla, were equally troublesome. Given their prior encounter with the Hunter of Guts, Itachi could not ascertain whether there were nefarious individuals lurking within the castle. "I do not consider myself an outsider in the role of a guardian." Itachi's gaze remained fixed on Amelia's face, but she turned her head away, evading his eyes. "Moreover, should you encounter any unforeseen circumstances, I would find it difficult to explain to Roswell." Amelia opened her mouth, seemingly wishing to argue, but ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. She pressed her lips together, tacitly conceding to Itachi's presence. After bidding farewell to Ram, the two of them boarded the dragon carriage and set off toward the castle. Throughout the journey, Amelia sat in silence across from Itachi, her hands anxiously fidgeting on her lap. "Are you nervous?" Yes, a little. Do not worry. Should any troubles arise, I will be here." "Thank you. But it's all right, I can handle it myself." Amelia lowered her head, bringing their brief conversation to a close. Reflecting on Parker's words from that day, Itachi believed they conveyed the sentiment of not letting Amelia become overly dependent on him. Parker likely imparted this wisdom to Amelia as well, which explained her desire to refuse Itachi's company. Nonetheless, it seemed rather unreasonable to force a Na'vi young girl to shoulder everything alone. Thus, Itachi disregarded Parker's advice and insisted on accompanying Amelia to the castle. Even if the aim was to foster her independence, it should not be attempted in a vulnerable state. Upon their arrival at the castle gates, as Itachi stepped through the entrance, he truly felt the kingdom's grandeur. The magnificent hall was adorned with opulent decorations, and various embellishments filled the vast space. Guards, armed with long swords, stood solemnly at attention on either side. Following Amelia down a lengthy corridor, the two arrived at a massive wooden door. "Thank you for your patience." "My lady Amelia," said the guard, his azure eyes regarding her before he bowed respectfully. "May I inquire who this is?" "This is Itachi Uchiha, my guardian." The guard straightened, casting a glance over Itachi. "I sense no dangerous magical presence. Please, both of you may enter and wait. The guests have yet to arrive." After confirming Itachi's identity, the guard opened the grand door. Gazing inside, Itachi observed that a vast crimson carpet nearly covered the entire room. Opposite the entrance, a throne adorned with dragon motifs stood prominently on a dais. On one side of the dais stood a formation of knights clad in white uniforms, while the other side was filled with individuals dressed as civil officials. Amongst these two groups, two figures stood side by side atop the dais, who, if he was not mistaken, were also candidates for the throne. I will head over there now, Itachi. Is it all right if you stay with the knights?" Amelia spoke nervously, then hurriedly approached the two figures on the dais, standing alongside them. Witnessing Amelia take her rightful place, Itachi complied with her wishes and positioned himself in the back row of the knights, standing amidst a sea of white. Itachi's black cloak contrasted sharply with the uniforms of the knights. Fortunately, he was not the only one who stood out. "Hey, brother. Fancy meeting you here again." A familiar, boisterous voice broke through the atmosphere, and Al appeared beside Itachi, his attire utterly mismatched with the resplendent hall. Following closely was Priscilla. Compared to the red gown she wore yesterday, her current outfit, while retaining the same color, displayed a greater attention to detail. Itachi nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and as his gaze shifted, he spotted another familiar figure, the striking red-haired youth, Reinhard. At that moment, Reinhard turned his head, his cerulean eyes meeting Itachi's, and bestowed upon him a gentle smile. Beside him stood the purple-haired youth he had previously encountered in the guardroom, the knight known as Julius. To Itachi's surprise, he also noticed an unexpected individual, the messenger who had visited the estate before. Unlike the other knights, her lower half was clad in a short skirt, characteristic of the female knight's uniform. "Hey, Itachi!" exclaimed the messenger, sporting cat ears and greeting him with a playful grin. With her mischievous demeanor and adorable appearance, Itachi found it difficult to reconcile her with the role of a knight. Simultaneously, Itachi noticed Roswell standing amongst the officials, who raised a hand in greeting. Before long, the grand doors of the room swung open once more, and several elderly men entered, led by the knight who had previously stood at the entrance clad in armor. "These are the members of the Council of Sages," I'll quietly explained to Itachi, pointing with his one remaining arm toward an elderly man whose beard nearly brushed the ground. Though slightly hunched, the old man's gait remained steady, and his sharp gaze revealed a depth of cunning. "That is Mykratov, the representative of the Council of Sages, and the most influential figure in Lugnica at present." After the knight who led the elderly men completed his task, he stepped aside and announced to the assembly, "The Council of Sages and the royal candidates are now gathered. The meeting will commence immediately." As the elders took their seats, four young women, led by Priscilla, arranged themselves in a line before the assembly. Chapter 28. The last royal candidate. 4 radiant young maidens stood in a row, effortlessly capturing the attention of all present. At the forefront was Priscilla, her hands firmly on her hips, her chest proudly elevated. Even in the presence of the Council of Sages, her demeanor exuded a haughty confidence. To her right stood a girl clad in military attire, her long green hair tied into a single ponytail adorned with a pristine white bow. Her strikingly beautiful yet authoritative visage facing the crowd. She was tall among women, a long sword etched with a lion emblem resting at her waist, exuding an air of valor. To Priscilla's left was a more vivacious and endearing young lady. A large white hat enveloped her soft lavender locks, while a white gown accentuated her slender figure. Particularly eye-catching was the snow-white fox fur scarf wrapped around her neck and an oversized double pearl purse she carried. Amelia stood at the far right. Her attire slightly less impressive than the other three, yet her aura was equally compelling. As the captain of the knightly order, I, Marcus, dared to preside over this meeting. "Thank you for your presence," said Mykratov, seated at the head of the council, stroking his excessively long beard while nodding at me. I bowed in response and turned to address the assembly with a serious expression. "The reason we have gathered here today, alongside the esteemed members of the Council of Sages, is to convey an important announcement to the royal candidates." My voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the room, clear to all ears. The matter at hand traces back 6 months. I then recounted the sudden outbreak of the plague that had claimed the lives of all royal family members. A kingdom without a sovereign posed a grave threat to national stability and had implications for the pact signed with the divine dragon Volcanica. Thus, ensuring the continuity of the pact and the kingdom's existence was of utmost importance. It was imperative to select the next dragon priestess without delay. Upon concluding my narrative, the previously silent Mykratov interjected. Following this, I announced the task assigned to the royal guard to identify suitable candidates for the role of dragon priestess and requested the 4 royal candidates to present their dragon orbs, their respective emblems. The 4 maidens retrieved their emblems, displaying them for all to see. Each orb radiated a distinct hue, drawing the attention of the assembly, even softening the stern expressions of the elderly sages. "Thus, we shall proceed according to the prophecy of the Dragonstone. Is that sufficient?" My words were interrupted by a gentle voice. The source was the purple-haired maiden, her expression calm and devoid of ulterior motives. "I understand the captain's intent to succinctly clarify matters, but time is of the essence. After all, in Kararaki, we say time is money." Her tone remained gentle as she straightforwardly conveyed her purpose. Given the redundancy of this information, perhaps we should hasten to the reason for our summons. Surprised by her peculiar accent, I momentarily paused. Indeed, it is somewhat unusual, but the people from Kararaki seem to share this manner of speech, commented Al, seemingly to himself, yet directed at me. "That makes sense," echoed the green-haired maiden, crossing her arms and closing one eye while fixing her gaze on Mykratov. "My lord Mykratov, while decorum is paramount, the urgency of our situation cannot be overlooked. Kindly inform us of the reason for our gathering, though I believe I can surmise." Mykratov nodded appreciatively. "As expected from the head of the Carlston family, you grasp the significance of this assembly. Indeed, if I am correct, my lord Mykratov intends to host a banquet. Although we may become rivals in the future, this opportunity for mutual understanding is not without merit." "No, that is not the case." Myklatov's negation puzzled the green-haired maiden, who then turned to inquire of us. "What is the matter, Phyllis?" This is not what I had anticipated. I simply noted the arrival of numerous food supplies into the castle and thought, perhaps a banquet is forthcoming. "Ah, I see now. I was mistaken. Please retract my earlier statement. It is rather embarrassing." The cat-eared girl, Phyllis, appeared unfazed by her inadvertent misinformation, seemingly relishing the moment. Regardless, even if Kurushu retracts her previous remark, my thoughts remain unchanged. Moreover, it appears the true objective has become abundantly clear, has it not? The purple-haired maiden waved her hand dismissively, donning an expression of resignation. Very well. I do not wish to play the villain. Please, Captain, continue. With her permission, I cleared my throat and resumed my interrupted discourse. From my account, it became evident that 5 royal candidates were foretold to emerge according to the Dragonstone's prophecy, yet only 4 were present. That concludes my explanation of the current situation. Lady Anastasia, I apologize for my lengthy exposition. Enough already. If there is more to convey, please be swift. I have no time to spare. The stewards of the treasury should understand my urgency. Anastasia, the purple-haired maiden, stirred a ripple of surprise among the assembly with her bold interjection, yet she seemed to maintain a firm grip on the situation. For the council members, bore no reproach. My apologies for troubling the busy Lady Anastasia. But I hope you will remain. After all, today marks a historic day for the kingdom, Myklatov urged, casting a glance at me, signaling for me to proceed. I nodded and raised my voice to a near-deafening level. Knight Reinhardt von Istria, step forward. Yes. The red-haired knight emerged from the ranks, approaching the assembly and bowing to the figures on stage. With great honor, I report to the esteemed members of the Council of Sages that I, of the Royal Guard, have completed my task. Very well. Let us witness the results, Reinhardt declared, directing a nearby attendant. Please bring her in. After a brief moment, the grand doors of the chamber swung open once more, revealing a petite figure accompanied by a maid. As I beheld this sight, my pupils involuntarily constricted in astonishment at the unexpected revelation. The pale yellow skirt fluttered gently as she walked gracefully over the red carpet, her high-heeled shoes echoing softly. Beneath her meticulously groomed golden locks shone a pair of resolute red eyes. The 5th member of the royal selection has been found. Her name is Lady Fillet. Chapter 29. The rationale for ascending the throne. Undoubtedly, the girl before them was none other than Felt. Despite the stark contrast in her attire compared to their encounter in the slums, Wilhelm could not mistake her countenance. Equally astonished was Amelia, standing upon the dais. That child. She mused. No wonder Reinhard was so insistent on taking her away. So this is the reason. The golden-haired maiden gracefully advanced, her very presence exuding an aristocratic air. Coupled with her endearing visage, she captivated the gazes of all present. Traversing the crimson carpet, Felt approached Reinhard. Lifting her gaze, her vermilion eyes met his. Reinhard. Yes. In a trice, Felt's slender leg, hitherto concealed beneath her voluminous skirt, shot forth, aimed at Reinhard. Though he effortlessly parried the blow, the girl's composed and refined demeanor vanished in an instant. What in the world is the meaning of this charade? She exclaimed. First, you force me into this constricting garment, then drag me to this place. What is it you intend to accomplish? I believe the attire suits you admirably, Lady Felt. Reinhard replied. Who asked you about that? Felt agitatedly tugged at the opulent gown, painstakingly prepared by servants, on the verge of tearing it asunder. Indeed. One's true nature is not easily concealed, Wilhelm mused. At that moment, Felt's gaze fell upon Wilhelm. Oh, it's you, little brother. The girl, trailing her voluminous skirt, approached Wilhelm and clapped him heartily on the arm. Seems you've recovered nicely, little brother, managing to travel this far. You seem quite spirited yourself. But what brings you here? You'll have to ask that fellow. Felt cast a sidelong glare at Reinhard, who maintained his placid smile. While I apologize for interrupting your reunion, Lady Felt, there is a matter of greater import at hand. Please, come this way. Though reluctant, Felt acquiesced to Reinhard's slightly stern tone and reluctantly approached him. What is it now? Please, take this. As Felt accepted the dragon gem from Reinhard's hand, the jewel embedded in the insignia radiated a pristine luminescence. The scene elicited astonishment from all present. The dragon gem's illumination in Felt's grasp signified her possession of the requisite qualifications to succeed as the next dragon priestess. It is rather peculiar. I was curious as to why this thing glowed when I pilfered it. She uttered the momentous words with nonchalant ease, leaving those present momentarily incredulous. That is because Lady Felt has garnered the dragon's recognition, Reinhard interjected, observing the shifting attitudes of the assembly. Upon hearing Reinhard's words, Marcos nodded, seemingly concurring with his assessment. He then turned his attention to Myklatov. Now that the 5 candidates required for the royal selection are assembled, may the selection commence? Just as Myklatov was about to nod in affirmation, a wizened old man with dark circles under his eyes emerged from the ranks of the civil officials, interrupting Marcos's pronouncement. Pray, hold a moment. What is it you wish to convey, Lord Ricardo? The elder, identified as Ricardo, stepped forward and cleared his throat. From the preparatory stages of the royal selection to the acquisition of the 5 royal candidates, the knights have devoted considerable effort, for which we owe you our gratitude. We are greatly honored. However, Ricardo continued, you have consistently prioritized the possession of the dragon priestess's qualifications as the criterion for selecting a monarch, while neglecting the possession of the qualifications to wear the crown. Ricardo declared with impassioned fervor, his voice verging on a roar. Would it not be a perversion of justice to install a monarch who is oblivious to the welfare of the populace? Are you suggesting that all the endeavors of the royal guard have been in vain? Marcos's tone was markedly laced with indignation. Moreover, expressions of similar sentiment rippled through the ranks of the royal guard. After all, no one would welcome such criticism of a painstakingly accomplished task. While my meaning may be somewhat misconstrued, I implore you to consider this point. Amidst the escalating tension between the civil officials and the knights, Miklatov, who had remained silent on the dais, interjected. Knight Reinhard, present. You believe she is the one? Indeed. While there are numerous coincidences that may seem excessive, I stand by my judgment. And what is the reason for your unwavering conviction, to the point of disregarding those coincidences? If I were to ascribe a reason, it would be destiny. Seemingly moved by Reinhard's words, Miklatov closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. After a prolonged pause, he reopened his eyes, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Has it not dawned on you, esteemed colleagues? To have not discerned anything upon beholding Lady Felt is to call into question your fealty to the kingdom. Miklatov's words directed the attention of the assembly towards Felt. Suddenly subjected to such intense scrutiny, Felt could not help but feel a sense of aversion. And shortly after Miklatov's pronouncement, Ricardo's pupils constricted sharply, as if he had stumbled upon a momentous revelation. Golden hair, vermilion eyes. Are these not the hallmarks of the Lugnica royal family? Ricardo's words reverberated through the assembly like a thunderclap. Many years prior, a scion of the Lugnica royal family had been abducted by brigands and subsequently vanished without a trace. Upon hearing Reinhard's account of Felt's origins, the assembly could not help but draw a connection between that long unresolved incident and the girl discovered in the slums before them. The royal bloodline is extinct. Mere conjecture cannot garner universal acceptance, Ricardo conceded, his tone softening. He, too, was loath to believe it, but the convergence of evidence pointed in that direction, causing him to waver. Indeed, however, Lady Felt undeniably possesses the qualifications to accede to the throne, regardless of any blood relation. Though he is the contemporary sword saint, he is a man possessed, Ricardo thought. Faced with Reinhard's unwavering conviction, Ricardo ultimately relented. He turned to Felt, the girl before him. Though uncouth and discourteous, she had, by virtue of the dragon's recognition, earned the right to participate in the royal selection, regardless of the qualifications of a priestess. The potential possession of royal lineage and the impending participation in the royal selection, the trials you will face may exceed your comprehension. Do you possess the requisite resolve? Ricardo posed these words to Felt, intending to gauge her commitment. Only upon receiving her response would the conversation reach its formal conclusion. Huh? What sort of drivel are you spouting, old man? Felt retorted, uttering exceedingly impudent words. I never once declared my intention to become queen. I was forcibly extracted from the slums, draped in this frivolous garment, and I've been simmering with resentment ever since. I couldn't care less about what you people want. Felt's invective echoed throughout the chamber, instantly altering the atmosphere. How utterly tedious. How much longer must this prattle persist? Priscilla interjected, having remained silent on the dais. She stood with her arms crossed, gazing down upon Felt with disdain. It is merely a matter of assembling 5 candidates to convene the royal selection. The ultimate victor shall be none other than I. Is that not self-evident? Huh. Upon hearing Priscilla's arrogant remarks, the already resentful Philip's anger surged within her. She stepped forward, confronting Priscilla with an upward gaze. Initially, she had assumed Priscilla to be a naive and honest woman. But was it possible that her mind had become muddled? Did she seek a quarrel? How impudent. Does she believe herself to be above reproach? Humph, who cares about you? Priscilla's eyes narrowed, her expression instantly turning frigid. This is not good. Even without any overt actions from the other party, the palpable aura of murderous intent was unmistakable to Itachi. He felt certain that if left unchecked, that woman would strike in the next moment. Princess, that individual. Almost simultaneously as Itachi reached for his ninja tool pouch, his companion Al called out loudly. With a gust of wind sweeping through the crowd, the red-haired knight positioned himself in front of Priscilla, while Amelia shielded Philip behind him. My apologies, Lady Priscilla. To exhibit such hostility in a public setting, what is it that you intend? Al scolded Priscilla with an irritable tone, his blue-violet eyes betraying his annoyance. Princess, it would be wise to avoid making too many enemies. Besides, she is the sword saint. Al approached Priscilla, earnestly attempting to counsel her. As a mere attendant, how could he utter such demoralizing words? And what of the sword saint? At most, she is merely the strongest on the surface. There must be a way to contend, right? She could be swiftly dispatched. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Al had already raised the white flag in surrender. Faced with Al's demeanor, Priscilla appeared taken aback, yet she ultimately settled down. Observing the imminent crisis dissipate, Itachi withdrew his hand from the ninja tool pouch. It seemed he was not the only one to sense this murderous intent. Everyone, are you satisfied now? The aged voice of Makrotov resonated, signaling the assembly to return to their designated positions. As the venue regained its order, Makrotov cleared his throat and formally announced the commencement of the Royal Selection Conference. Let us now delve into the first topic. Who can become the king? The Dragon Chronicle merely recorded the necessity of 5 candidates vying for the throne, without providing explicit methods. Therefore, let each candidate articulate their resolve. Mokrotov's words garnered unanimous approval from the Council of Sages. Once confirmed without objection, Mokrotov gestured towards Marco, who had been waiting in the corner. The latter understood and stepped forward before the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, once again I dare to presume and take charge of this event. With that, Marco bowed deeply to the audience. First, I invite Lord Kirsch to take the stage, along with his knight, Felix Argyle. The green-haired maiden nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded towards the center of the stage, while Phyllis hurriedly ran in Kirsch's direction. As she passed by Marco, she glanced up at the captain of the knights, playfully resting her finger on her cheek. Captain, I told you not to call me Felix. It should be Phyllis instead. I shall not show favoritism towards any subordinate, including you. Now move along. Ignoring Phyllis's playful protest, Marco motioned for her to hurry. Felix. Sounds like a man's name, Itachi muttered to himself. However, this remark was overheard by Reinhardt, who had just stood beside him. Haven't you heard? It's not that it sounds like a boy's name. Phyllis is actually a boy. It was only then that Itachi finally grasped the source of the dissonance he had felt when he first encountered Phyllis at the estate. Merely from appearances, Phyllis truly resembled a youthful maiden, with her demeanor and voice indistinguishable from that of a girl. Although he had heard of instances of cross-dressing, Phyllis's transformation was so masterful that it seemed akin to a spell in Itachi's eyes. Subsequently, Kirsch articulated her reasons for participating in the royal selection. However, her words detonated like a bomb, igniting a fervor among nearly all present. She refuted the alliance between Lugnica and the dragons, deeming it pitiable to rely on dragons regardless of circumstances. The fate of the nation should rest in human hands. Though her remarks could be considered heretical, they bore a semblance of truth. Therefore, the assembly refrained from vehement rebuttal. After all, to dare challenge history is indeed the mark of a true ruler. Following Kirsch, Priscilla, along with her attendant Al, Anastasia, and her knight Julius Euclius, respectively presented their statements. Priscilla exuded immense confidence in her claim to the throne, unabashedly demanding the obedience of all present. Meanwhile, Anastasia showcased her yearning for the crown to the audience, pledging that upon attaining the throne, she would ensure the kingdom's prosperity. After the first three had spoken, it was Amelia's turn. The presiding Marco stepped forward once more, his resonant voice announcing, "Next, I invite Lady Amelia, accompanied by her knight, Itachi Uchiha." Chapter 30 Unexpected Night. Upon hearing Marco's words, both Itachi and Amelia were taken aback. "What is the matter, Roswell? This is not what we agreed upon." Amelia whispered anxiously to Roswell beside her. The sudden turn of events left her feeling somewhat flustered. What does it matter? It is merely a formality. After all, the other candidates are accompanied by knights. Yet, this was indeed, well, let's discuss it later. It is time to take the stage. Roswell's indifferent interruption silenced Amelia's protests. With no other choice, she steeled herself and ascended the platform. Meanwhile, Itachi was filled with confusion. Roswell had never mentioned this arrangement, neither at the mansion nor in the capital. However, given the current circumstances, to deny it would leave Amelia in a precarious position, losing momentum before the royal selection had even begun. Reluctantly, Itachi left the ranks and approached Amelia. "To think Itachi is also a knight," Reinhardt remarked, surprised as he glanced at Itachi. "At least for now," he added, although he did not fully comprehend the implications. Itachi's character and strength were certainly sufficient to make him an excellent knight. Itachi gave a slight nod, brushing off Reinhardt's comment, and then stepped onto the stage to stand beside Amelia. Clad in a black cloak, Itachi bore no resemblance to the title of knight. Even someone like Arna would at least convey the impression of a warrior. "Itachi, I am as bewildered as you are. Let us adhere to the original plan." But the original plan relied on Roswell's cooperation. Itachi glanced at Roswell standing below the stage, his trademark smile in place, offering no hint of his thoughts. In fact, just the night before, Roswell had secretly approached members of the Sage Council, requesting a change in the personnel accompanying Amelia on the day of the meeting. His intention was to position Itachi in this role, effectively binding him to his side. This way, Roswell could gain ample time to harness Itachi's power for his own ends, thereby fulfilling his desires. Now, faced with this unexpected change, Itachi's mind raced as he contemplated how to navigate this predicament. "Itachi, Amelia, simply follow my instructions from here on out." A familiar voice resonated in their minds, instantly dispelling the tension that had gripped them. "Thank goodness, Puck. It is a relief to have you here." Even through their mental connection, Amelia's sense of relief was palpably evident. Turning to the members of the Sage Council, Amelia offered a slight bow. "Esteemed members of the Sage Council, it is a pleasure to meet you. Please refer to me as Amelia. I have no surname, so Amelia will suffice." With the earlier tension dissipated, Amelia's melodious voice flowed evenly into the ears of everyone present. "I am Itachi Uchiha, serving as Lady Amelia's knight." Itachi also addressed the members of the Sage Council, introducing himself. "The proposer is Court Mage Roswell, yet it is a knight accompanying her to the stage." "I would like to know the reason," Mykratov remarked, scrutinizing Itachi. "Indeed. The proposer is Duke Mazes of the Border. However, In such a solemn occasion, it is preferable to be accompanied by a knight, Itachi explained. Mykratov nodded in agreement with Itachi's reasoning. Then, please provide an introduction regarding candidate Amelia's background. Certainly. As you can see, Lady Amelia possesses silver hair and pointed ears, which serve as evidence of her fairy heritage. Her bloodline is half-human, which means she is a half-elf, correct? A bald elder among the sage council suddenly interrupted Itachi. How can such a tainted half-demon be allowed in this place? Is no one concerned? The burly elder's forehead pulsed with veins. His eyes filled with disdain as they swept over Amelia. Lord Pulpo, you are being excessive. Excessive? Get a grasp on the situation, Mykratov. The silver-haired half-elf is unmistakably a characteristic of the jealous witch. What kind of terror will our citizens endure under such a ruler? The elder known as Pulpo angrily pounded the table. Although Amelia remained unaffected by his attitude, the atmosphere in the hall plummeted to a chilling silence. Lord Pulpo, have you finished speaking? Itachi asked, his tone devoid of emotion as he calmly addressed Pulpo. If you are referring to what I just said, it is far from over. Roswell's actions are utterly absurd. How could he propose a half-demon for the royal selection? Despite his words, Itachi pointed out that Pulpo's sentiments were merely his own and did not represent the views of the other members of the Sage Council or the populace. Itachi, acting on Puck's instructions, had deliberately disclosed Amelia's half-elf identity to elicit this very reaction. By raising doubts about Amelia, the true protagonist was set to make their entrance. I cannot simply pretend I did not hear that. In an instant, the temperature in the hall plummeted. Even a fine layer of frost began to form. A mere human dares to speak so boldly before my daughter. The great spirit of fire manifested before them, causing the knights standing below to draw their swords, on guard against Puck. The beast of eternal frozen land, a raspy voice echoed from behind. Mykratov's expression tightened as he gazed at Puck hovering in the air. I did not expect a young person to recognize me. That is commendable. Being regarded as a young person at this age is truly a rare experience. Mykratov chuckled bitterly. Seeing this, Itachi continued his introduction. As you can see, this great spirit, once known as the Beast of Eternal Frozen Land, is now Lady Amelia's contracted spirit. This served as Amelia's unique rhetoric, allowing everyone to distinctly remember her power, thereby establishing her authority. What you just said clearly implies those who oppose me shall become ice sculptures, does it not? Is this not a threatening statement? Pulpo's voice trembled, clearly intimidated by Puck's power. Yet his pride did not permit him to concede. Indeed, I am indeed threatening you, Amelia boldly declared to the assembly. The only thing I seek through threat is fairness. A profound silence enveloped the hall. Awed by her earlier fervor, the assembly awaited Amelia to continue her address. I understand that, due to my half-elf status, I will undoubtedly face numerous biases throughout the royal selection process. Therefore, what I ask of you is simply equal fairness. Whether I am deserving of this throne remains unclear to me. However, my determination to strive for it will never waver. This is the one aspect in which I shall not falter compared to other candidates. Thus, I implore you to regard Amelia, who bears no surname, with impartial eyes. Not as the Ice Witch, nor as a silver-haired half-elf, but merely as I am. Silence continued to reign over the hall, Amelia's sincere sentiments resonating with each individual present. Now, all awaited Pulpo's response. My view on the appearance of the jealous witch remains unchanged. It will undoubtedly have an adverse impact on the populace. Pulpo took a deep breath, his expression finally softening. Interfering with another's thoughts is an act of profound selfishness. I tender my sincerest apologies for my indiscretion. With these words, Pulpo knelt upon one knee, offering his most reverent obeisance. Chapter 31. The Karsten family. The sound of wooden swords clashing reverberated through the air, indicating that the individuals wielding them possessed formidable skills. It was unexpected to discover that Mr. Itachi was equally adept in the art of swordsmanship. After their final confrontation, Wilhelm, holding a wooden sword, took a step back and lowered his weapon. He had practiced to some extent. Itachi also lowered his wooden sword, turning his gaze towards Wilhelm. Such finesse could not be achieved through mere some practice. A glimmer of respect flickered in Wilhelm's eyes. As a sword demon, it was effortless for him to gauge an opponent's strength through their swordplay. However, in their recent exchange, Wilhelm had not gained any advantage. Thus, he could ascertain that Itachi's mastery of swordsmanship was certainly on par with his own. Since arriving in this other world, Itachi had not had the opportunity to practice the sword techniques he had learned in the Umbu. Now, finding himself in the Karsten household and hearing of Wilhelm's considerable prowess in swordsmanship, he had proposed a sparring session. The reason for Itachi's presence in the Karsten household dates back to the previous day. After the royal selection meeting concluded, Itachi and Amelia returned to their inn, while Roswell claimed he had official duties to attend to and remained at the castle. Yet, Itachi saw through this excuse, merely a means for Roswell to evade Amelia's inquiries. Itachi was well aware that Roswell was concealing something. Furthermore, he could surmise Roswell's motives in promoting him to the position of knight, perhaps to keep Itachi close to Amelia, or rather, to keep him near Roswell himself. Eager to decipher what schemes Roswell was concocting, Itachi acquiesced to this unexpected responsibility. Being a knight-errant was no small endeavor. Itachi was certain he had considered this thoroughly. After confirming that Itachi had no objections to assuming the role of her knight, Amelia inquired once more, her azure eyes clearly conveying a sense of do not overexert yourself. It's fine. I'm happy to help. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Amelia's face brightened with gratitude. However, this smile was fleeting, as her expression soon turned serious again. Listen, Itachi, there are important matters to attend to at the mansion, and I must return to Roswell. Does that mean I will remain in the capital with Rim? I would like to know the reason. Itachi's eyes widened in surprise at Amelia's words. Indeed. Due to the repeated use of his Manjiki Sharingan, his vision had become somewhat blurred. But how did she know this? Noticing the change in Itachi's demeanor, Amelia felt a sense of pride. Don't underestimate me. I can sense that the flow of mana around your eyes has noticeably faltered. Moreover, your movements were much slower than usual while handling household chores. Amelia's observations were indeed accurate. The strain from using the Manjiki Sharingan had weakened the chakra flow around Itachi's eyes, resulting in a disruption of mana within him. Consequently, due to his blurred vision, Itachi had become far more cautious in his household duties, leading to a natural deceleration in his actions. Reflecting on this, Itachi could not help but admire the perceptive girl before him. Amelia was remarkably astute. Of course, that is why I have arranged for Phyllis to treat your eyes. Phyllis? Is he that boy who resembles a girl? Yes, he is. Do not be deceived by Phyllis's appearance. He is the recipient of the title Azure in the kingdom and is highly skilled in water magic. If he treats your eyes, they should recover swiftly. If memory serves, he should be affiliated with the Crush faction. Itachi understood the implications of this, and Amelia was likely aware as well. Entrusting a task to one's political rival inherently incurs a debt of gratitude, which could prove detrimental to the royal selection. Indeed, why take such a risk? Because you have already assisted me greatly, both in the slums and in the castle. Therefore, I wish to use my own strength to do something for you. The sincerity in Amelia's azure eyes was unmistakable. Clearly, she felt indebted to Itachi, prompting her choice of repayment. Itachi sighed. He trusted that Amelia was not reckless. Her decision to enlist the help of a political rival must have been made with careful consideration. I understand. Thank you, Amelia. A few minutes later, the dragon carriage that Amelia was to board was prepared and waiting outside the inn. Itachi and Rem stood at the entrance, facing a visibly troubled Amelia. Will you be all right staying in the capital alone? Will you miss home? If you mean the mansion, I should be fine. Besides, Rem is here. What if you cannot get used to the food here? You must eat well, 3 meals a day, and... Itachi regarded the chatty girl with exasperation. Aside from her occasional naivete, Amelia was just like any other girl. However, once such matters arose, she transformed into a nagging figure. You're treating me like a child. I'll remember everything. You should set off quickly, otherwise, it will be dark soon. After finally seeing Amelia off, Itachi let out a slight sigh of relief. The next day, a carriage from the Karsten family arrived to escort Itachi and Rem to Crush's residence in the capital. Crush's mansion was nestled in a more secluded corner of the noble district. Although it served merely as a temporary abode during visits to the capital, its opulence was undeniable. Yet this was not Crush's intention. Rather, it was designed to appease the vanity of visiting nobles. Upon arriving at the Karsten residence, Phyllis immediately began examining Itachi's eyes. As I suspected, the flow of mana has been disrupted. It seems you have overexerted your eyes, leading to this condition. Phyllis withdrew his hand from Itachi's eyes and conveyed his diagnosis. It can certainly be treated, but it will require some time. Until I restore your sight, you must remain here obediently. Thus, Itachi temporarily resided in the Karsten household, cooperating with Phyllis's treatment, and the following morning, he requested a sparring session with Wilhelm. Chapter 32. The Crisis at the Mansion. Itachi, you've worked hard. As the training session concluded, Rem approached with a towel in hand, her pace quickening. Ah, thank you. Accepting the dry towel from Rem, Itachi wiped the sweat from his forehead. Though the practice had not exerted him too much, the weather was indeed quite warm. By the standards of the real world, it felt as if it was around July. If you wish to express gratitude, there are more practical ways to do so. With that, Rem leaned in closer, her eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at Itachi. Understanding her implication, a smile crept onto Itachi's lips as he gently stroked Rem's soft hair with his left hand, eliciting a sound of enjoyment from her. Ever since that day in the forest when he rescued her, she had developed a unique dependence on Itachi. As long as it wasn't time for work, Rem would always be by his side, whether in public or private. What luck to witness such splendid swordsmanship first thing in the morning. A bold voice reached their ears. Belonging to the military-clad king candidate, Kurosu, who had striking dark green hair. Following closely behind was Phyllis, a feline humanoid dressed as a lady, but of male gender. You've come all the way here, and I barely saw you after you woke up so early for treatment. Oh dear, poor Phyllis is quite hurt. Is that so? My apologies. Oh, why are you apologizing? Hurry along, I have other matters to attend to shortly. Almost pushed by Phyllis, Itachi left the training ground where he had been sparring with Wilhelm and returned to his room. Sit still and don't move. Phyllis instructed Itachi to sit on the bed, then climbed up beside him, pressing his body against Itachi's. his cheek close to Itachi's ear as he whispered with a teasing tone. How does it feel? Is your heart racing? There is no need for trivial matters like that. How dull. I was hoping for a different reaction from you. It was evident that Phyllis's actions were merely a spontaneous prank. Phyllis shifted away, covering Itachi's eyes with his hands, causing ripples of water blue energy to emanate forth. As a surge of energy flowed in, Itachi felt a warming sensation around his eyes. Is he using external energy to influence the internal flow? From his control over this energy, he does possess some skill. This method of healing reminded Itachi of the art of energy manipulation, which also requires the practitioner to have exquisite control over energy to achieve healing without causing secondary harm. However, unlike the art he knew, which would not benefit his eyes, the healing magic of this world allowed him to genuinely feel the restoration of his vision. All right, that's enough for today. Phyllis removed his hands from Itachi's eyes and jumped off the bed, clapping his hands. I have to get back to work soon, so I can't stay with you for long. Don't miss me too much. In any case, thank you for the treatment. Can't you show a bit more reaction? When faced with someone else's jest, you ought to learn to smile like this, just like that. Phyllis complained, exaggerating a smile with his fingers before leaving the room. After Phyllis departed, Rem, who had been absent during the treatment, appeared at the door. She approached Itachi, her expression considerably graver than before. Itachi, there is something important. Observing Rem's serious demeanor, Itachi surmised that something significant was about to unfold. And it was unlikely to be good news. Following Rem down the stairs, they eventually arrived at the conference room located on the upper level of the mansion. Inside, Kurosu awaited them on the sofa, and upon their arrival, she gestured for them to sit opposite her. It seems you've heard the news. Kurosu addressed Rem with a serious tone. What Rem felt was merely a resonance from her sister. If it were her sister's clairvoyance, she would have gleaned more information. It appeared that Rem was lamenting her lack of ability, her eyes gently closing as her voice trailed off. Resonance? I have heard that close-knit beings can communicate without words. But can it truly extend to the capital and the maze's border? Indeed. However, as I mentioned earlier, the distance is far too great. Rem could only obtain vague information. Itachi observed the solemnity on Kurosu's face and the anxiousness on Rem's, a wave of unease surging within him. From their earlier exchange, it was clear that the mansion was facing some kind of crisis. Lady Kurosu, if you have any information, please share it with us. Itachi spoke to Kurosu, who nodded and began to relay what she had learned. The maze's territory, which belongs to the border lord of Roswell, has been placed under a state of emergency following the Lord's orders. Upon hearing this, Itachi and Rem's expressions shifted dramatically. A situation that would necessitate the mansion being put on lockdown could only mean an attack or something of that nature. The villagers within the territory are honest and kind-hearted, and given that Lord Roswell treats them well, they would have no reason to rebel. It seemed likely that the mansion had been invaded. If that is the case, we feel it is our duty to return to the mansion, Lady Kurosu, Itachi declared, unwilling to remain idle in the face of the mansion's crisis, thus requesting to leave. Originally, the contract signed with Lady Amelia stated that Itachi could not leave until his eyes were fully healed. However, given the circumstances, it is understandable that both of you wish to return. Kurosu rose from the sofa, prompting Itachi and Rem to stand as well. I respect your decision, Itachi. Half an hour later, on the road leading from the capital to the mansion, even though Kurosu had granted permission for Itachi and Rem to leave, only a single cart remained from the Karsten family's preparations, which was typically used for deliveries, rendering them unable to make a swift journey. Nevertheless, they had no other choice but to board the cart and set off towards the mansion. Before departing, Itachi learned from Kurosu that the current wasteland was plagued by a mist. This mist was released by a beast known as the White Whale, which all merchants in the land feared. Chapter 33, Otosu and the slightly weathered dragon carriage raced across the wasteland, a cloud of dust swirling in its wake. Ever since departing from the royal capital, Rem and Itachi had hastened towards the mansion without pause. However, as dusk gradually descended, they still found themselves a considerable distance from their destination. In this season, the barren land could potentially harbor the mists, indicating the presence of the legendary beast known as the White Whale. On their journey back to the mansion, Itachi inquired Rem about the White Whale. From Rem's words, Itachi learned that the White Whale was one of the 3 great beasts created by a witch centuries ago, measuring an astonishing 50 meters in length. Throughout the centuries since its creation, the White Whale had wreaked havoc, causing significant losses to many merchant guilds that frequently traverse these perilous areas due to its formidable strength and elusive movements. It's getting late. We should find a place to rest, Itachi suggested, pointing to a distant light that evidently belonged to a nearby house. Progressing through the darkness was not a wise choice. Indeed, that sounds prudent. Rem nodded and guided the dragon carriage toward the flickering beacon. Upon arrival, they discovered it was a modest and situated amidst the desolate landscape, already occupied by numerous weary merchants seeking refuge from the White Whale. After conversing with the innkeeper at the front desk, Itachi learned that these merchants had taken shelter to avoid the White Whale, and, fortuitously, only one room remained available. After securing the room with a deposit, Itachi led Rem to a chamber at the end of the second floor. Let us rest for now. We shall set off early tomorrow, Itachi declared, settling onto one of the beds. Agreed. But before that, Rim quietly climbed onto Itachi's bed, pressing her body against his back and gently covering his eyes with her hands. The soft sensation of her form, felt through the fabric, mirrored the comforting touch experienced during the healing administered by Phillies. Rem, what are you doing? It's merely a treatment, akin to what Lady Phillies performed earlier. Although I lack her strength, I can alleviate fatigue. Rem replied with a gentle demeanor. Very well, I appreciate your kindness. Itachi leaned back, feeling the weight of Rem's upper body resting against him. Noticing Rem's relaxed state, Itachi began to comprehend her feelings towards him. Yet, he remained uncertain about how to confront these emotions, as it had been many years since he had felt such warmth from another. Late at night, Rem quietly rose from her bed, casting a glance at Itachi, whose steady breathing indicated he was fast asleep. Treading softly, she approached him, gazing at his tranquil face, her azure eyes shimmering with sadness and guilt. I'm sorry. Itachi, after taking one last look, Rem placed a prepared note beneath a pouch on the table and turned to leave. Please, ensure you stay safe. Where do you intend to go? The sudden familiar voice startled Remington. She turned to find Itachi standing in the shadows, his eyes glimmering in the darkness. Itachi, I thought you were asleep? Rem glanced back at the bed, confirming that the figure lying there was indeed Itachi. I have not rested. With an attack on the mansion, we cannot be certain we are not being watched. Itachi stepped from the shadows to the bedside, observing the sleeping version of himself. Thus, I left the doppelganger in bed while I concealed myself. With a puff of smoke, the doppelganger vanished, leaving only the blanket behind. You wish to return to the mansion, do you not? Itachi's words pierced through Rem's thoughts, leaving her no choice but to confess. Yes, that is indeed my intention. I sensed a heightened danger from my sister just moments ago. Rem looked up, her eyes glistening with tears as they met Itachi's gaze. She did not want Itachi to be harmed. Prepared for reprimands or scolding, Rem was instead met with a comforting warmth from above. Gather your belongings, we depart at once. Itachi quickly packed their modest belongings and strode toward the door. If the situation is as urgent as you suggest, we cannot afford to delay. But venturing out now could lead us to the mists. It would be perilous for you to accompany me even if I were to stay behind. It would still be dangerous. Furthermore, I do not intend to rely solely on ourselves to find our way back. With a concerned Rem trailing closely, Itachi approached a man at the counter, who was lazily drinking. Do you know the route from here to the Mazaz border? Itachi inquired of the merchant, who appeared to be in his 20s, with tousled gray hair and a ruggedly handsome face marred only by the effects of intoxication. The Mazaz border? You've come to the right person. I've been traversing this wasteland for years. Blindfolded, I could find the way. The young merchant, slightly inebriated, proclaimed loudly, his bravado betraying the slurred nature of his speech. Very well. What would it cost to hire you as our guide? The merchant's instinctive sensitivity to money seemed to snap him back to lucidity. He stood, shaking his head to clear his mind. You mentioned hiring me, correct? Indeed. Itachi affirmed, noting the merchant's sudden shift to a more astute demeanor. Given the late hour and my cargo being left behind, I must consider the price. We are pressed for time. Lead us to our destination, and the price is yours to set. So generous? The merchant cleared his throat, attempting to mask his earlier drunkenness. I shall accept this commission. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Otto Suin. Since you are in such a haste, let us depart promptly. Otto wobbled toward the exit, still slightly unsteady on his feet. Why hire this individual? Rem questioned Itachi, eyeing Otto's unsteady gait as he left the inn. Someone who frequently traverses this wasteland would undoubtedly know how to avoid the mists. Moreover, Itachi surveyed the vacant inn lobby with a hint of resignation. There are no other options available. Chapter 34, The White Whale of Mist. Mr. Itachi, why are we heading to the Mazaz border at such a late hour? Is it related to something there? On the swiftly moving dragon carriage, Itachi and Otto sat facing each other, while Rem controlled the vehicle from the driver's seat. Given that Otto had consumed quite a bit of alcohol, Rem was understandably apprehensive about allowing him to drive. As a merchant, there are some matters you are better off not knowing. Itachi chuckled, his tone light-hearted yet laden with implications, causing Otto to scratch his head awkwardly, suddenly aware that he could not press further. However, you are not mistaken. We indeed hail from the Mazaz border. Observing Otto's anxious demeanor, Itachi added a remark that only heightened Otto's tension. Why are you telling me this? Oh no. Am I going to be silenced? You seem to harbor some misunderstandings about me. Otto replied with a forced laugh, clearly attempting to mask his unease. He leaned out of the carriage to ensure their route was correct. Rem, please remember to steer clear of that plane. Understood. Rem acknowledged. After clarifying this matter, Otto withdrew his head back inside, only to be met with Itachi's inquiry. Why do you suggest avoiding the plane? Naturally, to evade the mist. Such planes are prone to collisions. Furthermore, the white whale favors open areas for its activities. The planes are far too perilous for us. Itachi nodded, recognizing Otto's evident experience. Once more, silence enveloped the carriage. Otto sat fidgeting in his seat, eager to spark a conversation but daunted by Itachi's earlier words. I recall that the individual recommended by the Mazaz border is a half-elf, correct? After much deliberation, Otto finally conjured a well-known fact, hoping it might serve as a conversation starter. Indeed. Ah, that's rather impressive. As he spoke, Otto inadvertently locked eyes with Itachi, prompting him to hastily clarify. I didn't mean to imply any bias against her. I merely find it remarkable that despite her background, she has managed to participate in the royal selection. Otto seemed to have forgotten his earlier dread, continuing to converse with Itachi. I too have experienced a period of unpopularity, so I can somewhat empathize with her sentiments. Watching her partake in the royal selection fills me with admiration, and it was from that moment that I began to support her wholeheartedly. Support, you say? Itachi smiled faintly at Otto's words. If Amelia were to hear this, she would surely be delighted. Really? Otto exclaimed, his tension visibly easing as he noted Itachi's change in expression. At least he no longer feared for his life, or so he thought. However, that sense of relief was short-lived, as Otto's nerves tightened once more. Is that mist? How could it be here? As the dense white fog thickened around the dragon carriage, Otto's voice trembled uncontrollably. What should we do, Otto? Should we stop? Rem inquired, tightening her grip on the reins. No, we cannot halt. Stopping would spell our doom. We must proceed in this direction. The dragon possesses an excellent sense of direction, and it won't lead us astray even in this fog. Itachi, observing Otto's pale complexion, comprehended the gravity of their predicament. Moreover, since earlier, he sensed an enormous entity drawing nearer, a considerable mass. How could this happen? How could mist manifest in this place? Otto murmured, his hands clasped tightly together, breath quickening. Oh, fret not, Mr. Itachi. The mist here typically does not extend far. We likely just strayed into its fringes. We shall soon emerge. Itachi discerned that Otto's words were not solely meant to reassure him, but also served as a comfort to himself. He intended to offer words of agreement. Yet the sight that met his eyes next rendered him instantly alert. Mr. Itachi, your expression is rather frightening. Silence, come over here. Outside the window behind Otto, Itachi glimpsed a colossal yellow eye peering into the carriage. With such a large eye, there was no doubt it was the infamous beast of legend, the white whale of mist. What's wrong, Mr. Itachi? Please don't frighten me, Otto stammered, gradually turning his head toward the direction Itachi was fixated on. Just as he was about to behold the white whale, Itachi suddenly sensed a powerful gust of energy approaching. Susanoo, the crimson half-giant manifested, and Itachi swiftly enveloped Rem and Otto within its protective embrace. In the blink of an eye, the fierce gust, laden with white mist, engulfed them, while the unprotected dragon carriage shattered into fragments. What on earth is happening? Otto gasped in horror, glancing at the swirling white fog. Realizing that had Itachi not pulled him into the red giant's form, he would have likely met the same fate as the carriage. It is the white whale. It has launched an attack against us, Itachi explained calmly, his kaleidoscope Sharingan fixed intently on a particular point within the mist. Stay close to me. At his words, Rem and Otto huddled nearer, anxiously scanning their surroundings. Yet, all they could perceive was an expanse of thick fog, devoid of any sign of the whale. It's coming. As the mist parted swiftly, a massive white form surged toward them. The beast revealed its true nature at last. Such a colossal size could not be thwarted merely by the Susanoo's presence, even if they were shielded from harm. The sheer force of its impact would surely send them reeling. Itachi immediately intensified his chakra output, and on the left arm of Susanoo, a circular object materialized. Yada mirror. The intangible, ethereal shield interposed itself between them and the white whale, and with a resounding crash, the whale's ferocious charge was abruptly halted, sending tremors rippling through the ground. Reeling from the immense backlash, the white whale emitted a piercing wail, its body nearly toppled by the force. However, Itachi pressed on with his offensive. With a swift motion, Susanoo raised its right arm, conjuring a large gourd-shaped object in its grasp. Tenketsu sword. Susanoo thrust its right arm forward, and from within the gourd, crimson chakra surged forth, transforming into a blade that pierced the white whale's form. Subsequently, the whale's body appeared to dissolve, flowing along the blade of the Tenketsu sword, until it ultimately vanished, alongside its mist, sealed within the sword itself. Chapter 35. The invaders in black. In an astonishing moment, the colossal white whale, nearly rivaling the mountains in size, vanished before Otto's eyes, leaving him in a state of disbelief. In Otto's mind, a singular thought lingered. The man who single-handedly vanquished the white whale was undoubtedly far more terrifying than the creature itself. Did he kill it? Rem, momentarily stunned by the spectacle, trembled as she turned to Itachi. Despite having witnessed Itachi's ability to obliterate hordes of magical beasts in an instant, the effortless slaying of the white whale surpassed Rem's wildest imaginings. No, not yet. As soon as Itachi spoke, the tension visibly returned to the two individuals beside him. However, Itachi's expression remained remarkably calm, even retracting his Susanoo. More accurately, he had only dispatched the whale's avatar. The creature's true form had already fled. At the moment when the white whale's attack was thwarted by the Yada mirror, it instinctively released one of its two avatars to absorb the blow from the Ten Kusanagi sword, using it as a substitute. Meanwhile, The whale's true form seized the opportunity to escape, shrouded by the dense fog. With his kaleidoscopic Sharingan activated, Itachi was acutely aware of all this. But given that the sealing process of the Ten Kusanagi was underway and the whale's escape was swift, he chose not to pursue. Besides, their current priority should be returning to the mansion. The true form has escaped. Could it possibly split itself further? Otto suddenly snapped back to reality, directing his question at Itachi. Indeed, my attack only struck its avatar, Itachi confirmed. I see. At least it has escaped. We should be safe for now. Otto's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground, his face contorted in a manner that suggested he might be sick. Had I known we would encounter the white whale, I would have never accepted this commission, no matter the price. With the crisis averted, Itachi closed his Sharingan. He had felt a noticeable reduction in the consumption of his chakra after the recent exchanges. It seems that Phyllis's healing abilities are indeed remarkable. Not only did she restore my chakra, but she also managed to diminish its consumption. How could she achieve such a feat? Are you alright, Itachi? Does your eye hurt? Look at my fingers. How many do you see? Rim's concerned voice interrupted Itachi's thoughts as she extended 2 fingers towards him, wanting to ascertain the state of his vision. Do not worry, I am fine. Itachi gently placed Rim's hand back down. It appeared that Rim had begun to grasp some understanding. This power of Itachi's, which he had never seen before, was intricately linked to his eyes. He turned to Otto, who now lay on the ground, resembling a person who had narrowly escaped a disaster. Otto, how far is it from here to the Mazas border? Upon hearing Itachi's voice, Otto shakily rose to his feet. Though his legs no longer trembled, he still appeared somewhat weakened. Fortunately, the fog had dissipated along with the white whale's avatar, granting them clearer visibility. Otto strained to discern their surroundings and deduce their location. It's not too far. Since the white whale has fled, we can cross the plain directly. However, the dragon carriage is no longer usable. We will have to proceed on foot. How long will that take? Well, if we move swiftly, approximately half an hour. All right then. Let us proceed, Remington. With that, Itachi withdrew a pouch of gold coins, his wages from working at the mansion under Roswell. Consider this your payment. If you find it insufficient, you may seek me at the Mazas border. After handing the pouch to Otto, Itachi began to run in the direction Otto indicated, with Rim closely following him. However, after a short distance, Itachi noticed that Otto had followed them. Why are you following us? Since I have accepted your payment, I must escort you to your destination. Moreover, I fear encountering the white whale again on my way back. Taking a shortcut as directed by Otto, and with their relentless pace, they reached the Mazas border in merely a few minutes. I must say, Mr. Itachi, your stamina is quite remarkable. As a merchant accustomed to frequent travel, Otto had engaged in some physical training. Yet, this prolonged sprint had left him breathless. At that moment, a raven flapped its wings and descended from a nearby tree, landing upon Itachi's shoulder. Itachi, what is this? Rim inquired curiously, glancing at the raven perched on Itachi. When Amelia returned, I dispatched this raven. According to the information it has brought back, everyone at the mansion is currently safe. Really? That is wonderful. Rim let out a long sigh of relief, her anxiety over her sister's safety easing, if only slightly. Be cautious. Danger may still lie ahead. Stay close to me. Understood, Rim replied. With that, Itachi resumed his forward march. The moment he set foot on this land, he sensed a pervasive aura of malice in the air. Even Rim wore a face of disgust, as if she had caught a whiff of something repugnant. Hey, wait for me. Seeing the two advance, Otto hastily followed, disregarding his need for rest. The road leading to the mansion was eerily silent, disturbed only by the occasional chirp of birds and the rustling of leaves in the wind. The trio continued their journey until they arrived at the village within the territory, a lamb. To their surprise, the houses in the village stood wide open, yet not a soul was in sight. Where have all the villagers gone? Rim surveyed the area, searching for any trace of humanity, but ultimately found nothing. Do not worry. They must have simply relocated. Although the doors of the village remained ajar, the interiors were orderly, devoid of signs of struggle. Additionally, a long trail of footprints leading towards the mansion suggested that the villagers had been moved there. Suddenly, Itachi halted, his demeanor shifting to one of cold intensity. Rim, Otto, come stand beside me. The tone of his voice alerted the two, who immediately complied, sensing something amiss. It was not only Itachi who felt it. Rim, too, detected an intensifying stench that repulsed her from the depths of her being. It appears that you are the invaders, Itachi remarked, his voice steady. As his words settled, a dozen figures draped in black robes emerged from the shadows behind the houses. Their physiques varied, yet their attire was uniform, each wielding identical short swords. Itachi's gaze swept over the group of cloaked figures as the Sharingan gradually ignited. I hope you are prepared to meet your demise. Chapter 36. The Witch Cult. Mr. Itachi, who are these people? Otto's voice trembled as he gazed at the black-cloaked figures brandishing short swords before him. The dread within him surged once more. Those individuals are members of the Witch Cult, Rim responded, her tone laced with a palpable animosity, revealing her deep-seated grudge against the cultists. Itachi, please ensure Rim participates in this battle. Observing Rim's furious expression, Itachi recognized that refusing her would bear little fruit. Take care of yourself. No sooner had he spoken than the cultists dispersed, launching their assault from various angles. In an instant, Rim drew her meteor hammer, the heavy spike ball slicing through the air towards one of the attackers. Meanwhile, Itachi formed hand seals with one hand, conjuring 2 shadow clones to confront 2 of the cultists, while he faced the 3 in the center. His gaze unwavering, Itachi activated his Sharingan, freezing the 3 advancing cultists in place. A kunai flew forth, piercing one cultist's neck. In that fleeting moment, Itachi positioned himself along the kunai's trajectory, catching it mid-flight and dispatching the remaining 2 entranced cultists from behind before hurling the kunai once more, striking down a cultist attempting to ambush Rim from behind. Even as Itachi's shadow clones faced 2 opponents each, they held their ground with unwavering resilience, swiftly eliminating their foes. Rim, in a near frenzy, swung her meteor hammer relentlessly, the iron ball crashing down upon the cultists, oblivious to the lifeless body behind her. The cultists, wielding their short swords, struggled to withstand her onslaught. 1. Careless in their defense, exposed a vulnerability, and was met with a devastating blow that shattered their skull, blood spraying forth. Seeing their numbers dwindle, the remaining 3 retreated, stepping back from Rem's lethal reach. Flames ignited in their hands, a clear indication of their intent to unleash fire magic. With a forward thrust, 6 searing fireballs hurtled toward Remington Fire Release. Great Fireball. Itachi, now beside Rem, countered with his own fire ninjutsu. The 6 fireballs paled in comparison to his technique, vanishing without a trace upon collision, leaving the 3 cultists to be reduced to ash amidst the surging flames. Such strength. Otto marveled, having witnessed Itachi's prowess in battle. Despite having seen him vanquish the whale-less avatar, this display of single-handedly combating a group left him in awe. Itachi, the sin of witches lingers. Rem turned to Itachi, her expression still taut with tension. The mansion, their primary force resides there. Understood. Let us proceed. Wrapping the chain of her meteor hammer around her arm, Rem dashed towards the mansion. Itachi glanced back at Otto, who appeared visibly anxious, gulping repeatedly. Are you still coming? You must be aware of the dangers by now. If you turn back now, the risks remain substantial. Besides, I am capable of fighting, Otto declared, producing a small pouch from his pocket. These fire magic stones were originally meant for sale, but they seem perfectly suited for our current predicament. Though Itachi was unfamiliar with the fire magic stones, Otto's newfound confidence suggested they bore sufficient power to warrant such bravado. Nodding in affirmation, Itachi signaled for Otto to follow closely, and together they pursued Rem, who had already covered considerable ground. At the Roswell mansion, fireballs rained down like meteors, only to be intercepted by an invisible barrier, creating a shower of sparks. After ensuring the villagers were safely sheltered within, Ram had set up a defensive perimeter using stored barrier stones around the mansion. However, the barrier was steadily eroding under relentless assaults, and it seemed it would not hold much longer. Amelia, watching the encroaching witch cult members that nearly surrounded the mansion, felt a surge of anxiety. After learning from the micro-spirit about the cult's arrival at the Mazas border, she had rushed to the village to evacuate the residents to the mansion. Yet by the time the evacuation was complete, night had fallen, and Puck was rendered unable to act. To make matters worse, Roswell had mysteriously vanished. With each fireball attack, Amelia discerned the barrier's energy rapidly depleting, and she could even feel sparks singeing her clothing. Am I left with no choice but to summon Puck using the oath? Just as she resolved to take a desperate gamble, a thunderous explosion startled her. On the other side, Ram also heard the ominous sound. She bolted from her room toward the front door, instantly recognizing the sound of her sister Rem's weapon. Bursting through the mansion's entrance, she spotted the blue figure of Rem, wielding her meteor hammer against the witch cult. Following closely were Itachi and an unfamiliar gray-haired man. Witch cult. Rem bellowed as she charged at the cultists surrounding the mansion, her right hand exerting force as she swung the chain, causing the iron ball to crash into the ground, fracturing the earth. Otto, take care of that side. Itachi gestured toward a less populated direction before dashing off in another. Leave it to me. Take this, Otto shouted, hurling an entire bag of fire magic stones at a small group of cultists poised to unleash flames. Upon contact with the heat, the stones detonated, obliterating the unfortunate cultists caught in the blast. Meanwhile, Itachi closed in on another batch of cultists. Leaping into the air, he swiftly formed 7 hand seals. Fire release, great fire extinguishing. A torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, crashing down to the ground. Upon impact, the flames expanded, engulfing the cultists in a raging inferno. As the encirclement around the mansion dwindled, Itachi and his companions rushed through the mansion's entrance, reaching Ram's side. Sister, are you unhurt? Ram asked with concern, rushing to her sibling. I am fine. Lady Amelia and the villagers are safe. But what about you? Why did you return at such a time? I sensed a dangerous aura from you, so I hurried back with Itachi from the capital, just as they believed the crisis had passed. Itachi suddenly sensed an unfamiliar presence, one far more formidable than the average cultist. Be cautious. Itachi's words heightened everyone's alertness once more. Outside the mansion's courtyard, amidst the flames, a gaunt, eerie figure emerged alongside a throng of cultists, drawing the group's attention. To rescue their companions, they have traversed such a distance at this hour. How diligent. The manic voice echoed in their ears, revealing its owner clad in a black robe, with dry, lifeless, dark green hair. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 37. The madness named laziness. The man before me, who calls himself the archbishop of sin of the witch cult, straightens his posture, his arms flailing dramatically in the air. Such effort, such diligence. In stark contrast, we have been assaulting this estate for so long with no progress, truly a manifestation of laziness. Uttering incomprehensible words, Petitius shoves his right fingers into his mouth, gnawing at them with frenzied abandon. Broken nails embed themselves into flesh, blood splattering forth. It hurts so much, so much, so much. The sensation of being alive. Ah, such a sweet trial. This is my way of expressing love to the world. His perverse actions abruptly cease, and Petitius' eyes dart back to Itachi, his mouth curling into a grotesque grin. Yes, indeed, it is love that has allowed you to triumph over laziness. Truly, truly, truly. Petitius' hands clawed his own head, the remnants of his gnawed fingers leaving streaks of blood across his face. My mind is trembling. Itachi stares intently at this madman before him, Petitius emanating an unsettling aura from head to toe. Itachi, Rem whispers, tugging at his sleeve, her expression tense. She senses a witchly presence emanating from Petitius that far exceeds that of an ordinary cultist. This implies that his power also surpasses that of a typical witch. Yes, I am aware, Itachi replies calmly, his gaze unwavering from Petitius for even a moment. You too, return inside, leave this to me. This man is formidable, Itachi concludes. Against an opponent like Petitius, even 10 Rems would amount to nothing. Upon hearing Itachi's directive, Rem nods, signaling for Rem and Otto to follow her. Although she feels a twinge of worry, Rem understands that remaining here would only distract Itachi. Stay safe, she implores, casting a lingering glance at Itachi before disappearing deeper into the estate alongside her sister. Oh, are you relying solely on yourself to protect your companions? Diligence. Such diligence. To encounter such diligence in a place like this, truly, truly, truly. Petitius' voice quivers with excitement, tears streaming from his bulging eyes. Trial. Yes. Everything is to repay the beloved trial. It is for the redemption of our earlier sin of laziness. He swings his arms forcefully, tilting his body back, only to spring forward as if released from a bowstring. The laziness of my fingers is my own laziness. This trial can only be undertaken by me alone. Enough of this nonsensical babble. Unable to endure Petitius' illogical tirade any longer, Itachi interjects, I can already envision your demise. As he gazes at the now tear-stained Petitius, Itachi activates his Sharingan. The excitement fades from Petitius' expression, replaced by a flicker of confusion. He reaches into the inner lining of his robe, retrieving a small booklet and frantically flipping through its pages. No, 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 no. Why is there no record of you in the gospel? A being unworthy of being inscribed even in the gospel cannot possibly claim to be a trial. Petitius snaps the booklet shut with a resounding clap. Those who obstruct our trials are also lazy. Allow me to. Just as he stows the booklet and raises his gaze, a massive fireball hurtles toward him, nearly scorching his eyes. While Petitius continues his erratic behavior, Itachi has already launched his attack. The great fireball technique engulfs Petitius, along with 2 witch cultists behind him, vanishing into a sea of flames. Itachi fixates on Petitius' former position, discerning that his strike has not claimed the man's life. Indeed, Petitius emerges unscathed from the flames, not a single thread of his clothing singed. My mind trembling. Itachi's expression sharpens, sensing an ominous force piercing through the air toward him. He swiftly sidesteps. The moment he vacates his original position, the ground beneath him shatters, debris flying, signaling the tremendous force of the attack. I see, so this is his ability. Although the entity remains unseen, Itachi's Sharingan enables him to perceive the flow of energy in the air. The previous strike appeared to be a series of hand-like appendages, slow in speed, yet devastatingly powerful. Similarly, Petitius is ensnared by such entities. It seems these are what shield him from the flames. The strength of this ability largely lies in its elusive nature. Once it can be observed, it is no different from any ordinary attack. Realizing his assault has missed its mark, Petitius swiftly multiplies the number of hands. A dozen invisible hands surge toward Itachi, intent on tearing him apart. That trick of yours no longer holds any power over me. With the activation of his Manjikyu Sharingan, the initial form of Susanoo envelopes Itachi, skeletal arms grasping the oncoming invisible hands, tearing them asunder. In the midst of this offensive, Itachi advances, locking eyes with Petitius at that precise moment, triggering the Genjutsu embedded within his left eye's Manjikyu, Tsukuyami. In the next instant, Petitius finds himself in a monochrome world, stripped of color, with only a crimson sky above. In this vast and empty space, he stands alone. However, this surreal vision does not last long. An oppressive force descends from above, causing him to struggle for breath. He looks up to see a gigantic red moon plummeting from the scarlet sky, accompanied by suffocating winds, hurtling toward him. Faced with such an apparition, Petitius lacks the clarity to discern reality from illusion, instinctively attempting to summon his invisible hands for defense. Yet, this struggle is ultimately futile. Within the realm of Tsukuyami, he is utterly incapable of conjuring his ethereal appendages. Petitius can only watch helplessly as the red moon draws ever closer, finally descending upon him, crashing into the dark waters below, sending forth a colossal splash. Chapter 38. The fall of the Sin Archbishop. Before him lay Petitius, rendered immobile by the moon-reading technique. Itachi, without a moment's hesitation, summoned the colossal hand of Susanoo, which descended from the heavens, swiftly ending Petitius's life and leaving a profound crater in its wake. Next are you, Itachi said, casting his gaze upon the 10 witch cultists who had stood behind Petitius. 2 had been vanquished by a fireball, leaving 8 remaining. 4 of these cultists brandished short swords, splitting into 2 groups as they advanced on Itachi. The remaining 4 hurled fireballs, supporting their comrades' assault. Yet, Itachi stood unmoving, merely observing as the attacks drew ever closer. The sound of sharp blades piercing flesh echoed, but it was the bodies of the 4 cultists that were punctured. In their moment of charge, they had fallen victim to Itachi's illusion. In their perception, their swords had indeed pierced Itachi's body. However, in reality, they had only impaled each other. Subsequently, the flames from the other 4 struck the very spot where Itachi had stood, engulfing the bewildered cultists in flames, reducing them to mere ashes. As the remaining 4 spellcasters sought to locate Itachi, one was abruptly pierced through the chest by a shuriken from behind. Under the cover of his illusion, Itachi had silently maneuvered behind them. After eliminating one enemy, he swiftly withdrew the shuriken, using its momentum to slice another's throat. Just as he prepared to strike a third foe, a familiar sensation coursed through his back. With a thunderous crash, the unseen hand that should have perished with Petitius materialized once more, striking Itachi's swiftly summoned Susanoo. So, you have not completely perished, Itachi mused. With a powerful grip, he seized the third enemy with Susanoo and hurled her towards the adjacent forest. Her body, propelled with immense force, shattered dozens of trees before finally coming to a halt. Lifeless. Turning towards the source of the invisible hand, Itachi noticed a familiar look in the eyes of the last witch cultist. How can this be? You possess no semblance of favor, yet you wield such power. Petitius, resurrected, shouted frantically at Itachi, clawing at his own face and drawing blood without concern, gazing at this revived lunatic. Itachi recalled a treacherous man from his memories. Though I know not your method of returning to this world, it matters not. The form of Susanoo began to morph, its tendons and muscles spreading across its skeletal frame, ultimately transforming into a towering crimson figure. You shall receive a fate akin to that man. A sense of foreboding gripped Petitius as he witnessed the transformation of Susanoo beside Itachi. He immediately unleashed his full power, sending forth over 20 invisible hands towards Itachi. However, Itachi's 10-fist sword had already been drawn. With a horizontal sweep of the crimson artifact, the invisible hands were effortlessly severed like mere branches, followed by a thrust that pierced through Petitius's body. What is happening? Petitius screamed in horror as he watched his form gradually dissolve, being drawn towards the gourd-shaped hilt in Susanoo's grasp. Tefila! Tefila! In his final moments, the sloth archbishop repeatedly called out the name of the jealous witch, as if it could save him. Yet, all of this was merely a desperate struggle against the inevitable. Petitius's body and soul were sealed within this eternal illusion. Thus, the Sin Archbishop of the witch cult was eradicated, and the invading witch cultists were entirely annihilated. Itachi exhaled a sigh of relief and dispelled Susanoo. Despite having received healing from Phyllis, the extensive use of his Mangeki Sharingan had left him somewhat unwell. He circumvented the roaring flames on the ground and stepped through the mansion's entrance. The following morning, what a thrilling night it was. I doubt I shall ever experience anything more exhilarating in the remainder of my life. For now, I shall take my leave. Until we meet again, Mr. Itachi. Otto bid farewell as he boarded the dragon carriage prepared for him by the mansion. Until we meet again, Itachi replied. A cloud of dust rose behind the dragon carriage as Otto gradually faded from Itachi's view. The ground at the entrance still bore signs of repair and charring, remnants of Rem's diligent efforts. Good morning, Itachi. Just as Itachi turned to enter the mansion, he encountered Amelia, who had just risen. She wore a pure white nightgown, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Good morning, he responded. Ah, I almost forgot. I haven't had the chance to ask you for the details yet. Amelia suddenly recalled this crucial matter, her drowsiness dissipating instantly. After all, upon returning to the mansion last night, Itachi had been virtually forced to rest by Rem, leaving no time to recount the events that had transpired. Amelia then led Itachi to the upstairs meeting room. The leader of the attack on the mansion was indeed the Sin Archbishop of the witch cult. Upon hearing Itachi's account, Amelia's expression grew grave. She was well aware of the nature of the Sin Archbishops. Aside from the elusive witches, they wielded the greatest power within the witch cult. Yet, the reason for the Sin Archbishop's assault on the mansion remained a mystery to her. If we wish to uncover their motives for coming here, perhaps we can find answers within this. Saying this, Itachi produced a somewhat grimy booklet from his pocket and placed it before Amelia. This booklet was what Petitius had referred to as the Gospel. Itachi had salvaged it from Peticius's corpse after his initial demise, sensing its significance. Amelia took the gospel, flipping through several pages, her face contorting in confusion. It's completely blank. After speaking, she returned the gospel to Itachi. Taking it back, Itachi perused a few pages, confirming her observation. Indeed, they were devoid of content. It seemed this tome could only reveal its secrets to its holder. Itachi closed the gospel and set it back on the table. Clearly, the previous Sin Archbishop had been able to glean some information from it. What are your plans? Well, the situation with the witch cult is indeed urgent. Unfortunately, Roswell is absent at this critical moment. By the way, Itachi, you encountered the white whale on your way back, didn't you? Indeed. Did Rim inform you? No, it was Otto who mentioned it. He remarked that the white whale appearing on your path was exceedingly strange, bordering on the irrational. Irrational, you say? Itachi pondered, connecting the invasion of the witch cult with the abnormal behavior of the white whale. Amelia, clearly having made the same connection, swallowed nervously. Itachi, could you accompany me to the royal capital again tomorrow? The matters at hand are quite complex, and if Roswell is not present, I must report to the higher-ups myself. Upon hearing Amelia's request, Itachi nodded in agreement. Chapter 39. The second meeting as the familiar city gates came into view once more. Itachi and Amelia arrived at the royal capital. Are you still feeling tense? Itachi inquired, observing Amelia's tightly pressed lips. A little, but it's all right. After all, it's not my first time speaking in front of everyone, Amelia replied. Upon learning of the white whale incident from Itachi the previous morning, Amelia had sent a letter to the Sage Council in the capital, outlining the matter and expressing her desire for a meeting. Initially, she intended merely to report the event. But the Sage Council deemed the situation significant and decided to summon all royal candidates for a conference within the castle. A few minutes later, their dragon carriage halted before the castle gates. Itachi and Amelia proceeded to the designated meeting place mentioned in her letter. Standing guard outside was still the Knight Commander, Marcus. Upon seeing them arrive, Marcus offered a slight bow. Who else has arrived? Amelia asked Marcus, clearly anxious about possibly being late. Currently, only Lord Crush and his attendants, Sir Wilhelm and Lady Phyllis, are present. Lady Amelia, relieved to find she was not tardy, Amelia entered the room alongside Itachi. The room's decor was considerably more modest than the exterior, yet still exuded an air of opulence. 2 sofas were positioned on either side of the room, with a coffee table in the center. Behind the coffee table stood a solid wooden desk. Itachi. A familiar voice reached his ears. He turned to see Phyllis waving from behind where Crush was seated. Sir Wilhelm, standing beside Phyllis, also acknowledged Itachi with a nod. It's wonderful to see you again. Lady Amelia, please, have a seat. Crush gestured to the chair opposite him. Yes, I'm delighted to see you too, Crush. Amelia returned the greeting and took her seat, while Itachi stood behind her alongside Phyllis and Wilhelm. So, Itachi, are you happy to see me? Phyllis asked, her signature smile brightening her face. Yes, Itachi replied. Oh, you haven't changed at all. Can't you be a bit more enthusiastic? Phyllis teased. Enough of that. How's your eye doing? She continued. It's fine. Why do you suddenly ask? Itachi responded. It's because you hurried off before the treatment was completed. I was quite worried, she said, feigning tears and a sorrowful expression. Though Itachi could tell she was merely being playful, even if there was some genuine concern. The door to the room opened again, and Anastasia entered, accompanied by her knight, Julius. Upon spotting Itachi and Phyllis, Julius greeted them with a smile, exuding the decorum of a knight. After a brief pause, Makratov, a member of the Sage Council, entered and took a seat behind the desk. Even Makratov has arrived, yet Priscilla is still absent. Could it be like last time? Amelia mused to herself, feeling a tinge of bewilderment. That woman won T-com, Anastasia interjected suddenly upon hearing Amelia's thoughts. Oh, you are quite aware of her arrogance. She would regard this meeting highly, especially one called for your sake. Although Anastasia wore a smile, it lacked warmth as she directed her gaze at Amelia. I hope you can indeed provide information that justifies the time we've all spent here. Makratov cleared his throat and addressed the royal candidates. Thank you all for taking the time to attend this meeting. Lady Priscilla is unable to be present due to official duties and is represented here by her knight, Sir Al. Everyone turned to see Al standing in one corner of the room. Oh dear, being stared at like this makes me shy. I assure you, I will relay everything discussed here to the princess, Al remarked, scratching his armored head and waving to everyone. Makratov continued, additionally, Lord Reinhardt has returned home with Lady Phillit and is likewise unable to attend this meeting. Enough with the pleasantries. My time is valuable, Anastasia interjected, interrupting Makratov. Acknowledging her words, he turned his attention to Amelia. Then, Lady Amelia, please proceed. Taking a deep breath at Makratov's prompt, Amelia began. The reason for summoning everyone here today is due to 2 significant events that transpired just the night before last. Her voice resonated clearly throughout the room, reminiscent of her declaration during the candidacy announcement. Firstly, the witch cult attacked the Mezith border where we are situated. Among them was an individual claiming to be the Archbishop of Sloth from the witch cult. Upon hearing the mention of the witch cult, The expressions of several attendees turned grave. The witch cult had been active across various nations, and attacks were not uncommon. However, the appearance of an archbishop, particularly in the realm of royal candidates, was alarming. Nevertheless, this threat has been neutralized. Both Sloth and the cultists have been eliminated by Itachi. The simple phrase eliminated by Itachi left all present in shock. After all, Sloth was a well-known terror, with historical records indicating that many witch cult activities had been orchestrated by him. Yet, Amelia claimed that this notorious archbishop had been single-handedly vanquished by someone they had never heard of before, which was hard for anyone to believe. Lady Amelia, how can you prove that this archbishop was indeed slain by Lord Itachi alone? Makrotov questioned, his tone laced with skepticism despite his unreadable expression. There is no need for Lady Amelia to provide proof. I can attest to it. A bold voice emerged from one of the sofas. Crush spoke to Makrotov. What Lady Amelia states is not false. Upon hearing Crush's words, Makrotov closed his eyes and nodded. Despite the incredibility, he had to trust Amelia's statement. After all, Crush's wind guidance allowed her to perceive the emotional currents of individuals, rendering the possibility of deception nearly non-existent. Furthermore, Crush had no motive to defend a rival in such a public setting with falsehoods. Itachi is indeed remarkable, Phyllis exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Itachi. Even Julius, who had maintained a calm demeanor, displayed a hint of surprise. Itachi merely nodded in response to the astonished reactions. It was his intention for Amelia to share this information to bolster her reputation in the royal selection. Amelia steadied her breath and prepared to reveal a second shocking piece of news. Secondly, on the night before last, the weasel encountered the white whale on the Rufus Plain. Chapter 40. The plan to hunt the white whale. A sudden chill pervaded the room, suffocating those present with an overwhelming sense of murderous intent. All eyes turned toward its source, Wilhelm. Faced with the collective gaze, Wilhelm forcibly steadied himself and bowed deeply to the assembly. I apologize for my outburst. As his employer, Kushu understood the reason behind Wilhelm's reaction. After all, his wife, the former sword Saint Tresha von Istria, had perished in the battle against the white whale. For years, Wilhelm had relentlessly pursued the white whale's trail, seeking vengeance for his late wife, yet he had always come up empty-handed. Now, upon hearing news of the white whale's return, how could he suppress his emotions? Indeed, the others present were somewhat aware of the enmity between Wilhelm and the white whale, and they chose not to dwell on his moment of weakness. Such news was certainly sufficient to justify the time spent here. When Amelia announced the news of the white whale, Anastasia's interest was finally piqued. Over the past few centuries, the white whale had inflicted considerable losses on various merchant guilds. If it could be vanquished, trade routes could be restructured, greatly enhancing commercial efficiency. Yet the white whale's movements remained elusive, akin to a specter. Previous hunting parties had either failed miserably or completely lost track of the creature. Amelia then recounted the tale of Itu's victory over the white whale's avatar, which sparked a wave of astonishment. Having defeated the Archbishop of Sin, and now the white whale's avatar, Itu's stature had risen to nearly equal that of Reinhardt. Let us not overlook the fact that Lord Makrotov summoned us here, not merely to convey information. Kushu adjusted his demeanor and inquired of Makrotov. Indeed, this assembly serves a greater purpose. I hope for your assistance in the hunt for the white whale, Makrotov replied, unabashedly revealing his intentions. Anastasia turned to Makrotov, her smile fading. If Mr. Ita possesses such formidable power, why involve us? Is this a test of our capabilities? Unfazed by Anastasia's inquiry, Makrotov exhibited no emotional response. Perhaps having anticipated such questions, the kingdom of Lugnica had previously organized an expedition against the white whale, but as you are aware, unforeseen circumstances led to its failure. Now that the white whale has resurfaced, a successful hunt would not only elevate your reputations, but also restore the glory of Lugnica. Oh, so you wish to persuade us with such reasoning? Anastasia chuckled softly, her playful demeanor returning. How cunning, Lord Makrotov. Nevertheless, even without your suggestion, I would be inclined to pursue the white whale. After all, it poses a threat to us merchants, and its elimination would surely bring peace of mind to the members of the Hatching Guild. We share the same sentiment, Kushu added, having remained silent until now. We have long resolved to hunt the white whale, and this also fulfills Lord Wilhelm's lifelong wish. I see no reason to decline. It had turned his gaze to Amelia, who remained pensive, seemingly lost in thought. What do you plan to do? He asked her. The white whale has caused significant harm to many. If possible, I wish to contribute, Amelia declared, her eyes filled with determination. Ita had anticipated her agreement with Makrotov's proposal. For Itu, the white whale was indeed dangerous. Yet it did not yet pose a direct threat. His previous encounters had granted him insight into the creature's capabilities. Still, he harbored some reservations about the hunt. Firstly, he was uncertain whether the white whale had any hidden tricks left, as their previous skirmish had been brief. However, given its flight, such a possibility seemed unlikely. Secondly, he wondered how many avatars the white whale could produce. If it could only create a few, victory was within reach. Yet, if it could multiply excessively, the threat would become formidable. Once these uncertainties were dispelled, Ita felt confident in sealing it with his tin-fist sword. I must ask, have you all forgotten about me? A deep voice resonated from the corner of the room. Al stepped forward from his previous position, addressing the assembly. Let me speak on behalf of the princess. We will not be participating. Although this response was expected, Makratov inquired about Al's reasoning. The princess, by her nature, would undoubtedly show no interest in such matters. However, I will advocate for her, Al stated before pushing open the door and departing. I'll take my leave. Please continue your discussion. With Al's exit, a silence fell over the room. Eventually, Makratov suggested that the royal candidates take time to contemplate strategies for the hunt, thereby concluding the meeting. The following day, within a familiar inn in the noble district of the royal capital. I'll be right there. Upon hearing her name called from outside, Amelia hurried out, returning with a letter in hand. Itu, come see this. Itu approached Amelia, taking the letter from her. The paper was of superior quality, clearly not something an ordinary household could afford. The seal at the end of the letter led Itu to surmise its sender. Kushu invites us to her estate to discuss strategies. He quickly skimmed the letter before returning it to Amelia. Given the current circumstances, forming an alliance was undoubtedly the best course of action. Indeed, I concur. With our own strength, we may struggle to even locate the white whale. Amelia replied as she neatly folded the letter back into its envelope, and together, they boarded the dragon carriage bound for Kushu's residence. Meanwhile, Anastasia received a similar letter from Kushu. It seems she wishes to ally with us. Julius, what are your thoughts? She asked, folding the letter and placing it on the table as she turned to the purple-haired knight. Given our strength, hunting the white whale may prove challenging. Accepting Lady Kushu's invitation could be wise, Julius responded calmly. Moreover, I believe Lady Amelia and her companions have also received an invitation. Your thoughts align with mine, Julius. Anastasia rose from her seat and approached him. If that man's power is truly as extraordinary as Amelia claims, it would indeed save us a great deal of trouble. Chapter 41. The commencement of battle not long after, at the Karsten residence. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of this invitation has been clearly stated in the letter, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. Korshiu sat solemnly behind her desk, her expression grave as she regarded Amelia and Anastasia, while even Phyllis, who usually delighted in mischief, wore a serious countenance. The matter of vanquishing the white whale weighed heavily upon them, despite their shared intent to contribute. The elusive nature of the creature rendered their efforts potentially futile if its whereabouts remained undetermined. The worst scenario would be to fall prey to a surprise attack from the white whale. Upon hearing Korshia's words, both Amelia and Anastasia fell silent. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the intelligence they possessed was limited to the fact that Itachi had encountered the white whale on the night in question at the Rufus Plain, with no further leads available. Just as despair began to settle over the group, Itachi's voice shattered the silence. Since no one can think of a solution, perhaps you might consider my proposal. What? Does Itachi have a way to locate the white whale? Amelia turned to him, her face a mask of surprise. Yes, by sensing the mana of living beings. I can ascertain the location of the white whale. What I refer to as sensing mana is essentially a method I discovered to enhance my perception by utilizing a technique akin to pseudo-sorcery chakra, allowing me to detect the biological signals of the white whale. However, this method does carry certain risks. Should I mismanage the relationship between mana, chakra, and mental energy, I could potentially succumb to naturalization. To propose such a method, can I assume that Sir Itachi possesses this capability? Korshiu also turned her gaze towards Itachi, evidently intrigued by his suggestion. Indeed. However, I cannot guarantee a 100% success rate in locating the white whale. The acknowledgement of uncertainty caused Korshiu's previously resolute demeanor to waver. After all, uncertainty harbors danger. Should they be detected by the white whale first, they might face total annihilation. Lord Korshiu, you know that as merchants, we never overlook an opportunity. Anastasia gently placed her teacup back on the table and looked up at Korshiu with her captivating blue eyes. Even the slightest chance, if it bears profit, is worth pursuing. As they say in Karalaki, fortune favors the bold. If there truly exists an opportunity to eradicate the white whale, I shall endeavor to seize it. The purple-haired merchant rose from her seat, smiling at Itachi and Amelia. Since Sir Itachi has presented this opportunity before me, I have no reason not to grasp it. Since Lady Anastasia has expressed her views, Korshiu inhaled deeply, rising from her seat to address the assembly. Mr. Wilhelm, please gather the hunting party. As for the preparations of supplies, may I entrust that to Lady Anastasia? At your command. Rest assured, I shall handle it. The expeditionary force against the white whale had been assembled days prior. However, deploying the army into the royal capital without caution would certainly incite unrest. So Korshiu had stationed them outside the city. Due to logistical constraints, she had not prepared sufficient provisions. However, with Anastasia's involvement, this concern was swiftly resolved. In essence, all preparations for the hunt had been completed, leaving only Itachi's execution of the plan to determine their fate. Subsequently, Anastasia departed with Julius to mobilize the Merchant Association for the necessary supplies. As Wilhelm passed by Itachi, he unexpectedly knelt on one knee, pressing his sword to the ground in a gesture of utmost respect. Sir Itachi, I wish to extend my gratitude to you, equal to that which I owe to my lord, Korshiu Karsten. Thank you for granting this old man another chance to avenge my late wife, Trescia Van Astria. Wilhelm steadied his emotions, bowing deeply to Itachi, his gratitude palpable. The next day, outside the royal city, to avoid drawing unnecessary attention, the gathering point was chosen at a secluded location. The hunting party for the white whale had assembled, a formidable array of fully armed soldiers standing before them. These warriors had been meticulously trained by Wilhelm, their prowess beyond question. On the other side stood the mercenary group Iron Fang, belonging to the Heathen Merchant Association, owned by Anastasia. Most members of this team were orcs, known for their strength, led by the boisterous dogman orc, Ricardo Wilkin. In addition to him, the three vice-captains of Iron Fang, Mimi Palton, Hecataro Palton, and Tibby Palton, were formidable in their own right, their powers contrasting sharply with their diminutive and endearing appearances. Unexpectedly, another figure appeared. Itachi-kun. Rem has come to assist. The blue-haired maid had materialized beside Itachi, a bright smile gracing her face as she regarded him, somewhat taken aback. How did you come to be here? It was my letter that summoned Rem here. After all, with both Lord Korshiu and Lady Anastasia contributing so much, it felt rather improper for just the two of us to remain. Amelia explained, stepping beside Itachi. Actually, that is not necessary. Well, since you are already here, I cannot say more. Itachi patted Rem on the shoulder, simultaneously instructing both her and Amelia. Your safety must come first, do you understand? Not long after, all preparations for the expedition against the white whale were complete, the soldiers standing resolutely before Korshiu. For 100 years. With this as her opening statement, Korshiu planted her sword, adorned with a lion's head, firmly into the ground, her unwavering gaze sweeping across every individual present. For 100 years have passed since the greatest calamity in recorded history, the threat of the jealous witch loomed over the world. The monsters spawned from her hand continue to ravage the earth, preying upon its inhabitants. Upon hearing Korshiu's words, some soldiers clenched their fists tightly, their nails nearly embedding into their flesh. Over the course of 4 centuries, countless lives have been lost, particularly during the Great Crusade 14 years prior. The gravestones, some marked with inscriptions, others devoid of any, have only multiplied throughout these 400 years. At this juncture, Korshiu took a deep breath, raising her voice, her passionate words resonating clearly in the ears of all present. But this history shall end today, and we shall bring an end to the tragic life of the pitiful monsters that have lost their masters. Putting an end to all sorrow, her thunderous declaration echoed through the skies, and with this fervent momentum, Korshiu drew her sword high above her head, pointing it towards the azure heavens. To battle. Our target, Rufus Plain. Chapter 42. The fall of the whale. The afternoon breeze caressed the wild grass upon the plains, causing the flags at the rear of the procession to flutter with a sharp sound. Kersha strode at the forefront of the formation. Behind her a dark array of soldiers stood in solemn silence, the only sound the occasional clash of metal from armor and weapons. The mercenary group, Iron Fang, led by Ricardo, appeared far more relaxed, with the 3 Parbatton siblings bouncing playfully behind him, while Itachi sat motionless atop a dragon carriage, accompanied by Amelia and Remington Rem. Glancing towards Itachi, who had closed his eyes in deep concentration, voiced her concern quietly to Amelia. Do you think something is wrong? Do not worry, Itachi will surely succeed. Amelia reassured Rem, though uncertainty gnawed at her own heart. Before the expedition set off, Itachi had spoken to Amelia about the risks of his method, and now all she could do was place her trust in him. Seated within the carriage, Itachi adjusted the balance of energies within him. The requirements for Sage Chakra's proportions were exceedingly stringent. It demanded equal parts of chakra, natural energy, and spiritual energy, lest he risk failure. As he modulated these energies, he gradually sensed the natural energy, or mana, flowing through the air around him. Unbeknownst to Itachi, dark stripes had manifested around his eyes and cheeks, resembling a theatrical mask. Suddenly, a surge of immense energy flooded Itachi's mind from afar. Without a doubt, such an abundance of mana could only belong to the white whale. 3 kilometers to the northwest, Itachi's voice rumbled, startling Amelia and Remington. The white whale is positioned there. He relayed this intelligence to a nearby soldier, who promptly rushed to inform Korshiu. You did it, Mr. Itachi. Everyone, advance to the northwest. At Korshiu's command, the entire expedition shifted direction with renewed urgency. With a clear destination in sight, their pace quickened significantly. As they drew closer, the massive white silhouette finally emerged within view. The bane of countless lives over the past 4 centuries now loomed less than a kilometer away, suspended in the air, presenting its side to the advancing party. Prepare for battle. The formation, initially arranged in a tight square, fanned out horizontally, revealing rows of cannon barrels loaded with magical or ammunition. Wilhelm stood at the forefront, equipped with 6 swords, their fierce energy swirling around the sword demon. The opportunity for vengeance for his late wife was within reach. Victory was imperative for those who have fallen. Fire. Jarl Shuma. At Kersha's order, the infused magical or sword toward the white whale in various forms, fire, ice spikes, and light orbs, pummeling its massive body like a torrential downpour. Simultaneously, Rem and Amelia unleashed their magic, summoning 4 colossal ice spikes that struck the whale, leaving horrific gashes in its wake. Caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, the whale let out a piercing scream, momentarily stunned. Charge! Kershu was the first to mount a ground dragon, with Wilhelm close behind. Shielded by the barrage, the soldiers surged towards the wounded beast, observing their advance. Itachi also summoned a ground dragon to join their ranks. The plan was straightforward. If Itachi could close the distance to the whale, he could seal the creature's life with the Ten-Fist sword. At the front lines, Wilhelm had already reached the whale's vicinity, which had descended to a height within reach. He leaped from his ground dragon, piercing the whale's flesh with a blade before vaulting onto its back, driving his sword down with ferocity. 14 years. The whale thrashed violently, attempting to dislodge its rider, but Wilhelm used the creature's own momentum to carve deep, long wounds across its back. Blood splattered, drenching Wilhelm. As the title of Sword Demon was vividly realized in that moment, sensing its agony, the whale intensified its thrashing, forcing Wilhelm to abandon his position and return to the safety of his dragon. Just as the whale turned to pursue the source of its pain, Ricardo, captain of the Iron Fang, leaped from his canine mount, Alika, onto the whale, swinging his massive blade in a frenzied assault. Your fight is with us. The 3 Parbattan siblings followed closely, launching their own offensive. Sister, don't get too far ahead. Now is the time, Black Taro commanded. As a swarm of smaller Laika charged onto the whale's back, unleashing a rain of spears and blades. Everyone scatter. At Kershu's command, those on the whale's back quickly retreated. The injured creature, driven by pain, would not relent easily, pivoting to hunt them down. That is our opening. Kershu swung her sword, unleashing the wind magic technique, 100-man slash, which cleaved a tremendous wound into the whale's side. This wound served as a signal for the third faction to join the fray, having awaited their moment. The third faction's spellcasters finally seized the opportunity. Algoya. Their incantations intertwined, conjuring a radiant fireball that soared toward the whale, igniting its insides along the path of the gash. The whale shrieked in anguish, and at that moment, Itachi reached the front line. If I could just close the distance a little more, I would enter the range of the Ten-Fist sword. He urged his dragon to hasten, quietly activating his Mangeki Sharingan, the skeletal form of Susanoo materializing around him. Yet, as the whale roared in fury and ascended toward the sky, Itachi found himself racing against time. The distance between the beast and the ground increased, escaping the reach of both magic and cannon fire. This is not good. Kershu's eyes reflected her rising anxiety as she watched the whale climb higher. At this altitude, even my strikes cannot reach it. Then we shall bring it down. Itachi leaped from his dragon, eyes fixed on the soaring whale. Bring it down. But how from this height? Kershu's thoughts were abruptly interrupted as she beheld the transformation of Itachi's Susanoo into its second form. Let us use this technique. Susanoo's right hand extended, red chakra swirling into the shape of 3 tomo. Yasaka's Magatama. The red Magatama shot upward at incredible speed toward the white whale. The whale, sensing an unknown object approaching rapidly from below, instinctively felt the threat of death looming above. In the critical moment between life and death, the white whale summoned forth another manifestation of itself, striving to utilize this doppelganger as a shield against the impending strike. However, even the ordinary Yasaka no Magatama white whale was ill-equipped to withstand such an assault, especially considering that this blow was executed using the Sage Art chakra previously orchestrated by Itachi, specifically the Sage Art, Yasaka no Magatama. The rapidly spinning Crimson Magatama effortlessly pierced through the white whale's manifestation, maintaining its velocity unabated, and severed the whale's tail in a single strike. Bereft of its tail, the white whale immediately lost the strength necessary to sustain itself aloft, plummeting towards the rufous plain below. Chapter 43. The demise of the miasmic beast. The 8-span Magatama pierced the white whale's tail, and with a prolonged, mournful wail, the Leviathan's sky-obscuring form plummeted from the heavens. Everyone scatter immediately. Observing the ever-growing shadow cast by the descending white whale, Crush issued a swift command for all to retreat, herself mounting her earth dragon and galloping away. Witnessing the successful strike, which brought the white whale crashing down, Itachi, too, rode his earth dragon to a safe distance from the impending impact zone. With a cataclysmic roar, the miasmic beast that had wrought havoc for over 4 centuries crashed to earth, the resulting shockwave nearly toppling several lagging soldiers. It's done. The white whale has been vanquished. Did you see that, Rem? Amidst the ranks, Amelia watched with elation as the colossal monster plummeted from the sky. Yes, Rem witnessed it. Lady Amelia. Rem's tone lacked Amelia's exuberance, yet her expression betrayed her inner excitement. Though distant, Rem had clearly seen the decisive blow that pierced the white whale. The crimson energy, which had rescued her from peril countless times, was instantly recognizable. Truly, Itachi-kun is remarkable. The white whale, ravaged by its fall from such altitude, suffered ruptured organs, and the massive blood loss from its severed tail sapped its strength. Black-red blood gushed from its mouth and wounds, staining the surrounding earth. Itachi initially intended to deliver a swift, finishing blow, but upon noticing Wilhelm nearby, he reconsidered. The final strike is yours, Herr Wilhelm. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Tears welled in Wilhelm's eyes. First, he was aided in locating the white whale, then the beast was critically wounded, and now, the final honor was bestowed upon him. In Wilhelm's eyes, this man was akin to a deity. He knelt once more, offering his deepest gratitude to Itachi. Then, drawing his blade, he leaped onto the incapacitated white whale's back. For 14 years, Wilhelm's yearning for his deceased wife had never diminished. Her radiant red hair, azure eyes, and smiling visage amidst the flowers were like dull blades tearing at his heart. Now, that longing and anguish transmuted into a flurry of silver strikes. A tempestuous storm descending upon the white whale's neck. Oh! The sword demon unleashed his life's mastery, the spray of blood painting his strikes crimson. Finally, under the relentless assault, the white whale's massive head separated from its ravaged body, and the beast that had instilled fear and sorrow in countless hearts faded into oblivion. At last, it's over, Teresa. Bedecked in the white whale's blood, Wilhelm stood atop the monster's corpse, unable to contain his emotions, tears streaming down his face. He faced the heavens, towards the spirit of his departed wife, and proclaimed the declaration delayed for decades, witnessed by all. I love you. The cleanup is being handled. This was all thanks to Itachi-sensei. We were able to successfully hunt the white whale with almost no casualties. After arranging the cleanup, Crush approached Itachi and offered a slight bow. On behalf of the entire white whale subjugation force, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. There is no need for thanks. Everyone contributed. What will you do with the white whale's corpse? The head will be transported to the royal capital as proof. As for the body, it will be detonated on the spot with fire magic stones. Itachi nodded, glancing at the mountain of a corpse, and secretly sighed in relief. This will undoubtedly bolster Amelia's support among the populace. Furthermore, this collaboration has strengthened the bonds between the three factions, which will aid in the upcoming royal selection. Itachi, thank you for your hard work. Amelia approached, a genuine smile gracing her face, with Rem at her side, wearing a faint smile. As expected of Itachi-kun, Rem is utterly impressed. However, in the end, we were unable to provide much assistance. No, this is more than enough. During the battle with the white whale, Rem and Amelia remained with the third unit, providing magical support from afar. As they prepared to dispose of the headless corpse, a carrier pigeon arrived from afar. That pigeon. I believe it's from Sanctuary. Amelia murmured, a hint of confusion in her voice. She extended her right hand, and the pigeon landed on it. What is it, Lady Amelia? Rem inquired, approaching as Amelia retrieved a folded letter from the pigeon's leg. It's from Roswell. It seems we must return. Amelia released the pigeon, handing the letter to Itachi. A letter from Roswell? Taking the letter, Itachi swiftly scanned its contents. In the letter, Roswell mentioned hearing about the witch cult's invasion of the domain, expressing his regret for not being present. Furthermore, he requested that Amelia relocate the villagers to the sanctuary to guard against a potential second attack by the witch cult. Itachi returned the letter to Amelia, pondering Roswell's intentions. Evidently, he intends to lure Amelia to the sanctuary mentioned in the letter, where he currently resides. His previous excursions were likely to this place. Such frequent visits to the sanctuary suggest he is preparing something. Itachi, do you think Roswell is plotting something? Noticing the change in Itachi's expression, Amelia reread the letter, but found nothing amiss. There is a possibility. Let's proceed as he suggests, but remain vigilant. But if we do that, the royal capital. Please leave it to Remington. Rem, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Rem will accompany Lady Crush to transport the white whale's head to the royal capital. Rem will be responsible for relaying subsequent information to Lady Amelia. I see. Very well, I'll leave it to you. Remington Rem bowed slightly to Amelia, then met Itachi's gaze. Itachi-kun expended much energy in the battle. Allow Rem to contribute this time. Understood. Just be careful. I never noticed before. Itachi-kun's eyes are quite unique. It only happens occasionally. Itachi closed his eyes, deactivating his Mangekyo Sharingan. When he reopened them, his eyes had returned to their normal black. With a deafening blast, the fire magic stones planted within the white whale's corpse detonated, engulfing the massive body in flames, erasing it from existence. Then, we shall depart first. Crush bid farewell to Itachi and joined Rem at the head of the column, leading the subjugation force towards the royal capital. Itachi and Amelia, guided by a coachman from the previous group, boarded a dragon carriage and set off towards the Mezarth border. Chapter 44. Greed and Gluttony. Your expression. Are you still worried, Rem? Amidst the procession to the royal capital, Kurosu observed Rem, who wore a troubled look, and surmised the thoughts that plagued her mind. Indeed, Lord Kurosu, the threat of the witch cult has only just been averted, and it is difficult to ensure they will not rise again. Even with the Iron Fangs and Wilhelm accompanying us, can you truly find solace? After the defeat of the White Whale, Anastasia's mercenary group, the Iron Fangs, along with Wilhelm, voluntarily offered to escort Amelia. Thus they journeyed together to the maze's border. The members of the Iron Fangs and Mr. Wilhelm are indeed formidable. Their presence certainly enhances our safety. At this point, Rem shook her head, a smile returning to her face. Moreover, Itachi is by Lady Amelia's side, so there is no need for concern. You have a great deal of confidence in him. Naturally. After all, Itachi is Rem's hero. As she openly declared her admiration for Itachi before others for the first time, a blush crept across Rem's cheeks. Kurosu noticed and smiled knowingly, refraining from further comment. However, just as everyone basked in the joyous atmosphere of their triumphant return, a sudden loud noise erupted from the front of the procession. Following the sound, they saw the dragon carriage ahead seemingly shattered by an immense force, splintered wood and scattered flesh raining down from the sky. What has happened? Hearing the deafening crash, Kurosu rushed to the front of the line, with Rem and Phyllis following closely behind. As they peered ahead, they beheld a man standing in the middle of the road, wearing a frivolous smile. His naturally white hair framed a plain figure clad in a white robe, so unremarkable that he could easily blend into a crowd. Yet, this very individual stood defiantly in the center of the road, blocking the oncoming dragon carriage without any sign of retreat. From any angle, this man exuded suspicion. Run him over. Kurosu's instincts screamed that the white-haired man was no benign presence. She commanded the team to charge forward at full speed, aiming to crush him beneath the wheels of the dragon carriage. Yet, the man's smile showed no sign of fading, appearing rather pleased by Kurosu's command. Lord Kurosu, be careful. Just as the dragon carriage was about to collide with the man, Rem had a sudden, unsettling premonition. She lunged at Kurosu, pushing her off the carriage and rolling off herself. Phyllis, hearing Rem shout, swiftly grabbed the driver and jumped off, tumbling several times upon landing. Indeed, the moment the dragon carriage made contact with the man, it was as if it struck an invisible wall. The carriage, along with the earth dragon pulling it, shattered into pieces, mirroring the destruction they had witnessed earlier. I must say, not a word from you, and you come charging at me with a dragon carriage? Did your parents never teach you the most basic manners? The white-haired man stood amidst the wreckage, utterly unfazed, showing no signs of having been struck by the carriage. Lord Kurosu, are you all right? Phyllis rushed over in a panic, helping Kurosu to her feet. I'm fine, thank you. Remington Kurosu, rising from the ground, expressed her gratitude to the one who saved her. She then turned her gaze toward the white-haired man. What manner of person are you to inflict such cruelty upon my subordinates? Ah, it is you. I recognize you, one of the candidates for king. Currently the most popular figure in the city. I must say, bearing such a heavy title is beyond my comprehension. After all, such pursuits are unnecessary for me, and I am not so arrogant. Answer my question. This is your last opportunity. Oh dear, you are far too impatient. Yet, one cannot bear the weight of an entire nation without a touch of arrogance, so this title was never meant for me. But that is of little consequence, as I possess no grand desires. Ignoring Kurosu's warning, the white-haired man continued his monologue as if he were the sole inhabitant of the world. Just as he rambled on, Kurosu raised her right hand, unleashing a sword technique, 100 man's one strike, a combination of wind's protection and wind magic. The invisible slash hurtled toward the man, an attack imperceptible to ordinary eyes, capable of cleaving even the white whale's rock-hard skin. Upon contact, it would slice him in two. Yet, the man stood unmoving. The invisible strike struck him squarely, yet not a single scratch marred his form. I must say, were you not the one who insisted I speak? Now you wish to silence me? Do you seek to infringe upon the little rights I have left? The man's expression darkened as he slowly raised his right arm, extending his hand toward Kurosu. To encroach upon another's rights is akin to robbery. Do you not understand this? A chilling terror coursed through Rem's spine, reaching her brain, as she witnessed the man's fingers twitch. In the next moment, the earth and air tore apart along the line of his arm, raising a storm of dust as if a tempest had erupted. Blood splattered through the air as Kurosu's arm was severed completely. Lord Kurosu! Phyllis screamed in horror, rushing to catch the collapsing Kurosu, employing magic to staunch her bleeding. Ugh! Kurosu's pained groan pierced Phyllis's heart like a dagger. Meanwhile, Rem drew her weapon, vigilantly watching the man before them. Undoubtedly, he was a fearsome adversary. Yet, where were the knights responsible for their protection in this dire moment? No matter how much I consume, it will never be enough. Bite, crush, sever, eat, eat. Thank you for the feast. A boisterous male voice emerged from behind the fallen dragon carriage, revealing a short, brown-haired boy in Rem's line of sight. The boy's coffee-colored hair cascaded to his knees, his tattered clothing cloaking a frail frame. His hands and bare feet were smeared with dirt and blood, and beneath him lay the knight, slain without resistance. Just moments ago, while Kurosu confronted the white-haired man, this boy had single-handedly dispatched the accompanying knights. Who are you? Facing Rem's trembling inquiry, the man and the boy exchanged glances, as if silently agreeing, before nodding in unison to reveal their names. Regulus Corneas, the archbishop of greed from the witch cult. Lae Bardencados, the archbishop of gluttony from the witch cult. Chapter 45. The transcription seal faced with the sudden appearance of two formidable foes. Rem's heart was seized by an overwhelming dread. She had long been aware of the might possessed by the Sin archbishops, having previously witnessed the power of the archbishop of sloth. However, mere hearsay could not compare to the palpable terror she felt now, as she confronted the overwhelming strength of greed and gluttony. One was impervious to the high-speed dragon carriage and the slashes of Kurosu, while the other annihilated all accompanying knights in silence. Such potent adversaries could not possibly be defeated by Rem alone. Yet, in this dire circumstance, retreat was not an option. With Corsa gravely wounded and Phyllis devoid of combat ability, the only protector for the two was Remington. Are you here for the slain beast, the white whale? The white whale? We harbor no interest in that creature. Rather, we are intrigued by the one who can slay the white whale. Gluttony, Libaden Kados, ground his teeth, shaking his head with fervor. To possess the power capable of slaying the white whale, how delectable that strength would be. Gluttony, indulgence, our appetites are easily satiated. He muttered incoherently, waving his emaciated arms dramatically. Beside him, Regulus observed the Sin Archbishop with palpable disdain. Do not mistake me for that fellow. I am nothing like him. Regulus said, turning to Rem, his expression almost serene. I have always detested such conflicts. For me, it suffices to live a calm and beautiful life in the present moment. My presence here is purely coincidental. Is this what you wish to convey, witch apostle? Rem's voice brimmed with anger as she gripped her weapon tightly. Ice shards burst from her mana, swirling protectively around her. At the sight of this, both Regulus and Lai's expressions darkened. It appears you are not inclined to converse peacefully. Then, very well, such fervor is indeed tantalizing. I can hardly wait to indulge. Rem's mana had already diminished from the prior battle. Even if she were to enter her demonic transformation now, her odds of victory were less than 10%. Nevertheless, she resolved to buy time for Corsu and the others to escape. One day, a hero will make you aware of the misfortune your sins bring upon others, witch apostle. Pure white horn sprouted from her forehead, an icy aura enveloping her. A hero, you say? That certainly piques my interest. Lai clapped his hands, his gaze fixed on Rem. Not as an enemy, but rather as prey, or more accurately, as a meal. If such a being exists, they would surely be exquisite. Glistening with cold sweat, Rem felt the pressure of Lai's predatory gaze. Yet, the image of the person who supported her allowed her to stand firm in her resolve. Prepare yourself, witch apostle. She swung her iron ball, launching ice shards like cannonballs towards the seemingly insurmountable foes, charging at them with unwavering determination. My hero shall surely bring you to justice. In response, Libaden Kados bared his fangs, preparing to meet Rem's advance. Quite the spirit. I shall not hold back. As the two approached, Rem thought. I hope that upon realizing his loss, he feels even the slightest ripple in his heart. However, the anticipated demise did not come. Lai's anguished scream reached Rem's ears. The sudden sting in her right eye snapping her back to reality. The Sin Archbishop writhed in agony on the ground, engulfed in familiar black flames. What have you done to me? It's burning. It's burning. Lai rolled on the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the flames consuming him, but to no avail. The fire showed no signs of abating. Confused, Rem landed on the ground, her thoughts racing. She touched her right eye, finding it stained with blood. What is this? Rem was utterly bewildered by the events unfolding. The flames were unmistakably Itachi's, yet how could they appear here? Had he arrived? Scanning her surroundings, she found no one else besides the knights lying unconscious, the gravely injured Corsu, and the healing Phyllis. Someone save me. The flames continued to rage around Lai, nearly engulfing him entirely. What a troublesome fellow. Had it not been for the scriptures stating we must all appear in Watergate City simultaneously, I would not bother with you. Regulus sneered at Lai. Then with a flick of his wrist, unleashed a force that cleaved the burning parts of Lai's body away. The gluttony archbishop lay motionless, having lost the will to continue fighting, the severed flesh smoldering beside him. Saving your life is not my obligation. Remember this as my grace. Such grace must be repaid, or it is an infringement upon my interests. Understand? Regulus glared at the half-dead Lai, then turned his attention to Remington. It seems you have some trump cards yet to reveal. However, I must say, suddenly using fire to burn others is quite rude. The flames that had previously lashed out at Lai now surged toward Regulus, but due to his powers, they failed to touch him. Regulus stepped closer to Rem, each step exuding a sense of impending doom. Wiping the blood from her right eye, Rem grasped her weapon and stood tall, anxiously watching the Sin Archbishop approach. Allow me to teach you what, Regulus began, raising his hand to strike, only to find himself paralyzed. Blinking in confusion, he realized he was ensnared within a pitch-black void, a blood-red sky looming above, and he was bound to a cross. It appears I have indeed triggered something. A strange male voice echoed before him. Looking up, Regulus beheld a man with dark hair he had never seen before. Unmistakably Itachi Uchiha. Who are you? You need not know my name. After all, the one standing before you is not my true self. Long before sensing the white whale and Apos' location, Itachi had detected two energy signatures rivaling that of the beast and Apos, greed and Apos, and Apos, gluttony, and Apos. Although uncertain of their allegiance, he remained vigilant. Thus, when Rem proposed accompanying Kursu back to the royal capital, Itachi seized the opportunity to discreetly leave a one-time Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi in Rem's right and left eyes, respectively. Should Rem be attacked, the Amaterasu in her right I would activate, and if that failed, the Tsukuyomi in her left I would follow suit. Thus, even when confronted with adversaries like the previously encountered laziness Petitius, There are ample methods to counter them. You find yourself ensnared within my illusion, from which escape is utterly impossible. The words of Yuko ignited a furious blaze within Regulus. Such humiliation was intolerable to him. Impossible to escape? What nonsense! With your mere tricks. Regulus's voice abruptly ceased as he discovered that his powers had inexplicably faltered, rendering even the slightest chain unbreakable. I have stated that escape is an impossibility. In this realm, space, time, and even mass are all within my dominion. What? Regulus exclaimed in shock, feeling an intense burning sensation emanating from beneath him. A conflagration blazed fiercely below, threatening to incinerate him entirely. Ah, let me go, you scoundrel. This tirade sounded no different from a cry of agony to the onlookers. Having always been shielded by his powers, Regulus had never endured such torment, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Meanwhile, in the realm of reality, Rem merely observed Regulus halt mid-stride, then collapse, intermittently emitting anguished cries. Chapter 46. Towards tomorrow. Across the vast expanse of the Rufus Plains, a contingent of individuals advanced toward the maze's border. Although ostensibly for the sake of safety, the presence of the entire Iron Fang group seemed somewhat excessive. Amelia surveyed her surroundings from the dragon carriage, noting the members of Iron Fang accompanying her. Even Mr. Wilhelm had come along. Was such a measure truly necessary? Lady Amelia's companion, Miss Rem, had chosen to accompany Lord Crush, and in turn, I felt it only fitting to accompany Lady Amelia. Wilhelm, mounted on a dragon, turned to Amelia and replied respectfully. What kind of reasoning is this? Don't you think so? Itachi, having more hands on deck can never hurt. If a situation akin to last time arises, at least there will be someone to protect the civilians. However, if an unexpected incident occurs on Crush's side, just as she spoke, Amelia suddenly covered her mouth. That sentiment felt ominous. She did not wish to tempt fate. Do not fret, Lady Amelia. The knights accompanying us are seasoned warriors. Furthermore, Lord Crush is formidable in his own right. Ordinary foes would struggle against them, Wilhelm reassured her. Understanding her companion's strength somewhat alleviated Amelia's concerns, for she was well aware of Rem's capabilities and trusted her to handle any unforeseen circumstances. Yaho, I am Mimi. Hey, sister. Do not suddenly disturb others. At that moment, a small figure leaped onto the dragon carriage that Itachi occupied, while a similar figure behind her reached out in an attempt to halt her reckless sister, only to grasp at air. I remember you as part of Iron Fang. Amelia exclaimed in surprise, steadying the petite cat girl who had nearly toppled over. Indeed, I am Mimi, the vice-captain of Iron Fang, and this is my brother, Hekataro. Mimi regained her balance and hoisted her younger brother, who struggled to cling to the edge of the carriage, up. Hello. Hekataro shyly greeted Itachi and the others after steadying himself. Did you jump onto the carriage for some urgent matter? Itachi inquired of Mimi. The captain sent me to say hello. Although the captain had indeed instructed her to do so, her sister's impulsiveness could have disturbed Lady Amelia. At that moment, a catboy, similarly resembling Mimi but adorned with spectacles, approached on a small Leica and reproached her sister. My name is Tibby, and I am their brother. I apologize for the trouble my sister has caused you. Tibby, the youngest of the triplets, bore a striking resemblance to an adult compared to his siblings. No. It's nothing to be concerned about. Amelia waved her hand toward Tibby with a friendly smile. Ah, these three siblings, always like this. I apologize for the trouble, my friend. A robust figure riding a large Leica appeared beside Itachi, the canine beastman introducing himself. I am Ricardo Wilkin, the captain of Iron Fang. I look forward to working with you. My friend. Ricardo flashed a toothy grin that, while far from friendly, still conveyed a sense of goodwill. Itachi nodded in response to Ricardo. Suddenly, Itachi's demeanor shifted, his expression turning grave. What is it, Itachi? Amelia gasped, startled by his abrupt change. From his expression, she discerned that something troubling had occurred. The seal for the transference has been triggered. Ricardo, gather your men and follow me immediately. Huh? What is happening, my friend? So suddenly? Rem and the others are under attack. What? Both Amelia and Ricardo exclaimed in shock simultaneously. When we parted earlier, I placed a spell on Rem that would activate upon an attack. Itachi leapt from the carriage, summoning a shadow clone. Mr. Wilhelm, you must take Lady Amelia back to the maze's border. For safety, this clone will accompany you. Understood. Wilhelm nodded, but Amelia appeared reluctant to accept this arrangement. Why? If we encounter an enemy attack, wouldn't more reinforcements be better? We cannot yet ascertain whether the enemy intends to assault the maze's border. If we all rush to reinforce, we may inadvertently play into the enemy's hands. If that is the case, how about leaving Mimi and her siblings behind? Though they may appear small, they are quite formidable in a fight. Ricardo turned his mount toward Itachi, proposing the idea. Very well, let us depart swiftly. Itachi seized a dragon and leaped onto its back. Should anything arise, contact me immediately. With that, Itachi and Ricardo, alongside the majority of Iron Fang, set off toward the location of the previous battle with the white whale. Will he be all right? Amelia's gaze lingered on Itachi's receding figure, a trace of concern evident in her eyes. Rest assured, Lady Amelia. Mr. Itachi's strength is beyond our doubt, Wilhelm assured, also watching Itachi disappear into the distance. Approximately half an hour later, Itachi and his group arrived at Rem's location. Itachi-kun. Seeing his arrival, Rem rushed toward him, excitement evident in her demeanor. What is the situation? Dismounting from the dragon, Itachi inquired of Remington. Just now, we encountered 2 Sin archbishops on the road. However, we are safe now. 2, you say? Itachi glanced around, observing only fallen knights, an unconscious Crush, and Phyllis standing guard nearby, with no sign of the archbishops. Those 2 Sin archbishops were taken away by a mysterious individual just minutes ago. A mysterious individual? Yes, dressed entirely in black robes, their face obscured. However, judging by their aura, they are likely affiliated with the witch cult. So, they abducted individuals without attacking you? Indeed, that person must have utilized some form of shadow magic. They appeared suddenly and vanished just as quickly. By the way, Rem, when you faced those 2 Sin archbishops, Itachi-kun helped you, did he not? That is correct. I had placed a spell on you in advance. Indeed, you truly live up to your reputation, Itachi-kun. Rem lifted her gaze, meeting Itachi's eyes. The sunlight bathed her face, enhancing the youthful blush that grazed her cheeks. Truly, the hero of Remington.